Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome back. It's day 2 of the Death Slam League. Across the pond version, our EU gamers are battling it out, and we are deep into our playoffs. It's an early morning for both of us here on the desk, so things might get a little jumbled. But before you forget anything, hi, hey, hello. My name is Tanner Metro. I'm joined today by my man, Philly. Philly, it's our first time working together. We're doing a little bit of chatting. Our networks are colliding. We're both about to be soccer guys, you more than me. And I'm very happy to be sharing the desk with you today. Good morning. How you feeling?
Oh, I'm ecstatic here for the finals day for Season 1 of the EU side of the Death Slam League. I mean, these guys have been battling it out for 7 weeks now, playing for pride, playing for some prize money. I mean, it's going to be some heaters here today.
Yeah, absolutely. Prize money, obviously the thing on everybody's mind. Not so much the competitors, but wait a second. Prize money exists in Deadlock? What's going on with that? Well, a lot of that is thanks to you guys. So first and foremost, thanks for tuning in. Being able to crowdfund things like this and be able to get donators to go ahead and pitch in to make sure that these competitors are playing for something more than just bragging rights, because their passion is definitely in it, much like our production behind the scenes. Shout out those guys. We do want to give a shout out before we jump into the action that if you do want to contribute, if you do want to try and help out in anywhere, if you just want to support and wear something cool, you can do that by checking out the merch, ! merch in the chat. Be sure to get yours. I don't know what made me think this, but the mug, there was something more to the mug. I remember Deathy saying, I just wanted a mug, so we made a mug. But there was something Deadlock coded that was very mug-like. And I'm going to have to remember as the games go on today, and I promise I'll come right back to this point. But, I mean, Philly, the shirts are cool. The tarot card stuff is cool.
I mean, that shirt that they had on the screen, I actually just bought it a couple days ago in the, I think
Nice.
it's like the watermelon color or whatever. So it hasn't arrived in the mail yet. I was hoping to wear it for the show today, but yeah, shipping is what shipping is. But if that mug actually like transforms colors as you put liquid in it, that would I think would be Deadlock-esque, right? Very spectral and things of that nature. I don't drink coffee. It's like 8 o'clock in the morning here, and I'm already jazzed up because predecessor and you all get me hyped for the day. But Tanner, I'm ready for it, man.
Yeah, as am I. And if for whatever reason you're like, man, I've been able to watch these streams, I've been able to get into the game, but I want to get more involved, you can do just that by joining the Discord as well. A thriving community of not only just fans of Deadlock, but competitors. If you want your chance to compete, or if you want to figure out, where this competition is headed, where you can watch, where you can view next. I know we've got some pop-up things coming on through. We just had the Death Slam Invitational the other day alongside these leagues. So please join us there. You can see it discord.gg/DeathSlam. Now, Philly, that right there is the majority of our housekeeping. We kind of now swept all of that underneath the rug. Made sure that you guys are looking stylish and joining us, maybe jumping into a voice chat to watch the games today. But now we get to shift our vision to said games, Philly. We had games yesterday. We had 2 streams going yesterday. Did I say that our production is awesome? Our production put on for us, and you got to catch every single game played yesterday. And Philly, this is where we lie today.
Oh my goodness. I mean, I feel like this is kind of what folks expected. The Groglodites, they were 7-0 throughout the regular season, did not drop a single match. So the clear favorites to kind of run it through the bracket. They find themselves in a good position playing against the Les Watermelons, one of my favorite names in the season right now. We're 4-3, had a little bit of a tumultuous season, some roster changes, things like that, but they finally got it together. The gears turning at the latter half of the season. They're making their run known now, but they're going up against some Goliaths. On the other side of the bracket, Lagoats, they were 5-2. Definitely nothing to sneeze at there. And the Boon Enjoyers, they were kind of like a hodgepodge team, kind of grabbing members from other squads, formulating together, and then, they find themselves here in the semifinals.
Yep, that they do. If you didn't see those matchups, you can catch them later. Also, the matchups all day are going to be caught right here on the A stream, as well as our B stream Death Slam event. So make sure you check that out. We are going to be covering our friends here in the Groglodites taking on Les Watermelons. Both of those teams coming off 2-0 victories. But if you are an enjoyer of our other teams, Boon Enjoyers, who they added Drifter into the mix and reverse swept. In a best of 3, saying reverse swept kind of feels weird, but they managed to do that. So things might get weird on the B stream, so feel free to check that out. However, if you are a fan of the Watermelons or the Groglodites, this is the place you want to be. Now, as we wait for this matchup to get ongoing, obviously we expect some fire. You talked about it, Philly. A little bit of a, I don't want to say Cinderella story, but less Watermelons, not necessarily stumbling their way, but they definitely had to earn their spot. Now they're playing a team in Groglodites that are, seemingly in a pretty good spot to be seated on the throne at the end of all of this. What are we thinking about this matchup specifically?
Yeah, there's a couple players that I want to highlight as we're going throughout the season, watching some of the games yesterday, and this is for everybody out there. Less Watermelons, nobody to discount, okay? And mainly because they have Barty on their team. He is the overall kill leader throughout season 1 with over 111 kills throughout those 7 games. That's basically like 15 kills a game. That is bonkers, okay? So this is the guy that they want to facilitate. So I would expect them to prioritize the characters that he enjoys, like the Abrams, the Bebop, Paradox. That's what he was playing yesterday, to facilitate him throughout the draft. On the flip side, my guy, the Groglodites have leaders all over the board. Nico, 105 kills throughout the season. Kagi, 213 assists, the assist leader throughout the season. So it's going to be kind of hard to ban those guys out and take them out of their game, out of their flow chart, what they want to do. As we head into the draft, my friend, we're seeing Yamato taken off the board.
Yeah, that's kind of been a mainstay. Not a whole lot of changes to Yamato as of recent. And if you watch tournaments prior, whether it be week to week, Death Slam Invitational, Yamato is just a no-go. I am a little surprised at maybe some resurfacing love for Pocket. I feel like just in the Death Slam Invitational, we didn't see a whole lot of Pocket, and if we did, it didn't feel too overwhelming. Maybe enough to draw a ban, but obviously somebody on the Groglodites pilots that one well. That does lead to a first pick Vindicta, which has also been a force to be reckoned with in the current patch that we've been sitting in for a minute.
Yeah, absolutely. This has just been one of the mainstay carries, if you will, in the Vindicta. Yeah, with the Pocket, we did see it a number of times banned yesterday, and I think at this kind of level where these players are at, it's sometimes about those Pocket picks, right? The people that you might be specializing in. And yeah, Icy Rain on the side of the Groglodites plays this character really well. It's a good initiator, has some lane presence, etc. So take that off the board. On the flip side, they get that first pick, the Groglodites. They pick up the Vindicta. That's probably going to go on Wacko Jacko. He's been 7-1 on this character. So if you get him, almost guaranteed victory. So really difficult there. On the flip side, though, I like what the Watermelons are doing. They snag the Warden so they don't get that Vindicta Warden lane, which has been really powerful throughout this tournament thus far.
Yeah, I mean, Vindicta Warden just kind of threw in history, right? Warden puts up a pretty big wall in front of the Vindicta, but also between the Crane game being played on top of the stake from Vindicta, you almost guarantee some sort of lockdown on somebody just out in the open for Vindicta and Warden to both tee off. So on the inverse, right, Holiday scooped up for less Watermelons, and the answer right on back is going to be that Paradox. So some sort of pick potential, some sort of playmaking. They've got it now in their back pocket to match that lasso to Paradoxical Swap. And then Lady Geist right behind it, who is arguably one of the scarier front lines in this game to deal with. Although she's damaging herself, right? That life swap, just the presence of the life swap really changes the dynamic of certain fights.
For sure. And she's a tank because she's a resource drainer. It's hard to take her down, and so you use all your abilities and your active items, and she's still alive. And you're like, what the heck? And then you have nothing left in the tank, and then she can turn it around, have the reinforcements come through. What's interesting here about the Watermelons is that they first picked the Holiday. They didn't do that at all. They didn't play Holiday a single time yesterday. So changing up their strategy a little bit as they make their way to the semifinals. Maybe this is where you put your cards out on the table, especially against the best team in the season right now. We've also seen, Tanner, we were talking in the green room about the switch in the meta. What is it going to look like for these characters? And we're seeing the resurgence of the initiators being in that first phase of the ban. Recently, over the last couple months, they were falling into like the 4th, 5th pick, etc. So now seeing Paradox Holiday come back up is great. I want to highlight this Lady Geist. Xavi on the side of the Groglodites, 6-2 on this character. That's another scary person to be piloting one of the heftier heroes in the game. So just something to be looking out for. On the other side, we're seeing the Lash, a double initiation combination here from the Watermelons. What are they going to do to follow up with it, right? Are they going to get a Dynamo? Are they going to get a Calvin? What is going to be a way that once they get people lassoed or grand slammed in, death slammed in, what are they going to do to secure the kills?
Yeah, 100%. And maybe if you're Groglodites, right, you're also thinking about that. It looks pretty scary. Lasso for your Vindicta, Lash-O for your Vindicta, right? That Death Slam, or even the Ground Strike, being able to pull the Vindicta out of the air. They're already looking for ways to deal with how strong that Vindicta can be. I thought maybe Groglodites would look to temper some of the extra that might come with it and send a ban towards Kelvin. Instead, it is going to be 7, which is another fine pick. 7, obviously a huge nuisance, especially as the game goes later. That stun is basically a team-wide stun. And then obviously the 7 ult, depending on how you're playing it, 7 controls lanes really well, much like the Infernus that just got picked up. 7 does a lot of damage, and it almost sneaks up on you. Also one of the faster heroes in the game. So banned away, which means less Watermelons will get their final pick here in this round. It will be that Infernus. So that chip damage, but that consistent damage is now supplementing this engage that they've got.
Yeah, I like that. And you can use his ultimate, right, as the follow-up. If you slam him down, then you use the concussion combustion, keep him locked in. Maybe the Warden can then shoot from the back, throwing a flask, etc. So there is some cascading effects here. I really like this Abrams ban, though, from the side of less Watermelons, because anytime I have a Vindicta, I always call it the Hunter and the Hound. She's there. You need somebody to flush everybody out, get them scurrying, and then she can get them sniped. That's what Abrams does best. I've been seeing also Billy and Vindicta working together in kind of the same fashion. The thing with the Groglodites, though, is they haven't really been playing any of the newer characters that have come out. They've been staying tried and true to the original roster, and it's been working for them. So, like we talked about at the beginning of the show, Tanner, it's like, you want to stay with what you're comfortable with. Don't try to mix it up now, especially with there's money on the line, pride on the line, etc.
Yeah.
Don't do anything out of the ordinary. Now we're getting some of those supports on the online here for the Groglodites. The Calvin, love this character. That's the one I do play. That's who I play. And it's a great pickup here. Add some of that more sustain. And then the Mo and Krill getting a little bit of that lockdown. They're going to need that because they need that catch, right? They have the paradoxical swap, but then people can run, jump, run away, whatever it is. They need the dome. They need the combo to keep people in place.
Yeah, absolutely. And they've really rounded things out pretty nicely in terms of, Vindicta, Paradox, Lady Geist. Okay, you hit a swap, you've got your damage. Geist is scary, but they did need some of that lockdown. Kelvin and Mo and Krill bringing that to the table. The side of less Watermelons still missing a support-esque hero. And I meant to ask production to be the voice in our heads to see if the new heroes were going to be allowed, and it looks like they are. So Victor to be played today, and it didn't look great in games yesterday.
I mean, this guy, can be really powerful, but you have to have incredible teamwork, and you have to have a really good laner like a Calvin or a Paige to kind of keep him healed up, keep him in the front line. But that was kind of what they were missing here. They were missing some of their frontline tank characters. Victor, he fits the bill. Whether you can play him to perfection or not, you build him straight vitality, a lot of bullet resist and spirit resist, and you just kind of zombie at people, and then take them down. You let your people in the back line shoot them. So I really like this. And then Viscous has seen that resurgence into the meta. A really good, comfortable pick for a lot of players, but does a lot of good things. Has a good save, good escape, good initiate, things of that nature. So I'm really liking this pickup. And then Mirage to round it out. That's the M1 damage they were missing.
Yeah, absolutely. And Mirage Lady Geist, that is it's a match made in heaven. That's something that we see so incredibly often. Not necessarily always laning together, but usually when a team can find the Mirage, they will also look to find the Lady Geist as well. I'm wondering, so I've been playing more than anybody. I've been playing Paige and Victor in recent days, and I've been messing around, and I'm pretty proud of myself for making a Victor build that I actually enjoy. But I've been playing with this, we're just going to work around our 3. We're just going to work around this swamp. Spirit damage, spirit resist, be tanky, but make sure that if we're on top of somebody, we are cutting through their health. And it's so interesting to me to play the Victor into the Lady Geist, right? The Victor wants to be on top of you, wants to be in your face, as does the Lady Geist, right? Or the Kelvin even, dropping the dome to make sure that Victor's not able to get that damage. I'm not a great player. I don't even remember what rank I am. I think I was the blue rank. I think that's Alchemist. But so there's got to be some tech, right, to Victor where you get swapped and you can immediately top yourself off. Obviously, this hero does an insane amount of healing just to themselves, right? Being able to damage themselves and heal themselves up.
Sure.
But this is where my eyes are going to be set, because outside of the Victor pick, you know, you look at this one and you say, okay, right? This is a clean-cut draft. This is as fair gets. No antes, nothing weird going on. Now, if less watermelons fall behind here in game one, are you looking at the Victor pick like, man, maybe we just should have just stuck to the tried and true, you know?
Yeah, it is very difficult, because also you're fighting into the Calvin Dome as well, which can then heal past the aura of suffering that you're going to put out, whether you spec heavily into it or not. The Calvin Dome is an ultimate. It's better than your 3 ability, and it's going to heal you. So you make another good point. As he's waddling in, can he do the damage that he needs to do? How are they going to facilitate them? Then it's like, okay, well, they do have the lasso, they do have the lash, they are playing for a little bit of that pick composition, so maybe those are going to be their priority targets. Maybe we do find the Lady Geist and try to eliminate her first, but that's kind of what Lady Geist wants. She wants those 1v1s we talk about all the time. She's a 1v1 specialist, so you're going to have to bring numbers, is what I'm saying. So yeah, you can bring the lasso, yoink her away, but then you're going to need the Infernus or the Warden to follow up, Binding Word, Last Stand, whatever, to take her down. Then your Victor's going to have those openings to get in there and be that distraction. That is what Victor does the best. He is the distraction. Everybody shoot me, look at me, I'm doing big damage.
Yeah.
But it's all just a farce. It's really the Infernus and the Warden who are peppering you from the back line, eliminating you. On the other side, I do want to highlight the Mirage real quick. Icy Rain, 5-0 on this character throughout the season. Another one that if you let through, he's going to be putting the hurting on. So less watermelons, I know you're trying to pick out some characters that maybe are stronger for these kind of levels or in good in the early lane, whatever. But when you are letting the other team get their best characters, their picks through, that's a little bit dangerous. So I don't know, just based on I'm a data guy. I love the data.
Yeah.
I'm liking the Groglodites right now just because they've got their comfort picks.
100%. I mean, it kind of got highlighted with the pocket ban. It's like, oh, well, you know, sometimes you get rid of the pocket picks, and then nearly all of them kind of fall into place to something that they're comfortable playing. And the Mirage has just been a problem for a really long time. It's almost annoying that when I think about M1 damage, I think Wraith, Infernus, Haze. I'm like, okay, those are the carries. Like, those guys do a lot. And then Mirage comes out of nowhere with this hand cannon. Little less ammo than everybody else, but so much damage. Also, is a pretty direct counter to the Infernus, right? That Infernus, there's obviously a couple of builds that you can play around, but if you're working towards that Flame Dash build and just trying to, you know, the floor is hot lava into these fights as you hit that concussive combustion, one Mirage Tornado immediately cancels your Flame Dash and then just puts Infernus kind of on an island for everybody else to tee off on, or for the Paradox to find a swap, whatever it may be. I'm excited for this one. I'm excited to see if it's a Viscous Victor lane, because you mentioned it, right? Victor, you're going to be hurting yourself. We hate to see it, Victor. Please stop doing it. However, if you can, lane somebody with them to help him out. And, you know, that aura of suffering inside the cube, that puts you in a pretty nice spot to where you're still, you know, wreaking havoc, but you're not damaging yourself. I actually don't know what how that works. I don't know if because it's self-inflicted damage, do you still take damage through the cube? That's going to be cool to see.
And that's the best thing, folks, right? We're students of the game. We're learning it right along with you, right? Like Tanner said, he was grinding game after game. I've been watching game after game, right? To just learn about it. There's still mechanics that we haven't seen yet. Interactions we don't even know. You don't even know. And that is why we love to see these iterations. This is something that I think is so wild about Deadlock right now, is that we are having recorded history, my friend. Since last August till now, we've seen the game evolve step by step, and it's all online for you to see to how it's been changing, which has never been done in the history, I feel like, of any game ever, which is awesome. But yeah, I don't know, maybe Aura of Suffering, put the cube on him, he's just kind of floating there in the jiggly jello and just damaged everybody, which would be absolutely bonkers.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And admittedly, I can't play Viscous. I love Viscous. I can't play it. It's such a high skill ceiling towards, like, in the early game, Viscous, A-okay. You don't have to do too much. Then you get in the late game where you really need some of that skill expression, where you're hitting those puddle punches. Your cubes are on point, so you're paying attention to everything on top of, you know, being efficient with your goo ball. But in my games, nobody plays the Viscous at all. So I have no idea what a lot of these interactions look like, right? Like even I've been toying around with Victor, but possible to put it on other heroes as well, or maybe even the Viscous picks it up. But the Scourge item, it's a tank shredder. It gets through your Lady Geist, it gets through your Kelvin, it gets through your Moe and Krill. But does the cube cancel it, right? Like, I don't know how some of those interactions work, but I think Victor and Scourge go really well together because you just want to be on top of the team. I mean, you can say the same with Moe, you can say the same with Lady Geist. I'm just excited to see Victor, man. I've been a Victor enjoyer for the past couple of days. Some of the other, I think, have we not seen anybody play? I don't think, did we see Mina yesterday at all?
We did.
Okay. I think maybe a little less than, because I know there was, Doorman was pulling bans. I know Doorman was being played. Paige was also getting into the mix. As I said earlier, Boon enjoyers, they added a drifter into their composition and then ended up reverse sweeping in their matchup and taking that one 2-1. So really everybody's getting a lot of love in terms of, our new heroes. And wow, we are already underway. So here we go out to the Cursed Apple Philly. We find ourselves the Groglodites, your Amber Hand, less Watermelons, the Sapphire Flame, and we are underway.
Oh, and I'm ready for this. I'm curious to see what the lane matchups are. And we're seeing the Victor and the Lash put together here, which could be very interesting. I'll be curious to see how that's going to go because they're really both not the best laners, I guess, right? Because Lash usually wants to partner with somebody who gets the pressure in the lane, then he can kind of flog people, go in for the initiation when they're least expecting it. And then also Victor's the same. He wants to be the front line. He wants to put the pressure on too. So maybe they're just going to play high aggro here. Very interesting to kind of see how that one plays out. We're seeing the Warden and the Holiday in the mid lane. That's a tried and true. So much spam damage. You put the barrels, you put the flasks, you get the pressure on, get that first Guardian down, make those rotations from there. And then in the opposite lane, we are seeing the Viscous and the Infernus. That makes sense. That's your hyper carry and your hyper support. Keep your carry safe, allow them to get the farm, scale throughout the game. Makes sense to me there. So I don't know. I'm liking the way that Less Watermelons have set this one up, but I'm going to be looking at that Victor Lash lane the most.
Yeah, I'm a little perplexed by that one as well. It's into the Moe and Krill Vindicta. Probably going to play a little safe. Maybe works in your favor a little bit if, that Moe and Krill is looking to get active. Because, yeah, right, your Lash and your Victor want to play in the face, right? Want to skirmish as much as possible and are relatively close range. But that range might escape them in the early game. Wacko Jacko. Never mind. I was going to say, I'm not saying names until we get things situated up top, and we are starting to get things situated. So Wacko Jacko on that Vindicta. Icy Rain, you mentioned it, right? On the Mirage. That's who we're seeing here. And I think we're expecting scary things from the Protector, the Jhin Protector in Mirage.
Absolutely. And just to go over the lane compositions for the Groglodites as well, I like the points that you made about the Moe and Krill and the Vindicta, right? It's really going to be hard for Moe and Krill. He's sort of like a melee character, right? Yeah, he has his gun, but he wants to get up close and personal, use his Scorn to Sandblast, etc. But he, against these two guys, going to be very difficult to do, but he's doing it so now.
And maybe looking to steal away the camps or at least fight for them. That is going to draw in Templar, Bean, and Wacko to try and punish both Barty and Satay. Hey, back up off of it, but that brings them right into the fight that they want to take. This Arctic Beam going to slow things down. Ice versus fire in this right lane, that Infernus and Kelvin. And the Arctic Beam, man, that thing, it catches up to you. At first, you're like, it's like a sickness or a pain where you're like, I could feel it, but I'll be all right. Like, I'll just sleep this off. It'll be fine. And then a couple of days later, you're like, man, I need to get this looked at. That's what the Arctic Beam feels like. You spend a little too much time in there and you got frostbite.
No doubt, and Kagi already extremely low there, getting poked out pretty heavily in that lane because he doesn't have his healing online just yet. And that's another lane I wanted to talk about, right? Because that's another hyper carry with hyper support kind of action. So it's really again about your technical skill, how you use your abilities effectively in terms of winning that lane out. And right now, it's Less Watermelons doing so. In the mid lane, another poke-heavy composition there with the Lady Geist and the Paradox. You put the time bombs, the essence bombs are just barraging the other side. You're trying to win the pressure in the lane to get that Guardian damage. They're losing out right now. You see a couple of hits on that Guardian so far, but they want to unlock this lane so that the Paradox can rotate, facilitate across the map, allow the Lady Geist to kind of sit there, absorb damage, absorb farm, and scale into the game. We're seeing some more action here in lane number 1. Everybody getting active across the map.
Yeah, Templar not worried about closing the distance. Again, any damage taken, healed up by the Scorn. Might still be getting active on that side of the map, getting chased down. Trying to sneak away there. Out towards the buff he'll go. Not much fight for that one. Sate, okay. Getting a little too crazy trying to chase the Mo and Krillin. Lash was so far out of the picture. Time bomb down. That's going to put Kitsune in a rough spot. Yeah, just no way out there for the cube. Once that one's used, down goes the goo.
And that's battle of the bridge buffs, right? As soon as that 5-minute mark hits, but now we have the combustion into the frozen shelter. Can the Galvin go down? No, the healing better than the fire, but he's still in trouble. Luckily, the reinforcements have arrived. As that skirmish goes on, the battle for the bridge buffs, it's usually where these teams are going to engage first. You saw everybody rotating off of their lanes. The Vindicta, you can see 4.6k. She had farmed like a mad person in that lane, got the assassinate online. Sate was not ready for it, took a headshot to the dome and was eliminated for that first blood. So well done here for lane number 1. They're winning it.
And Barty maybe biting off more than he can chew in this lane as another kill finds its way on through. Nico supplementing that one, and could quite possibly be another. That it will. Etiquette falls on the Warden. So this mid lane that got some early damage on the Guardian quickly punished on the backside, and the swap was used. However, Nico still has the life swap was used, I should say. The paradoxical swap still available for the Paradox. So she'll walk up, tried to deny, and unfortunately gets taken down underneath the Guardian. So giving souls over to Triple, but now can maybe play options with that swap, right? Still having that ultimate available means that anywhere around the map on Sapphire Flame side needs to be a little wary of this Paradox positioning.
And they're going to calm this. They're going to say, hey, Triple, just use Lasso on me. We're safe for a little bit. You can push up in the lane if you want. And it looks like Les Watermelons, they push up the lane and they get got on. The Warden eliminated Xavi on their best character, getting it done.
That feels a little strange. Etiquette just biting off more than he can chew. It was an interesting time wall. Nico didn't even put it in front of the Guardian. I thought, you know, Paradox, save your Guardian. It's about to go down. But that time wall just behind it. And pause here. We'll see. I'm sure the players will let us know. Unless production has turned off the chat or our observers, which I respect. But also, I don't. Okay, nice. We can see what's going on.
Yeah, and speaking of the production, I mean, these guys have been running the show for what seems like eon, and I always got to shout out my boy Kashi. He is the producer as well as the observer here for the game. He's doing double duty in the early morning shift. Well, him in Wales, I guess he's, 5-6 hours ahead, whatever it is, but he is doing the most work for us and for you all here on the A stream. So we got to always shout out the best in the business, my man. I want to talk a little bit more about what is going on here across the map. Nico was playing this Paradox yesterday, almost to perfection, and you can see him going heavy into the gun build here right now. He even has the backstab because he knows that when he does the swap, the people are turned around. He can get a couple quick shots in before they do their 360 and take the 1v1 in earnest. So it just shows how much of a kind of hyper carry or a lethal carry that he wants to be in that kind of position 3. You go Mirage, Vindicta, maybe it's Nico or Lady Geist, depending on who has the better lane. So yeah, really looking for him to facilitate. But then Templar Beam going full spirit on this guy. I mean, that is incredible work. Like, that means he really just wants to be the ability. Just, I'm gonna full send my kit. If I die, I die. But I know I'm a bullet sponge, and I'm just trying to put in the work, allow Vindicta the space to get what she wants in these matchups. So very interesting builds coming out from these squads. I'm looking on the other side here at the Les Watermelons. Not much to be talked about here. I think these are all pretty standard, color palettes for these heroes. We're seeing that Victor, my friend, going Vitality and Spirit. That's what we come to expect.
Yep, absolutely. So extra charge to make sure to start getting those heals coming back in. And early in the game, that heal, it's usually right around like a net positive 120 health. Obviously, you put yourself in an awkward position if you're using that in fights, but you do get increased regeneration, you get increased movement speed, so it kind of helps you stay a little sticky. I think that Templar being, not that the Vindicta doesn't already bring it to the table, but just that little extra burst early in the game for Mo and Krill is going to help get through this tanky walking corpse, right? That is Victor, or this what can be tanky. Now, however, ultimates have been online for some time, and we're seeing Javi get a little punished underneath the Guardian. The answer back once more. Guardian goes down. That pressure was there early from Triple and Etiquette, and this time they don't bite off more than they can chew. They just get right back out of dodge as the front line, the line of scrimmage, I mean, it has been shown getting aggressive as Fregman is going to get cubed up, not taken down just yet. We saw the tornado put an end to that flame dash. But again, they're right back to the line of scrimmage. They have set it at the stairs here in this Guardian, and they are putting the pressure on this Mirage lane.
And that's what we're talking about. They've been having the lane priority. A good parry there, and the Viscous is there with the goo ball to keep everybody, but it's a pinball machine in the frozen shelter. He's gonna be locking folks down there, but can the Infernus get the work done? That is the question. Looks like they'll exchange some blows, but back off for now.
And Tornado out to safety. Splatter. Puddle Punch can't find a whole lot more off of that one, so Icy Rain walks away from it healthy, courtesy of that, and a beautiful lasso from downtown underneath the Guardian. The parry just a moment too late, and Triple and Etiquette finally get some blood back in their hands after falling a couple of times here in this mid lane.
Yeah, it's that lasso. It's basically a guaranteed kill, especially this early on when you don't have all your items online. Just drag them under the Guardian. Another skirmish. This time it's the Death Slam. It's huge. Brings the Mo and Krill to bear, but he's like, I'm a Ursa. Boom. But he gets taken down. Sate with the charge. And finally, lane number one, they come out on top.
Yeah, finally they do it. I thought Barty maybe put himself in an awkward spot, using the Death Slam and then just having no room to work with for the ground strike right after means you lost a whole lot of your burst. Fortunately, while the Lash was getting, you know, that two-piece and a biscuit from the Mo and Krill, Sate was there to cook down the opponents. That Aura is suffering. Doing good work there. Meanwhile, mid lane, the action does not stop. Both Guardians have been taken, and that is going to clear things up now. Ooh. Beautiful shot there from Wacko Jacko. Sate trying to sneak away in the quick scopes. Too much. Wacko Jacko happy to have some extra souls off the back end of that assassination. And now plays can be made elsewhere, right? We're seeing this Holiday work their way into this lane one. Paradox headed the opposite direction, and Templar being a little too far forward.
Oof, yeah, he took a couple of shots there. He probably did not want to and goes down for it. But I love the rotation there from Triple. Knowing that they won the lane, he was able to move out there, facilitate that first engagement, and then facilitate that second. But they recognized that Groglodite, so they were able to get the Guardian down. There's always action happening, folks. Can't call every single thing, but Icy Rain finally gets himself on the board. We're still going at it. Lane number one, over the urn. That's where the contestant comes.
It's almost like we need... the amount of times that my games get paused, we need some of that in this just so we can talk about everything that's happening, right? Hey, a fight just ended. Somebody hit that pause button. I want to talk about what I had seen from Kitsune Joel in playing the cube was almost for sure going to die, and we saw the reposition coming out from Nico. I'm going to hold this stop because, again, we fight once more, taking to the skies. Wacko Jacko, and man, the crack shots, the head shots, a little too strong. Triple sits down that Vindicta. 8,800 souls on the Vindicta, and that is courtesy of the assassination, right? Getting extra souls. Meanwhile, Triple and Etiquette, almost 10k both respectively, as things get active just around the urn. Not giving up the urn just yet. Kagi gonna hang on to it. Will eventually, no, not let that one slip away. He's just playing keep away behind the Guardian. They go so close to the turn, and there hasn't been a great response. There's only 2 members here for the Sapphire Flame. And there's the pause that we asked for.
And the pause we may need. Yeah, it's a quick skirmish here around the urn. A couple of ultimates baited out here by the side of Kagi. So the combustion not there. The last stand expended as well. So you're just playing a little bit of that keep away, like, no, you can't catch me kind of thing. But they don't have the resources to then actually score the touchdown here, Fred. I mean, it's just the Mo and Krill and the Calvin, both the supports, really. They won't feel comfortable standing in the turn-in spot long enough. But I love that the pressure that Les Watermelons is putting on lane number one. They know they got to keep this Vindicta under wraps. So bring the pressure, bring the numbers there to that lane, get the Guardian down, And now, because Groglites are going for the earn objective instead, they're like, okay, free map space for us. We're going to put pressure on your walker. And with 2 members down, what are you going to do? I mean, do you go let the earn? Do you go try to protect your walker? I would say protecting the walker might be a better move here, because at this early in the game, you cannot lose that map pressure, because you're always going to have to send somebody to that side of the map to protect your base. So very good play here from the side of Les Watermelons, really controlling the tempo of the game thus far.
Yeah, put in a really tough spot. Having the earn, possibly giving up their walker. We see Icy Rain makes his way on over. Nico going to try and supplement this one to stop the 3 players pushing this one down. It'd be great to have another flex slot available. I guess your first flex slot available. They're still chasing that as that Guardian stands out on lane 3. In the earn, they've given it up. So they defend, right? Groglites defend their walker. In doing so, Kagi saying, I'm taking too much damage from this earn. I've got to put it down. So respect across the board paid on both sides. A really good response to the earn by Les Watermelons.
And I think that's the perfect move there from Groglites. They still take a lot of damage on that Guardian. It's about 1/3 health. So, you'll take that as Les Watermelons, especially you didn't lose anybody on the retreat. You can still see 3 members there. And now Vindicta's picked up the earn. They're going to be looking to turn it in.
Oh, and that's the ult that I was looking for, right? Find the angle on the frozen shelter, and they do so successfully. Kitsune Joe trying to get into the mix there on the Viscous, but unfortunately gets locked out and didn't bring his keys to the frozen shelter. So earn turn in from Groglites. They defend their walker. They finally get that earn. Now they're back on the defense once more. The pressure from the Watermelons has not let up in lane 1.
Absolutely not. And the soul disparity is very close, only 2,000, but it's just the overall map pressure that the Les Watermelons are doing, which is really winning the game. And here's Victor being the frontline menace we know he can be, dives right under the walker. He doesn't even care.
And Aura Suffering gets pretty good damage onto the structures as well, onto the objectives. Ultimate used, however, so he will be reanimated. Down goes the walker, so a flex slot available. And yeah, this 60k, this 70k net souls for these teams, it starts to feel a little better when you can piece together more items as these flex slots start to come online. Speaking of items, 3,700 souls for Wacko Jacko. What's this guy saving up for?
That's a good question. A good tier 3. We've been seeing Curse, Slowing Hex, things of that nature, but it doesn't seem like he's even building into Spirit, so might go for a tier 3 weapon item instead. So we'll see what they elect to do, but they've been facilitating Wacko. He got the earn turn in. He's been getting a couple of those assassination shots, so really going to be looking for, maybe saves up for a tier 4. I think that's maybe a little bit greedy because they are behind right now, especially from the macro sense. So definitely might want to go for a tier 3 just to help accelerate him a little bit more. But I love the way that Les Watermelons are playing this game. They're using their pieces effectively, having forethought about what they're doing in the game. If we bring numbers here, they have to respond, which means we can sneak over here, take a little bit of chip damage on the tower. They're moving and shifting across the map to find these little micro advantages, which is excelling them to where they are now in their soul lead, almost 10k at this point, like you mentioned. So now a skirmish in the mid lane. Everybody's grouping up here, it seems.
And it leaves mid lane into the alleyways to go. Wacko Jacko sitting on the souls and punished for it. Was not able to go back and to purchase what they were hoping to get just yet. So that's good timing for Les Watermelons, picking another good fight. Maybe unbeknownst to them, right, that Wacko Jacko's sitting on that many souls. But hey, if you're going to fight, how about you fight before that Vindicta buys another big item? Sate, I thought maybe was going to look to grab that buff up top, but we'll let it go by the wayside for somebody else. That was, this is a 10,000 soul lead for Les Watermelons after losing the earn, right? So they're macro playing the structures around the map, getting all of the Guardians, getting the one Walker. It's put them in a really good spot. And although they're probably not bottlenecked this early, I'm going to hold that thought. Good swap. Kitsune has the goo ball available, is going to jump into the cube. Time ball comes down, goo ball right afterwards, and those resistances not enough to keep you alive, and a big bag dropped inside the room.
I would have liked to see some discipline there from Kitsune. You know your life is forfeit. They expended an ultimate. Don't give them anything more. The MOBAs at the end of the day are a resource game. Your economic resources as well as your ability resources. That's the goo ball. Yes, it has a quicker cooldown, but maybe you're going to need it in the next fight. So hold on to that, knowing your life is forfeit at that point. Something I'm seeing here from the Mo and Krill is no stacks on his combo, which means he's not really been getting into the game. They haven't found the fights that they want to find, the Groglodites, because they've always been on the back foot here. So definitely a very difficult position to be, especially as a Mo and Krill. You want to be as beefy as possible to protect the rest of your team. I believe we did see a urn turn in a little bit before as you were speaking, Tanner, and I think that went to the watermelons as well. So it's a 1-for-1 so far in that neutral objective, just accelerating their farm. But it's still anybody's game here. It's just the Groglodites. How did they disrupt the flow of less watermelons? What can they do to get into the flow chart that they want to be in? They have to take a fight and win it. There's still Guardian on the map. They need to get this one down in lane 1 to unlock that flex slot.
Yeah, I'm getting into the mix. Nico, a little too aggressive. Swap comes on through inside the frozen shelter, and this does not feel good for Saute, but look at the health coming back. Ultimate popped once more. What more can you find? The walking zombie just trying to get something done. Javi goes down. Templar Bean also to fall in the skirmish in the right lane. And Nico fights off way more than he can chew. From swap to death, he's getting run down. Kitsune Joel trying to get his just desserts. Maybe a little bit of revenge there from the Viscous. Nico does seem to have snuck away for now. Out comes the Crane game unneeded as Kagi falls. And just when things were looking good for the Groglodites, just as they got themselves a comeback urn to tie things up, I mean, the lead swings heavily back in favor of less watermelons. And, I mean, Kitsune's just been on the chase, right? So it's been 5 players to make that 13,000 soul lead resurface for the Sapphire Flame.
And the Watermelons read that play like a book. They knew that the Guardian was going to be the next objective, right? So they can get that flex slot. Okay, let's bring our certain numbers, our good combination of 3 characters. So in the game of Deadlock, yes, you have your team composition as a whole, the whole 6. But it's how do you break those up into micro teams? When we take a 3v3, when we take a 2v2, are these all going to work in synergy? And like we talked about, the Victor Viscous working to perfection there. They had a little bit of damage to get the job done. They worked through that frozen shelter, like we mentioned in our pregame show, and they were able to hold on to defense. Not only that, get a walker on the other side. Groglodites, they're reeling now.
Yeah, Triple gets punished. I believe that lasso on cooldown as well just came off as he died, so no real opportunities to steal somebody away before the fight. State gonna make sure etiquette stays in play. So 1-for-1 across the map, all things said and done. I mean, Lady Geist is a very scary hero, but when that life swap is on cooldown, the vulnerabilities start to shine through.
For sure, and my friend, we were talking about in the draft, Victor versus Lady Geist, who's going to come out on top, and it's going to be the Victor. Victor is the victor in that one, especially with the soul exchange off the grid. Now, it's about what do the Watermelons do here? They have the map control. They've been choking out the jungle. They've been winning the economic game. Do they wait for this next urn at the 20-minute mark and go for something? Does Slash get picked out here? So many questions to be answered, but right now, they're the ones in the driver's seat.
And Barty finds himself in an awkward spot, just, a little too early to the buffs there, so gonna work his way around the map, find some crates, and then maybe look to go back to it. Meanwhile, Ultimate's starting to come back online for less watermelons. Lasso available for triple. Will also start to posture for the buffs. Spots out Kagi, who has that frozen shelter. And I mean, target precedence, very important with that lasso, right? Who can we grab? Who can we continue to lock down? If we do not kill them in the lasso, who's going to be the easiest to keep at bay? When you look across the board, it's pretty tough to choose, right? Who is your lasso target? I think you're hoping to get Nico maybe 10 times out of 10.
That or the Vindicta, I think, because that's the bulk of your damage right now. Finally, the combo coming through here for the big boy. The Bean getting bigger, gets a stack online, but you used an ultimate for that. I think you'll take it every day. The Vindicta in trouble here now.
And see, this is the... I thought Vindicta would be a little slipperier, so maybe you're right. It will be Wacko Jacko to get picked out every time, if possible. Barty makes good on that commitment to find the kill onto the carry. So we continue to trade, 1-for-1, not a whole lot going on. It comes in an awkward time for less watermelons because every urn thus far after the first has been a comeback urn. And without triple just not feeling too fit for the fight, so they'll hand over another urn. And this will swing souls a bit closer for the Groglodites, still trailing at just about 10K. The mid walker stands, and this is arguably one of the harder walkers to get down, right? On the outside, rotations happen pretty quickly into this mid lane, so Groglodites being able to defend for now. And I was talking about the chokehold that you feel when you don't have flex slots, and you know, at a certain point in the game, having a bunch of flex slots doesn't really matter outside of the souls you're getting as we go inside the frozen shelter turned tomb. So they offer that ultimate up. Combo just about online as well for Templar. Let's see if he looks to use it here against Sate, who cooks his way through the defense here. Underneath the walker he'll go. Coggies goes down. Sandblast just to try and stop the peppering coming out from your Infernus. And combo still available, but just not a great opportunity for Templar Bean to get in there and use it. 700 HP is not where you want to be. Finally on the backside, he'll find it. Barty, 1-2, and the Biscuit will get taken down, but it's everybody on Groglodites to get punished for that one. The Walker falls, the flex slots aplenty, and there's a small answer on the backside, but this right here is, I mean, sure, for Groglodites, you're happy to give that one up if you're less watermelons.
And it's right into the mid-boss for the Sapphire Flame. They're going to take down this alien. But I love this from Les Watermelons, and this is what the Victor does. He just runs at you. He's the distraction. So you're like, well, we got to run away. We got to kite him. Maybe we shoot him. Maybe we use an ability. But while you're thinking about that, you're not dedicating your brain space to think about the other 5 members and what they're trying to do with you. And so then they're able to get into the back line, take down the members one by one. I mean, and they expended some of their key ultimates just to take down the Viscous, and the Viscous is happy to give their life for the Frozen Shelter and some of the other ultimates that were utilized against him. Then from there, they roll right onto the Walker, who was already pretty low to begin with, and they take it down. So the Les Watermelons working that fight really, really well. Something I haven't really seen too much yet of is Icy Rain on this Mirage. Hasn't been able to find the right way to engage here, because normally he wants to be in the back line, throwing the Scarabs, throwing those shots in, getting the Digin stacks. He just hasn't felt comfortable here because of the Victor, because of Kitsune, because of the Lash. Remember, Barty, the kill leader overall in the EU Season 1 with 111 kills, so he's been looking to get active, and he has thus far in this game, kill after kill, solo after solo. He's really been making them play scared the Troglodytes, and that way, they're not playing their game.
Yeah, when that Lash gets ahead, it feels pretty bad, right? There was a world where Lash was kind of falling off, was stronger in the early game, and then ultimately just became an alt bot, deeper as the game goes on. But, you know, 25,000 souls on Barty, 2-1-12. That feels pretty darn good. You know, facilitating 12 kills, I guess 14 kills for the squad. Kill leader, sure, but it looks like Barty can kind of do it all and is A-okay to toss over some of these kills towards the squad and still supplementing with all of the damage that Lash brings to this one.
I mean, that's 2/3 of the kills, right? I mean, 14 out of 21, that's insane participation. That means he's flying like Spider-Man across Manhattan right now. Look at the map, though, my friends. There's not a single jungle camp basically to be consumed. It's just been choked out here by the watermelons, really looking like weeds in the garden, zapping all of the resources. Now they are looking to siege the base. They have the resources to do it. All the ultimates are checked up for them. It's just about how they layer them. It's a good swap there from Nico. Can they find the elimination?
Yeah, having to siege the front lines. This is where things get a little difficult. Triple taken down. That's one of the rejubes used. Into the mix they go underneath the base Guardians, and they're just taking the fight right on the inside. Gooball comes on through. Kitsune looking to be a wrench because of combustion. Gonna force all of the Ember Hand back into their spawn, but 2 members go down, make it 3 to fall as they do so. So on the retreat, they fall down. Coggy just thrown right back into the mix. No frozen shelter to stay alive, and an awkward spot to be in. Javi, the only one alive here, as they set their eyes on the shrine now to the patron. This will cut the death timers in half, but they're still pretty long death timers. Down to 10 seconds we go. I thought maybe closer to the 15-20 range might be enough for just a moment of breathing room for the Groglodites, but you have to assume, Philly, right? This one all but done, nearing a 30,000 soul deficit, unless Watermelons are just going to stick around to end it.
Yeah, they're full sending this. They don't care if they have any ultimates on the board. They know they've got ammos in the clip, so they're just going to be shooting this patron. They want to take this game number 1, and they've done so in a very tactical and clean fashion. They even get some kills on the back end. Let's go, Watermelons. They're going to clutch this up.
I mean, it's scrappy. Hold on. Frozen Shelter. Kagi trying to hang on. All the rejuves have been expended. The patrons so incredibly low, but they get erased.
The Frozen Shelter massive to sustain just that much more. Keep the patron alive. Oh my goodness.
No, Satte's going to end it.
No way, Tanner.
Surely not. Surely not. If he gets in there with the Aura of Suffering, it feels pretty darn good. However, he needs the health to do it. Hops into the pit. Satte on his own will get it done. Oh.
No way. No way. I mean, these are the things that we are living for in this new 6-hero patch. What can this character do? What boundaries can we push? And with a sliver of health, he gets it done. The Aura of Suffering makes the patron go down. The victor, kamikaze in the end. Less Watermelons, they take game number 1.
Wow, and I think everybody a little surprised with that. When you just look at the score lines for these teams coming into it, Groglodites seeming to be the favorites, and I think even they were caught a little off guard. Also, hey, the victor, it looked pretty darn good in the games yesterday. Victor wasn't finding success. It was actually Groglodites who played against it, I believe, yesterday, but Satte made it look pretty darn good.
Yeah, I mean, 7 kills, 9 assists, player damage at the highest. I mean, this guy full sending it at people and making the Amber Hand uncomfortable, disrupting the flow of the Droglodites, which is what we were talking about. If they can't play their game, then you're winning, right? And so the victor definitely the cause of that, and Barty as well. I mean, we highlighted this guy, but look at there at the end, the assist leader with 19, racking them up as well. And then the Warden, we didn't really talk about it, but in that final base assault, the Kitsune ran in with the goo ball, followed up by Satte with the Aura of Suffering. That they actually split the team in two. 2 of the members went off towards the shrine, and then the Warden just took them down at the last stand, eliminated them both immediately, took down the shrine, rotated, got the other shrine because of that distraction squad. That's what we were talking about. Look at me, look at me. Nah, the big threat is actually the Warden and the Infernus in the backline. So a great strategy coming out here from the Watermelons. Well done from them.
Yeah, they do get a little, what seemed like, I guess, all said and done, Satte makes that hero play. He gets his last hero round to get it in there, end it. But they were biting off a little more than they can chew. I thought the death timers would be a little bit longer after taking down tier 1 patron. They put it in the pit, and Groglodites put up a pretty darn good fight through 2 rejuves, right? So they had 2 extra rejuves. They also had to get through Victor's ultimate, right? So what is that, 9 lives? I guess 10 lives technically, because they popped the rejuve onto Holiday just moments before that on triple. So yeah, things got a little dicey there at the end. And it sounds like the players want to just get right on into the next one, Philly, which means less Watermelons are saying we don't want to give Groglodites time to kind of step away, you know, get a bird's eye view of this one to see what went wrong. We just want to keep this momentum moving forward.
Yeah, and I think if both teams agree to it, then that works, I think, in favor of the Watermelons, because the Troglodytes, they're reeling a little bit. They're like, what do we do? How do we get around this Victor? Do we ban it first? And that means this guy's going to be left open, etc. So very difficult for them. I think what happened with their composition is there wasn't enough catch that was safe, right? If you're going in with the combo, that's it. You're warp stoning in, and then you're like, okay, well, if we get him, we get him, but I'm probably dying. And you're like, well, that feels kind of bad. A 1-for-1 trade does not always feel the best. So then the Paradox will swap, kind of the same thing. Yeah, you're swapping somebody in, but you're putting yourself in an awkward spot where you maybe are into the enemy team now. How do I get away? How do I stay safe? So yeah, they had some of those tools, but couldn't stay safe in the end, and thus they fell right over and they lose game number 1. Less Watermelons, they're knocking on the door. They want to go to the finals.
Yep, that they are. The winner of this one will find themselves in the finals. The loser of this one will find themselves in that 3rd, 4th place matchup. That will be streamed, so you'll still be able to catch that one. So don't go anywhere just yet. I believe that one will be joining us here. If you're wondering, what's going on? I just got here, and these guys are still talking. Caster starts the game. Well, we did just finish game 1. We've got game 2 on the horizon. And if you're thinking, well, this is too much for me, and I always mute the desk segments anyways, maybe you can go catch some of the action on the B stream at Death Slam events. We do have some games going on there, and you can see who will be joining one of these two teams in the grand finals and who will be joining one of these two teams in that 3rd, 4th place decider. I do want to give some love over to Kitsune, Joel, because although the Viscous was put in positions where you're like, man, don't use the goo ball, like just concede it, keep that later. Kitsune was doing enough, and maybe it's just the Viscous pick as a whole, because you could have 1 soul on Viscous. It would feel awful. Okay, maybe you have enough souls to max out your cube, but you could have, say, 10k souls. We'll leave it there. That seems like a fair number to be really far behind, but still have your cube in a good spot to where, oh no, this Viscous is a problem. Kitsune was buying so many resources. Like, souls aside, Kitsune was purchasing ultimates from the Groglodites and saying, I might have stuck my neck out a little too far, but you just used a swap on me. You just used a combo on me. You just used a frozen shelter on me. How many times do we see the frozen shelter onto the goo ball? Kitsune dies early, sure, but then less watermelons are like, all right, well, now that just laid out the red carpet for us.
Yeah, that resource game, right? How am I zapping your resources so I can win the fight a little bit later? And that is one of the things that Viscous does because of his sustain through the goo ball, through his cube, all those resources you talked about. So yeah, they got that pick early, right before that base event on Kitsune, but they utilized the frozen shelter, and I believe one other ultimate to do so. So then they're down 2, and those were kind of their big pick, team fight ultimates. You get 1 for it, and it's the support. The other thing is that they use the goo ball almost like a wrecking ball, like we talked about in that final fight, where you're just full sending it at one team, and they didn't have any counter initiation. So if you're running at me with 3, you're running at me with the Lash and the Victor and the Viscous. What am I going to do to stave off that advance? I don't have a last stand, don't have a concussion combustion, don't have a death slam, don't have some of those tools to push you back. Okay, free space for me, that's going to win me games. And so I think on the back of that, Kitsune really causing that havoc with the goo box that makes you question, do I run? Do I get stunned up? What happens? At that point, you've already lost. You're getting shot down. You're getting eliminated. So yeah, Kitsune, definitely a highlight player in this one, did a really good job. Yeah.
Even again, coming off the back end, obviously we talked about Barty and what Barty meant for the squad. Etiquette and Triple played a really interesting mid lane where they were kind of just having this forward aggression, getting damage on the Guardian. They were actually first to take their Guardian. And then once both mid Guardians went down, I feel like that's really when the game opened up, and then less watermelons were starting to pull ahead, right? Where do Triple and Etiquette go versus where is this Paradox and Lady Geist going? And, well, the Warden and the Holiday got a little bit more done. So we jump on into the next draft here. No changes as we jump on in. Groglodite still on the Amber Hand. Less watermelons, your Sapphire Flame. However, changes to the draft. Warden banned away. Etiquette not going to be piloting that one.
I'm glad you said that guy's name because I had no idea how to pronounce that.
I know, yeah. Some of them, I'm like, I don't know, man. It's like Etiquette, isn't it?
That's what I thought you were saying at first. Then I was like, wait a minute. I was going to call him IDK, but that's not right. All right, Etiquette, good for you, pal. No Warden in this one, which I think is fine, right? A really good carry. Great at controlling space, good in the lane, all through 3 stages of the match. Yeah. Fantastic character, whatever, take him off the board. This Pocket, once again, being the first off the charts. It's very interesting that you're taking this guy off. I mean, he's got some great strengths, but also got a lot of exposable vulnerabilities at the same time. So it's like, is this something you're really going to go for? It could just be a throwaway ban, so you leave everything else open. I don't think that's the case for these players. Just still interesting to see the Pocket eliminated. And then Groglodites, Wacko Jacko, once again, saying Vindicta, give it to me.
Yeah, Vindicta, it looked pretty good in the early game, right? Especially alongside the Mo and Krill. Definitely felt like it was finding some tread to get moving forward. Eventually kind of met by what felt like the unkillable lane in the Victor Lash. Meanwhile, no Yamato ban means less Watermelon's going to scoop that one up, and they will pair that nicely with the Holiday. Maybe not in lane, but the Holiday looked pretty darn good, and Yamato, historically, has always looked pretty darn good.
And Sate is a Yamato player. He played it yesterday, and if it's any similar, indication of what was happening in game number 1 about how lethal they are, Yamato, another character that just jumps right on you and takes you down in a bursty fashion, right? So very difficult. And then the Holiday, probably going to go on triple again. I wouldn't be surprised to see these two matched up in the mid lane. Lots of that spirit poke like we talked about, and then allows one of them to rotate. So we could see it, not saying you can't, but you never know. On the other side, the Groglodites going with the Infernus, kind of changing their draft strategy. Maybe let's lock down our carries first and then build the team off of that. And then they lock down the Abrams. I love this. Vindicta Abram lane, one of my favorite lanes, right? Hunter and the Hound, like we talked about. And it's that front line that we need. The little bit of extra sustain, a little bit of that pushback, some space control there that the Abrams provide. So I'm really liking that pickup here.
Yeah, able to supplement really well, too, on top of that concussive combustion. Abrams just creates a lot of opportunities. I always love this conversation because coming from the world of other MOBAs, League of Legends, stuff like that, for me, I'm like, okay, well, there's a top laner, so you've got like your bruisers, and then you have your junglers and your mid lane, and you have your carries and your supports. And this game kind of throws all of that out the window, and it kind of, I'm not as familiar with Dota, which I heard you talking about, I think like position 3 and position this, which I know is a Dota thing. I don't know how that, or if that kind of directly translates towards what we have going on here in Deadlock, where it's less of like, hey, it's a hard roll, but I will tell you that this guy has some pretty good pick potential, and I will tell you that this guy's got some pretty good consistent damage, and this guy, he's going to take some space for you, right? It's almost like leaning into that shooter world where it's like, hey, in these fights, we need to take space or else we're just going to get run over, or we're not going to get the objective done.
For sure. And in terms of the position rankings, right, it's really about who you're dedicating the farm to. Your position 1 wants to get the most farm. You want to accelerate them. They're your hyper carry, whatever. You're right in the fact that Deadlock throws those conventional ideas out the window in terms of roles, right? There's no hard support or hard this. But position-wise, you do want to be like, we want Wacko Jacko to have the most souls because they can do the most damage. So in terms of that hierarchy, that does still make sense a little bit. But speaking of the draft, we're getting into the ban phase number 2, and we're seeing 2 initiators taken off the board here, both the Lash and the Paradox, which is leaving the Groglodites a little bit lacking here.
Yeah.
How are they going to get these displacement? Do they go for the Bebop? When I was doing my research yesterday, not really any Bebop players there for the Groglodites, but maybe here with their backs against the wall, they take it out.
Yeah, I'm wondering, it almost forces the hand to, like, okay, now you have to play a Warpstone, Mo and Krill, maybe, right, to find that lockdown. I'm trying to rack my brain for if I feel like any of the new heroes, which I'm really not expecting the Groglodites to dive into. Billy with the chains, kind of, is that pick potential, that initiator. But there it is, that Mo and Krill supplemented alongside the Viscous. So the Viscous now for Groglodites means they've got that get out of jail free card. So we'll see how well that one gets piloted to make sure that the Vindicta is not just getting chased down. There's a little less we hate you Vindicta on the side of less Watermelons. Like, you still have the lasso, and then that's like a little far-fetched. The Yamato obviously can go ahead and hit that strike and take that fight to the skies. But, barring any of that, Viscous coming through makes a very safe Groglodite squad as Hayes snuck into the mix. I'm assuming it's because Infernus is gone and we need some pew-pew, but Hayes is an anomaly. Hayes is a weird pick, it feels like.
Yeah, especially when there's the Wraith, there's the 7 on the board as well. 7. I mean, yeah, I know you love the 7.
I like
you
the 7,
it pretty
man.
hard.
It creeps up on you, man. You don't expect it.
Sure do. However, based on what these characters play, like we were talking about in draft number 1, sometimes it's about that comfortability. How many games do I have in this character? How many hours? Fregty Man, however you say that guy's name, you're the expert on those. A Hayes player, really good at this character, understands the kit inside and out. So you're going to want to make them feel comfortable. Played the Infernus last game, now playing the Hayes. GTO on the other end. Interesting. This guy's been getting a lot of hate right over the last couple of months, but in these last August month, where the patches have come out, 6 years have come out, whatever, has been seeing a resurgence. Not everybody's been playing him. Some people are still figuring him out, but people are bringing him to bear. They're showing what he can do with the Owl, with some of that poke damage he provides in lane. So curious to see what the Hunter gets done in this one. And then as the final pick here for the side of Groglodites, they do wrap it up with the Wraith. What I'm liking from this composition here is the mobility that they have. If you know that the Watermelons are going to go for this kind of catch style, or they're going to lasso you, sleep dagger you, jump on top of you with a grappling hook, whatever it is, how do we run away? How do we run away and not get ourselves picked off and then be able to regroup and come back into the engagement as a full squad? Everybody in this roster has some way to run, right? Vindicta, or maybe the little less so, she's got the flight, but I mean, if she's protected well by the Moan Krill, the Abrams, whatever, she'll be fine. But everybody else here, they've got some mode of mobility.
Yeah, really good side lane potential for Groglodites, where you can, if you're talking about, I'm assuming P1 is going to get a lot of farm, and P2 is going to get a little less than P1. I would say, right, there's your P1 and P2. Wraith in a side lane, Infernus in a side lane. Everybody else just protect middle and let these guys farm up. And then, like you mentioned, you know, should anybody try and get dicey in the side lane with them, you've got the Flame Dash to get away. You've got the Project Mind to sneak away. What I like about the Grey Talon here is a full Spirit Grey Talon just rips through anybody, really, with 3, maybe a 4th charged shot. And Vindicta is unfortunately a shell of what she used to be in terms of mobility after using Take Flight. So taking to the skies, she's not as mobile as she was before. And I think the Grey Talon is a good response to, if you're up in the air and you're not dashing around, you're not sliding, you're not wall jumping, that makes you a pretty easy target for me to send a couple of charge shots your way. And I guarantee you it's not going to take as many as it would take the Moan Krill to go down, right? 1 or 2 of those, and Vindicta's going to be thinking, man, I need to get out of the fight.
Absolutely. And the more that I'm thinking about it, and some of the points that you brought up here as well, the Grey Talon is making a little bit more sense to me, because the Guided Owl can do the chase for you. Right? Like, if these guys are running away, they use the card trick with the sword charge, whatever, and they're low health, Guided Owl right after them. Boom. Get the kill, get the stacks.
Yeah.
Then there's also some of that poke game. Who has the longer range? Vindicta's got a pretty long range, but Grey Talon also can shoot from range. So you kind of have that poke battle of who's got the better lines of sight. And I think Grey Talon versus the Vindicta, they're kind of evenly matched. Maybe Vindicta a little bit more, but Grey Talon can keep pace in that regard. So I'm actually, as this last pick in the draft to kind of glue it together, I'm kind of liking it. The only problem I have with this is I think the Groglodites scale better into the late game should they get there. If it's sort of like the previous game where Watermelons just full send it, they run at them, they make Groglodites play scared, they run it in through the mid game and they win it that way, Groglodites won't be able to come online. But if it gets to that 25-30 minute mark, great. That's where the hyper carry comes in. The Vindicta with their stacks and their acceleration through their soul gathering, that can really come online. So it's going to be the mid game for me that's going to be this contention point between these two squads.
Yeah, I could see a world where this game looks a little more hectic, right? Because they don't have necessarily that conventional frontline goo ball warden who kind of say, we're okay to play this fight. It's like old school. All right, we play our drums, we get on the line, we load our muskets, we're going to shoot at you, you shoot at us. What they've got now is like Lady Geist, who's happy to be there, and then a Yamato who is definitely going to be on the front lines. But when somebody gets hit with the chains, it's not, okay, we're 10 toes down, let's fight. It's almost like, whoa, I need to get out of here. And that's going to force the fight to maybe sneak into some of these alleyways. It's going to force, Groglodites trying to pull that Yamato away from the rest of the squad. So I think it might put things in an awkward situation as we get into the mid-late game, especially in the team fights, where Grey Talon's going to need to be really smart about getting the damage off early before Groglodites can scatter like the cockroaches to try and split the fight up into awkward situations. Or same thing with the Haze, right? Where you would love to have this, again, line of scrimmage, let's just fight because I'm going to dance through it. But there's a world where there might be a little too much craziness. It might be a little too hectic for less Watermelons, with Yamato trying to run people down, Groglodites just trying to get away from it all. And now your Haze solo ulting 1 or 2 people, maybe that Moan Krill, Abrams, whatever it may be. So I think we could be in for, I mean, the last game was pretty darn hectic. We could be in for a bit more of a scattered game as we get later into this one.
Oh, for sure. I mean, this is going to be a game of cat and mouse, hide and seek. I know some of the mods in the Death Slam channel, we've been playing it. Which, as a reminder, join the channel, right? Join our Discord and buy some freaking merch because that stuff is awesome. But it is going to be a cat and mouse game. The Watermelons are going to be looking for picks because, as you mentioned, my friend, they don't really have a front line. They don't have any tanky boys or girls on their team, so it's going to be very difficult for them to take these engagements, these 6v6s in earnest. So they're going to be looking to take off these pickoffs first and then roll that into an objective. So look around those timings. Maybe at 4 minutes and 30 seconds, they look for a pick so they can go for the earn for free. Or on the other side, the Troglodytes have a lot of these single target ultimates like the telekinesis and the shoulder charge and the combo, whatever, to lock single people down as the counter engage. So as the Watermelons look to jump on them, they know they have something to protect themselves and turn the fight around. So it's going to be that interplay between these individual tiny teams like we were talking about in game number 1. That's going to be the difference maker here in game number 2. So very interesting, complex, intertwining matchups going into this one.
Yeah, and we are underway. Game 2, the side still the same. Groglodites, your Amber Hand. Less Watermelons, your Sapphire Flame. We're underway. Vindicta out to the left side once more. It will be that Vindicta Abrams lane that we were expecting.
Oh.
And Kagi goes down early. Felt a little unkillable on that Kelvin until the late game. But here on the big goo, unfortunately, first blood.
That was like at 1 minute and 30. That's absolutely insane. But yeah, I do want to highlight this lane in lane number 3. It's that, once again, that spirit poke. We're seeing, I believe it is the Ivy and the Geist, right? A lot of damage to Kitsune bombs, Essence bomb, that barrage kind of tactic is what we're seeing over there. Groggy stepping up, playing a little bit too aggressive. Just gets pelted with a bunch of bullets. He's got to play a little bit safer here in this game number 2 to protect Xavi on the Wraith because she needs time to scale. So be patient with it. Allow her that time. In the mid lane, though, we are seeing the Holiday and the Yamato like we predicted in the draft, right? A ton of spirit damage poke once again. The Watermelons, they know they need to have a good early game so they can roll into the mid game where the skirmish fights are more in their favor, win that outright, roll those into objectives to get the map pressure, and then close the game out from there. So look, that's what they're trying to do in these lanes. Get that heavy damage, get those early Guardians quickly. Then lane number 1, Fox and the Hunter and the Hound. We know that from the Abrams and Vindicta, but it's the Viscous and the Haze and the Grey Talon rather that I'm curious about. It's going to be more of a support Haze here. Scale quickly into the Spirit Dagger, slow people up to allow those shard shots to connect, maybe get a trap onto them too, and then go in for the Bullet Dance. So I like this combination between these two characters coming into this one.
Yeah, and that trap, right, is something that we didn't talk about, where just like the Abrams is looking to take space in the fight, that trap from Grey Talon facilitates so much space because nobody wants to get caught in that one. Getting silenced, really taking your gun out of the fight. So a well-placed Spirit Shackle from Barty could really turn things around as aggression abound, life drain onto the big goo. Kagi under fire once more. Good puddle punch in that parry. A little ill-advised. Doesn't find too much off the back end. Kitsune now on the run, and I mean, okay, toss out an Essence Bomb while you're sitting on 100 HP. Etiquette, not too worried, still able to supplement some covering fire for the squad. But that means that this front line moves on up, make it 5 HP here. Etiquette's got to get a dodge, needs to sneak around it. Heavy melee to get away in the healing right to get things headed back in the right direction for less Watermelons.
And I love that. That is what they wanted to say. Bend, don't break. Allow them to go onto your tower and then strike. Here we go. Now in earnest. One goes down here. It's Sate. The parry is good there, but it's just a Yamato and the Dream knows they have to get out of this one. They do so effectively, but one down here in the mid.
And Concussive Combustion used their combo, maybe coming up just a second too late, not able to lock down. That would have been the moment, right, to try and get ahead of Triple. Now the Yamato has the Shadow Transformation available, which means any CC that you try and place on this pick gets a whole lot harder. Actually, gets impossible because of that ultimate being online. So a missed opportunity there for Nico and Icy Rain in that mid lane.
Yeah, tough, but they do get one, so they'll take that just to stem the bleeding a little bit there. I do want to talk about this haze once again, as we were panning across, did go for the reactive barrier first, which allows you to get some of that stamina back, gives you a barrier if you're slept, chained, mobilized, whatever. Knowing that there's a lot of CC on the other side, a good pickup, which also shows me speccing more heavily into support. The guided owl could find one hits on Akagi.
Yeah, low HP, but not low enough for the execute there. But that is what you talked about, right? Guided Owl reaching out and touching somebody. Barty gets it online and immediately gets active with it from left all the way to right over there in lane 3. So we'll be seeing more of that as Barty continues to get those ultimates online. However, in that lane 1, Fregman, ultimate available, hasn't been used just yet. Sauté without a lasso thus far, but maybe things getting active in the mid lane, pushing forward. Triple, maybe a little over aggressive. I think Furnace, an area just off the outside. Mo and Krill also dancing around it. Underneath the garden they go. There's the lasso. Do they have the damage for it? It doesn't look like it. Nico able to sneak away. Shadow transformation going deep, and this is a skirmish. Get away like cockroaches. It's a little harder to kill Triple with the ultimate online, but that has now since subsided. And with that, Icy Rain trying to get aggressive to get something back, but it's damage on both sides. No, making a combo, stacked up and taken down. Nico collects the first. Well, Sauté, Triple, I think it's a triple. Okay, Triple going down, so we might have things mixed there in the mid lane. Sauté playing that Yamato, like you said. Triple playing that Holiday. Names aside, unfortunately, things didn't go their way.
And this is exactly what we talked about in the draft, Tanner. The Watermelons are going to try to engage, try to pick off one target, but there's so much mobility in the kits of these characters on the Groglodites. They can escape. So you saw Nico, yeah, he did get locked down Galasso, but he burrowed and he shuffled away. Then he re-engaged with this single target ultimate, picked out one person, and they took him down, turned the fight. That's exactly what their Groglodites want to do here. Xavi now getting themselves on the board. Groglodites, they're feeling good about how they drafted and how things are working out for them now.
Wow, Kagi S played that so incredibly well. The splatter does so much damage. It's so deceptively strong in the early game. And then that puddle punch to displace Etiquette into a tough spot underneath the Guardian. So Groglodites finding answers early in the game, and Etiquette not happy about what just took place. Life Drain comes through, traded out with the cube. Kagi just going to mitigate some of that damage that can be taken. And as strong as the Lady Geist can be, Ivy in lane doesn't necessarily feel that great. So although the kudzu bombs do good damage in their own right, that splatter supplements what feels like just a little better in terms of the damage category. So Groglodites off in that lane 3, getting the better half of trades there and a very small lead. Now we're early in the game. It's a very minor league, right? Once these Guardians go down and the map opens up, that's when the lead really starts to pay dividends, right? Once some of these players who have got a lead for themselves individually can take that lead elsewhere, just as Triple maybe looked to do. Seemed like he was queuing up maybe a play out towards lane 1, but unfortunately the Abrams and the Vindicta a bit too safe for that.
Yeah, it's hard to gank some of these lanes, and like we talked about, it's this aggression counter aggression play style, which is why we're seeing the teams play a little bit more carefully, because they're not going to full send it knowing that what the other team can do to them. Sometimes that's what you have to understand when you're playing a MOBA. It's not just about what I can do, it's about what does the other team want to do and what can they do to me and counter me. So they're going to play a little bit carefully, not going to dive in too deep until they have the right moment. They find somebody caught out. So it's about this little micro positionings within the lane to force people into little positions that eventually you can then strike. So that's why we're not seeing too much in terms of the kills. It's those little steps to get them to the victory. Nice shot there. And then I'm looking across the board on those Guardians. Still pretty healthy, but it is the Sapphire Flame kind of winning it out in this chip damage, this slow war of attrition.
And although I think a little slower to take the first Guardian, we might see the flex slots come into play if nobody's getting those online. Out comes the Cold Front taken to the skies, and the superhero landing out towards safety goes Templar Beam. Triple trying to find something. Owl making its way around, and I don't think it quite landed. If it did, it wasn't for the kill, and look how deep they go. Fregman Unfortunately, biting off way more than he can chew, will be taken down, and Templar Bean survives it all, walks away. Hey, cool guys don't look at explosions. He's headed back to the base, happy to have his life.
And there it is, that counter aggression, right? So less watermelons, they think they have the opportunity. The Templar Bean jumps away with the seismic impact and the soldier charge, right? Once against mobility, Hayes kind of lost out there, kind of lingering too long. Then they're like, oh, this person's caught out. Boom, boom, boom. We can counter aggress. We find a pick. Now let's get some chip damage on the tower. With that win in lane number 1, they do open themselves a little bit here for the urn should they try to go on it, but it is a war of attrition with no seismic impact here for Templar Bean. They know he's vulnerable to another set of engagements. Should Triple come back around with the lasso in time, they could get it done, but he is a beefy boy, scaling totally into vitality thus far, so really hard to take this detective down. But I love this minutia, this little counterplay between these squads. I'll be curious to see how they full send it into the urn.
Yeah, urn spawned, mid-boss available, but the most important thing is all those crates. All those crates that come online when mid-boss comes online. You know, you're in the mid lane, you just take a quick little trek downstairs, grab yourself some extra buffs, some extra souls. Meanwhile, going to bed, Fregman, unfortunately caught out. There's that spirit snare, but it's a very healthy Abrams. He is happy to tank that one, make sure it's off the battlefield. And with that, Barty just has to back away. It's a much different look in this Barty lane than we saw previously, right? Barty on that lash alongside the Victor, a lot of presence, able to get a whole lot done. This time, they're on the back foot. They're kind of struggling to really keep their life about them. And Fregman, you know, not to harp too heavily on it, as that first Guardian goes down, that is going to be that lane 3 Guardian. A solid lane until he bit off way more than he could chew and ended up dying for it. Good heavy melee, though. Templar Bean thinking, hey, I can do whatever I want. I'm full vitality, just like Philly said. He does get comboed up, maybe taken down. Instead, it's Kitsune Jewel to fall. And, well, the urn is still there. The fight ensues, and it looks like Groglodite's going to be on the winning end of this one. Cold Front available, and unfortunately, urn is not on the mind for less watermelon. Saute just has to get out of dodge.
Yeah, has to expend the shadow transformation just to make sure that they stay safe. But that was a lack of discipline there from the watermelons. They got this tier 1 Guardian in lane number 3 and then stayed there, knowing that the Abrams had the urn. You can see him across the map. You see he's making this rotation. Back the heck up, man. Make sure you're safe under your Guardian, or at least, you know, in a good position to then counter engage, or just let the urn go for free. Make sure you don't expend your life for it, because then they just fell like dominoes. It was like 1, 2, 3 kills after that. And yeah, so just not reading the map effectively, calling out those rotations. So Groglodite's feeling very comfortable. They're up about 10k in this one. They're looking for more. This Guardian, not long for the world.
Yeah, this is how comfortable they're feeling. They walk up to the Guardian, they drop their parries, they're fighting off Triple and Saute in this moment, and they're able to scoop that one up, and now they set their eyes back out towards lane 1. Templar being happy to be home, and is finally looking to do some renovating by taking care of this Guardian and finding a flex slot for the team. Meanwhile, Nico looking to get active, and again, Fregman, I mean, you blinked, you missed it. The haze just gets absolutely erased. And you have to assume that this Guardian will follow. Triple gonna hit the lasso. Out goes the telekinesis. Vindicta takes to the skies. Wacko Jacko just focusing on the objective. So now the flex slots are in. When I thought for a moment Triple was getting stunned off of the zip line, but good on him to get off of that before he could take some damage. He'll make his way back to the base. But so far, Philly, I mean, 14-ish minutes into this one, it's been all Groglodite.
Yeah, they are for the first game. Maybe they just need to wake up a little bit. They needed their coffee to hit it or slap themselves in the face. I know it's a little bit in the afternoon there for the EU squads, but sometimes it takes a little bit to just get yourself in the game. You know, warm up, get your fingers ready, your mind sharp and focused to what happened. And sometimes it takes a good punch to the jaw to be like, wait a second, I'm in a big fight right now, as we are seeing it here. The Moan Krill full sending it in, the card trick doing some work. They get down the Ivy. I do want to highlight Nico. Nico is their holiday player, their paradox player, their initiator. So using the Moan Krill in that fashion, as he's apt to do, right? Giving that warp stone early, jumping on people with the combo. He already has, I think, 160 HP stacks so far, which just shows how viable he has been. It's this Haze pick. Not talking about the player, just talking about the pick in general. maybe not the best with some of the other supports that were on the board. I don't think the Calvin was banned or picked. Maybe that would have been a better one. Maybe go even for Paige if you're feeling a little bit feisty, if you're, feeling comfortable with it. Just the Haze for me not working out here, and they've capitalized, died 3 times so far, all on the back of Nico, who's got 6 assists.
Yeah, and Paige was played quite a bit yesterday. This is our first game of the day without new heroes.
Yep.
That casting buff will go the way of Templar Bean. Yeah, Nico piloting the Mo and Krill, just as you would expect somebody who plays that role to do so. Finding good combos just like that one. Concussive Combustion on top of it. I mean, the combo is there. Sauté couldn't even get the Shadow Transformation off, or maybe didn't feel that it was worth it. And it's looking to be another urn. Now, in the last game, 3 urns went the way of Groglodites, 2 of which were comeback urns. This time, they're taking their urn into enemy territory. And I don't know if anybody's feeling comfortable enough for less watermelons to even try to defend. Obviously, unbeknownst to Templar Bean, he has just got a green light to go slam this one home. But they will do their due diligence because they do know that they have to trek to the wrong side of the map.
Yeah, and they have to be careful about where their lane states are at. So you can see in lane number 3, a really good job there from Triple to push the wave up into the walkers to send somebody in response to that. Will be the Infernus to go catch that wave. But then that takes a number off the board if you are deciding to go for the urn, and it buys them a little bit more time, the Watermelons, to then get their respawns back in and mount a defense should they want it. Looks like they're doing that there. So a good macro play there from Triple, understanding how to move the ebb and flow of the characters on the map in their favor to make sure that they're not too much at a disadvantage. 13k souls down now. Not the worst we've ever seen in the world, but what we were talking about, it's another combo here. He's following him across the map here, friend.
Oh, man, a Triple survives, though, for now. Able to sneak away courtesy of the bounce pad. So, Nico finally unsuccessful in securing a combo kill, but it's been so good. It's been 100% thus far as that urn makes its way back to the starting point. It was just urn denial for Groglodites. It didn't seem like they had any real urgency to get that one turned in. And less watermelons are starting to, I think, pick up what Groglodites are putting down, and they know their ways back into this one. They've had Etiquette in a side lane, now creeping up to 17,000 souls. Bregman, 0-3. This Haze has been put in a rough spot, but has finally been awarded some of that time in the side lane as well to try and get this Haze online because, contrary to popular belief, laning with the Grey Talon, it's not necessarily a support Haze, right? Bregman comes off of playing the Infernus. He wants to mouse one in these fights as the cube comes through. Kagi in an awkward spot. Timing, unfortunately, eludes Barty there, and he's got to back away. That Crow going to rip away at the HP. Guided Owl on the back foot. What can they find with this one? Kagi looking to get active. Nico goes down. Had the combo. Was looking for a target, but couldn't find it.
The Guided Owl clutch there, gets himself a stack, and that's what we were talking about. Find the person that was weak in the fight, even though they used their mobility, chase him down, eliminate him. So they do get a 1-for-1 trade. You are highlighting maybe that the less watermelons are thinking, maybe the Haze, we do want to accelerate them to get the farm, be our position probably 2 or 3 in this composition here, maybe even the 1, and they get the Ricochet, which tells me they're going to be looking to farm the jungle camps as quickly as possible, if there are any left, because of the map control the Troglodytes have had so far in this one. As we were panning through the map, my friend, I did notice Icy Rain's build. It was mostly Vitality and then a little bit of Spirit there after that, which tells me that he's going to be looking to kind of be that follow-up on the engagement. So the combo comes through, you Warp Stone, you Cushion Combustion, you lock them down further, and then allow your team to follow up and facilitate. So he's playing kind of like a pseudo-initiator here in this composition, not really going for those gun builds that we normally see the Infernus do, really scaling into that Spirit instead. So very interesting adjustment here from Icy Rain, one of the kill leaders. He had 89 kills throughout Season 7, so changing it up here in the semifinals to really facilitate his squad. I like it from him.
89, at the very least, could make it 90. Icy Rain did pick up one across the map. Meanwhile, in the side lane, pressure on the lane 1 Walker. Bullet Dance used just to secure this one. Will get stunned out of it. And now's the time to go. You don't want to hang out for too long. Sauté was hoping to find a kill onto Xavi, but The cube will deny, and Icy Rain, they hear the footsteps. They know the Infernus might be in the area, so they will take what they can get. Flex slots starting to open up now, and a 13,000 soul lead is what we saw previously. That's been cut nearly in half here, Philly, so less Watermelons taking down that objective, right? Maybe play around the next urn, see what you can find, and you've got yourself a tie game as we go to the rooftops. Knockdown onto Icy Rain, and he will just give up that position. And they want to try and fight for the buffs, but there's just no fight to be had. Guided Owl just a second too late. Nico makes good on yet another combo kill, and well, on top of the kills, the buff belongs to them as well.
Nico making the Mo and Krill look so dirty, but it's the back of the team that's helping him up. It's the comms that are clean, knowing that they have these certain advantages in these 2v2, 3v3s. Like we talked about, it's not always about the 6v6. It's about these smaller team fights where you're getting it done. 250 HP stacks. This guy is massive right now. There's the concussion combustion locking down the Great Talon for now, but they know they can't advance. The rest of the team is there to back him up. I like the way that they took the Guardians on either side of these squads, knowing that the urn could pop up on either side lanes. Making sure that you have pressure in one side gives you that map advantage to potentially get the urn and get it home. Fortunately for the Troglodytes, they are able to get the urn in because they took this walker down on this side. They soul return. Can they survive and not give up any kills for it?
Yeah, they do get that urn home. Infernus across the map with no real way to get back over here. What can they find? Lasso to try and secure one. Warpstone out of dodge. Wacko Jacko goes down. That's big damage out of the fight, and that's understood by the Groglodites. They are going to head their way back home. Not wanting to play this one a man down. Guided Owl just trying to deal with the wave state out towards lane one.
Smart.
And a couple of souls go the way of Barty. As the rest of the team, they're still here to try and fight. Groglodites want to fight underneath the walker. Gooball going deep into the back lines. Coggy just trying to stay alive. Shadow transformations on. Nico trying to do it again. Give him the stacks.
Nice.
Look at the HP on the Mo and Krill. And of course, it's Fragment to go down once more. Saute as the ult falls. So does the Yamato. And the response in kind from Groglodites to punish less Watermelons for their overstay.
Yikes town, man. I mean, this is exactly what we were talking about. The Watermelons don't really want to fight in a 5v5, 6v6 kind of fashion. They just don't have the front line to do it. And especially with the Lady Guys on the opposite side of the map. Like, not the right choice there. But the target prioritization from the Groglodites has been immaculate. Nico knowing exactly who to go on. I would love to hear the comms from these lads right now. Probably it's Nico being like, it's the Haze, it's the Ivy, it's this person next, right? This Haze has just not been able to play the game every time comboed into Oblivion. And with the fact that Nico is scaling the way that he is, I mean, we've been blazing this guy harder than Krispy Kreme donuts, man, because he's playing just that good throughout this match. My friend, I have a feeling, my spidey sense tingling, we're going to game number 3.
Yeah, it's shaping up that it goes that way. Now, the less Watermelons, they find a glimpse of hope. They work their way back into the game. But what that meant was from comeback urn to neutral urn, and that bodes so well for Groglodites. They no longer need to go into shark-infested waters. They go ahead and walk across the coastline, feet in the sand. They secure an urn relatively uncontested with some pressure on the opposite side of the map. And in a 6 versus 5 scenario, I won't really call it a fight. They did skirmish a little bit. They did end up losing one. The Groglodites read the situation so incredibly well. Hey, we don't have Icy Rain here. Whether or not we need Icy Rain to win this fight, we're a man down. Let's play smart. They lure that fight in underneath the walker. Nico maybe getting another one. Nah, looks like everybody getting out of dodge. But they just played so incredibly well. They used their resources so incredibly well. Those health bars, right? That player disadvantage being one of those resources that they were able to recognize.
For sure, and I'm liking the pickup there from the side of Nico, getting the superior duration, which is going to increase the your abilities and your items. So I mean, that just makes the combo last that much longer, which allows your team to facilitate that much more. This is an interesting build here from the side of Kagi, getting some damage in there because he knows he needs to follow up when that combo comes in. That is their win condition. Templar Bean for me, I gotta highlight because I haven't seen how the seismic impact, the shoulder charge has been utilized here. He's maybe come in the back of the fights, really. So maybe he's really just there to absorb bullets, really just there to be a menace, just tank a lot of damage and allow the rest of the team to do the work. So that's still a needed position. It's not always on the stat sheet, but it is necessary to create the space to facilitate your squad to get it done. 4,000 HP here for the side of the Mo and Krill. My goodness.
And Groglodites, they want this Walker on the left side. They're going to take the fight right to Etiquette. Combo being used now. Nico, however, getting taken low. Geist doesn't survive, unfortunately, and the life swap not used. So that right there is one that Etiquette wishes he could get back underneath the Walker. The Groglodites will go, and this one's still favorable for the Amber Hand. The Walker gets some pretty good damage. Somehow Nico went from almost dead back to full HP, and for less Watermelons, I mean, they don't even have a leg to stand on. It feels like when Groglodites want to take the fight, it is theirs to win.
Yeah, they're the ones that are full sending it. They're the ones in the driver's seat with the tempo, and it's all the back of Nico. I'm tired of talking about him because it's just, but he's the initiator because it's not the Holiday, it's not the Paradox, it's whatever. It's the freaking Mo and Krill. I do want to say Templar Bean in that takedown of Lady Geist, he was the follow-up there. As soon as the combo ended a perfectly timed shoulder charge to lock the Lady Geist down, couldn't get the shoulder exchange off. They were able to take down the pseudo tank. With that, the rest of the team, save your friend syndrome. We gotta get him, we gotta save him. Nope, you're already just going into the fire, friend, and you're dying now. It's the Groglodites' turn to siege the base.
Yeah, those shrines getting absolutely melted. They will have 6 alive to defend the tier 2 patron inside the pit as Fregman, the only one dead, but only for a moment. Guided Owl catches one on the way out, but a rejuve, 20 seconds left on the rejuve means Templar Bean will just come right back to what he was doing, which was beating feet back towards the base. Wacko Jacko getting hit with the Acme Anvil, but no follow-up there from Les Watermelons.
And this is the discipline play from the Groglodites. Not what the Watermelons did last time, right? Where they just kind of jumped into the pit, said we can get this done. The discipline play is to back off, choke out the map, win the economic game. Get those denizens off the board, get the urn. Now that it's up, both bridge buffs have been secured. So this is the way that you definitely secure your advantage as you move into that final fight. Do they wait for another 2 minutes and 30 seconds, take the mid boss, have that little extra security as they go for their final push into the base? Could be, but they're feeling pretty strong right now, so they know if they catch anybody out, it's going to be game over GG's. So we're looking for the Groglodites really to just how they want to close this one out. It's going to start with this urn take.
I see Yamato.
And this is one where they aren't just looking to deny. They're going to take it right to the doorstep of Les Watermelons. Find that one secured. Quick shoulder charge onto Sauté. That's going to force an early shadow transformation. So the Yamato now feeling pressure to get things done, if not get out of dodge. Going deep as Icy Rains. In comes Kagi on the goo ball. Spirit shackled. I mean, it takes the space, sure, but it doesn't mean a whole lot as Nico gets taken deep back into enemy lines, but he's still safe for now. Combo does not convert a kill. And finally, the bodies start to drop. Fregman dances his way on through. Will pick up 2 kills. And Les Watermelons at the goal line will hang on. Groglodites forced back, but the fight continues. Telekinesis matched by the Anvil. Zav trying to get out of dodge. Life drain is on. Sauté is here, and the bodies fall once more. The problem with this, it's a beautiful win, but what can you get? Maybe the mid walker, maybe the lane 3 walker. Death timers are long, but lanes do not favor this Les Watermelon squad, so they make a goal line defense stand. And it's all about, you know, what they convert off of this one, because the urn was just scored. They've really got nothing on the map to get here.
Yeah, and I think going for the walkers is the fine play because you unlock those flex slots. You get more ways to utilize your souls. You can saw the Great Town there with almost 6k souls, and what are you doing with that? Everything's tied up because of those flex slots. So I think, yes, it's a fine play from the Groglodites because you know you have some structures, some time wasters to give. The lanes were all in your favor. Everything was pushing into the base. So they had to settle the lanes first to make sure those Winions weren't going to attack the patron. And now they can go back. They get the mid walker first. They're going to go for this one in the side lane here. But that's where the defense can be mounted if they overstay their welcome.
Yeah, this is where that problem lies, right? Lane state good for Groglodites means it's awful for Les Watermelons, and they might have overstayed in a position, right, in a game state where they cannot afford to lose anybody as we hit that Michael Jackson moonwalk there for just a second. I thought maybe we were getting a DC, but I mean, that hurts the soul, right? Less watermelons, a huge win, a huge goal line defense, and they only get a walker for it, right? Not even a flex slot. So imagine being 180,000 souls and you are handcuffed. You can't even use it because you need a flex slot so bad.
Yeah, I mean, thank you, Cashy, once again, our producer and observer for this one. 24-9 kills. They've only gotten, that's 1 kill every, like, 2 minutes or something. What, at 3 minutes or whatever?
Yeah.
I can't math right now. It's too early, but that's not a lot. And a bulk of those kills came off that previous fight. There was, like, what, 4 kills in that one? So that means they really only had 5 kills coming into it. That pretty disastrous here. That means the Groglodites, I mean, we knew they were firmly in the driver's seat, but that means they haven't been able to close the game out. And that's a lot of the problems at these kind of levels, is how do we take our little advantages and explode them into big ones? How do we make this not a 30-minute game, but a 25-minute game, a 20-minute game? This then allows the Watermelons to get back into it. They mounted a good fight, but they're going to need 2 or 3 more of those if they want to win this one.
And when you look at that screen there, too, you see the ability points, right?
Yeah.
10 plus ability points more for the Groglodites means that their abilities are just inherently stronger, right? They are getting some of these extras on top of their abilities. Extra damage, right? The percentages that come with a lot of the damage that comes on through. So Groglodites, they've got everything they could ask for in terms of being in the driver's seat. Now, finally, Les Watermelon's going to try their hands at an earn run. And this right here would be a goal line offense, a goal line drive for Les Watermelons if they could get it in. But it looks like the trade here is mid-boss. Say, hey, you can have the earn. Take the souls. That's fine. We'll take 4 extra lives.
Yeah, and we talk about this all the time in MOBAs. It's always a trade, right? What are you going to get? What can I get because of it? The mid-boss, an easy decision here, because this gives you that extra durability to go in and attack the base. You don't care if you die because you have 4 extra lives in your pocket. So I think, yeah, it's the good play from the Watermelons. They need those souls, those ability points, even more importantly, like you mentioned, Tanner. But you're giving up the mid-boss in the process. They know the offense is coming here from the Groglodites. They just have to prepare. They have to lock down the doors, shut the hatches, whatever it is. They know the assault's coming.
Yeah, and you were good a second ago, Les Watermelons, but you need to be perfect this time around. All eyes on Fregman, right? This Haze, 40,000 souls, finally creeps ahead into that P1 spot to get all the way farmed up.
Nice.
And the bullet dance needs to be perfect. And it almost needs to be perfect twice, but here it is. Groglodites work their way into the pit. Mo and Krill. Neek Mo gonna get on in, getting stunned up, just about taken down. It's Saute to fall, no shadow transformation. Bullet dance is coming on through, but getting stunned up by the goo ball as Coggy throws a wrench into things, and the rejuves and the rest of Groglodites are just too much, and they will force us to a game 3.
Yeah, we saw the writing was on the wall, the graffiti on the bricks, whatever you want to say. We kind of knew that come from the 20-minute mark. Just took a couple extra bits to get there, but
Yeah.
Well done there from the Groglodites, playing their composition, understanding how the other team wanted to play and how we can counter it, and they did that every single step. I think we highlighted it 5 or 6 times about how they were able to counter-initiate against some of the ganks coming through from the Watermelons. Really well done from them. The semifinal match, we knew we set it up as a heater, and it has delivered. I'm sweating in my armpits, and I know you all are as well, especially the players. We're headed to game number 3.
Yeah, hey man, I live in Arizona, so it's 100 degrees all the time. It feels even hotter in my house. We take a look at the scoreboard. Obviously, that Wraith getting a whole lot of objective damage. That's kind of what we were expecting. However, look at the damage on the opposite side, right? Barty and Fregman, given the start that Fregman had on this Haze, was 0-3 at one point, manages to claw back a 3-2 back half of the game. Unfortunately, just a little too late. And, there's a world where if they're not looking to play the earn and they take that fight, there's no better place for a Haze to fight than inside that mid-boss pit, right? Inside that rejuve pit. There's a world where if that call is not, let's grab the earn, let's try and fight for this rejuve, maybe things go differently, but that's the name of the game, right? That's the game that we play here. You make a decision, and sometimes it's the right one, sometimes it's the wrong one.
Yeah, and it's all those little decisions before that get you to that point. And that's why we love MOBAs, because you're making those tiny decisions on the fly as you're going. But you make a really good point there. What if they knew that they were going to have to defend at some point, but the patron was weakened. They didn't have any shrines. They had nothing left. So why not just kind of like be like Lord of the Rings, where it's like ride out and meet them, just go into the pit and try to see what you can get done, knowing you have some of the tools in the bank to do it. Maybe they'll think about that for next time. The haze, though, once again, it's not fragment, it's just the character itself has very particular win conditions. You need to either snowball her, which they didn't do, or you have to take particular fights where it's a 2v2, 1v1 kind of thing. Yeah. When it gets to those big 5v5s, she's not doing enough, right? Because she's going with her passive stacks on one person to shoot them, try to take them down, then I'm shooting you over here. It's not quick enough to get the work done. So the haze falling flat for me. I think the watermelons, they recognize that as well. They'll adjust that in the draft moving forward. I'm praying to the eye in the sky. Are we going to break or are we going to the next game? I gotta know.
The players are ready, it sounds like.
Okay. I'm ready.
Yeah, I would be happy to just keep this one moving. Normally, I am a fan of, a 3 to 5 minute break. Give everybody, we do a whole lot of talking. It gives chat a break from hearing our voices. But it's, hey, I had to wake up at 4 a.m. this morning. So, chat, you've got to put up with it, unfortunately. I'm happy to keep on pushing through. If we could, I don't know if you've got this pulled up, Philly.
Sure.
Looking at the draft, support picks. Viscous was available. They opted into the Ivy early, right? Kitsune Joel opting into the Ivy, I think played alongside the Lady Geist. I'm a little perplexed at that one. And not that the Yamato pick isn't a great pick, but Sate really struggled to keep his feet underneath him to make something happen in this long game, right? 32 minutes to close this one out. A very close finish in terms of souls as well.
Sure.
What do you think's got to change? Or I don't want to say what do you think's got to change. What do you think will change, right? I don't want to put the onus on you to be like, hey, fix this draft for this team. But, looking at it, right, are we thinking maybe get Fragment on something a little more comfortable in the early game? Or maybe even same picks, but different lane assignments, right? The Grey Talon Haze, it didn't even really feel clear as to who was the 1 and 2 in that lane specifically, right? Is Barty supposed to get souls? Well, what about the Haze? Like, we need the Haze to take off way earlier than 20 minutes.
Yeah, you make a really good point. Their strategy in terms of position of right who's going to get the souls was a little bit askew, and then they miss their timings. If you're a League player, Dota player, whatever, we always talk about timings. When does a certain character, when are they at their best? And it's when they reach the 15-minute mark because they have this many items online. Right. That's when their power spike is better than everybody else in terms of the graphs. And like I said, I'm the data guy, right? I'm always where are things crossing and all that jazz. The Haze has very specific timings, like we talked about. If you don't get her to those specific timings, she falls flat. And they didn't because they were vesting into the Grey Talon there in that first bit. But we talked about why they picked up that Grey Talon as that chase down, as their extra bit of poke and range against the Vindicta. So then it's like, okay, maybe then not pick the Haze, picks a frontline character, because that was what they were lacking. The reason why the Yamato did not get enough work done is they didn't have enough distraction. Where's their Abrams that people are like, oh, we got to shoot this guy, he's punching us. Right. Or where's the Billy even? Like, he's running, ramming us and hitting us with a bat or whatever. Where's the Victor who's just zapping us? They needed something else to distract so the Yamato can jump on an isolated target, jump on a sheep that's strayed from the flock, take them down, come back into the fight. A lot of the times, the Yamato was being caught out first, had to utilize the Shadow Transformation as a defensive measure. So they can't get CC'd, can't get caught out, and then they were running away, which means you're not utilizing it to then engage, because sometimes that's what you want to do. You want to pop out of the shadows and slice and dice people and kill them. So very difficult matchup there for the Yamato to play into, and I think that was because of the compositional differences. So what I would like to say, to answer your question here, Tanner, I could talk for hours and days and whatever, they need a little bit more of that front line. And I would have liked them to play the Victor again. They did pretty well with that. And as you mentioned, the Viscous was available at certain portions of the draft. Maybe pick that up as well. So yeah, just add a little bit of that durability. I think they will do well. Maybe the pick composition, not their best. They need to play for that slow burn throughout the course of the game.
Yep, absolutely. And as I said, we're going to keep things rolling. Unfortunately, it's tea time across the pond. So we are going to jump away for a quick sip but please do not leave your seats. Our semifinals here in the A-Stream conclude 1-1 our scoreline. Groglodites, less watermelons. We're right back at you here in a sec. Short break, and we're jumping right back into the action. Fortunately, you guys had time to step away and grab your tea. As I mean, it's tea time in the UK, in Europe, I guess, just as a whole. It's about coffee time here in the States for the most part. We're gonna jump right on into the picks and bans. Billy, the first thing that I'm noticing, I'm assuming losing team gets side selection, and it looks like less watermelons are going to go ahead and try and take this first pick. So the bans remain the same as what we saw previously in game 2. No Warden to be played, and the watermelons want to get their hands on the Vindicta.
Very interesting here. I mean, we know the Vindicta's good, but she's not omnipotent. She's not the best thing ever, right? But they don't have anybody who plays this character, really. I mean, she's pretty easy to play, right? Not to say anything bad about the players, but it's like traditionally or historically not one that's usually in their arsenal. So it's like, why are you picking it up first if that's really not something you work, unless you want to make Fragment comfortable by giving the Infernus, right? But they don't. The reason why we have the draft going at you late and quick, folks, is the players were actually ready. Some of them were getting teased, some of them were going to the bathroom, but then they were just drafting without us. So we got some of the images coming at you. But on the flip side, the Groglodites, they are able to get their opener, which is the Holiday First. We know how high valued this character is. I'm very curious to see how Nico pilots this one. They are 6-1 on this character throughout the season. That is scary to go up against. Then they have the Infernus and Abrams. Those two are playing extremely well. Templar Bean and Icy Rain on those characters. It's going to be scary for them.
Yeah, I'm a little sad that we get away from the Neek Mo and we get back to Nico. However, the Holiday pick, it does put Nico in a position where you do get to be a little less dicey in terms of having to be on the front lines. Now, when you're as successful as Nico was, that's fine because you're just a real beefy boy on the Mo and Krill. So wasn't really an issue, but now has the opportunity to play at range. Viscous also going to go the way of the Groglodites. And I mean, the Victor was so scary in game 1. It was absent in game 2. And now in game 3, I think there's a world where Les Watermelons thought maybe we go back to that one, right? We talked about it on the desk, but it gets banned away. So no opportunity to play that Victor this time around.
And I love that. I think that's super intelligent because of the way that they didn't really have a front line in that previous engagement, like we talked about right before the short break. The Lady Geist was about it, but if she wasn't there, they couldn't get anything done. The Victor would definitely be the front line they needed. They go with a different kind of frontliner, and that's Billy the Goat, man. I mean, so he, when he goes blasted, can really be a menace because he can keep his max HP up by doing the melee hits and whatnot, keep his ammo refreshed as well with his passive. So I'll be curious to see how they utilize this character, how they spec into him in terms of the items, but a unique answer to the question that they were posed with no Victor on the board. So really see how they get this done. How does he work well with the Vindicta? With the Wraith is where I'm maybe kind of seeing him. Once again, I think Vindicta Billy is a really good lane. That Hunter and the Hound combination, I know I keep saying it. Yeah. Now we're flipping over to the other side. Nico Mo might be on the board once again.
Might be Nick Mo. Okay. I don't hate it. Well, yeah, I don't hate it. It could also, right, we saw, I guess with the Abrams in the mix, I don't really know where things are going to land now, right? Because we saw the Mo and Krill piloted by 2 different players for Groglodites thus far. So a lot of opportunities, but more importantly, right, it's the same exact front line that was so scary between Bean, between Nick Mo, between Kagi. Now you have that again, plus the Holiday on top of it all. So just another tool added to the toolbox for the Groglodites. So not to say that this draft looks immensely better than it did previously, but Holiday is always just a great addition to really any team.
Absolutely. And now what they're missing is that M1. They go for the 7. I was curious to see who they would go for in this. There's not many options on the board. I mean, if I was the Watermelons, I probably would have banned out a carry, thinking that they might go for Mo and Krill Viscous, but it's always hindsight's 2020. 7, I think, is the natural pickup here, knowing that you already got the Infernus, the Wraith and Vindicta on the other side, etc. So I like that. Now they're picking up an Ivy, kind of their true hard support here for the Watermelons. They'll probably pair that up with the Lady Geist again, like they did in the previous game, to keep her health up, allow her to toss in those knives and those essence bombs. So I really like that lane combination there. Once again, I think it's going to be Billy Vindicta and then Paradox and the Wraith. It's just about where do they put these folks. Maybe you put the Geist and the Ivy in the mid lane this time and then keep the Wraith safe in the one of the side lanes. Could be how they go. Very interesting to see how these guys stack up. The team fight ultimate, it's going to be really on the back of Billy to get that chain gang onto everybody, scoop them all up, and then put in the Ketsu bomb and the tethers and things like that to really lock some people down. So it's going to be a lot on whoever plays the Billy to get the work done for this squad.
Yeah, put in a really awkward spot. Those are some big shoes to fill. The team fight does feel pretty lackluster. It feels like every team fight needs to start with a swap or a telekinesis, right? Get an early pick, try and find something. I liked what we saw, and I wonder if we see it a little bit earlier in the game. It was probably, maybe after like that 22-minute mark. I want to say that a rescue beam was online for the Ivy, and anytime somebody was getting comboed by the Mo and Krill, they were getting rescue beamed, which was also pulling Mo into a really bad spot. But he was just so tanky at that point, there was really nothing you could do about it. So maybe an earlier rescue beam to then try and answer, not only healing with the rescue beam, but pulling that Mo and Krill out of position and punishing what was a very aggressive front line could be the call here. But yeah, the team fighting for Lay Watermelons. I've been told that chat is getting upset with me. Hey, listen, I'm just a dumb American. I couldn't even point to France on the map. So less Watermelons is where we land. And if I start saying Lay Watermelons, then I'm going to start messing everything else up, okay? So let's just, we just have to come to a gentleman's agreement to just, let me be a dumb American on this one.
So, on that, because is watermelons in French? Or is it like watermelon or something? Like, I don't know.
True.
So why are you doing half French, half English? Now you're confusing everybody. So I don't know. I'm Italian, so I'd rather it be an Italian, whatever it is. But I want to talk about the Groglodites just a little bit more. Their team fight capability is massive here. You have the Storm Cloud going into the combustion. You do have your pickoff potential with the Mo and Krill. and the Holiday, I mean, it is very scary on this side. The way their lanes work out in terms of the early game, you have the Abrams, you have the Viscous, the Holiday with the spam damage. It's really good. Then they can scale into the late game pretty well. I would say that if the Wraith and the Geist and the Vindicta can come online in that late game, it's going to have to be early late game. They can maybe get it done, but they have to survive to that point, and they might not based on how this composition is going. The thing with the Watermelons is they're playing that same style as they did in game 2. It's this pick-off style. We're trying to find this guerrilla warfare. We want to take these 1v1s, 2v2 engagements, find these isolated targets and eliminate them. Didn't really work out for them last time. Groglodites, they drafted basically the same thing as you said. They have all these escape tools, right? Everybody over here, except for maybe the 7, has some way to get out. So it's going to be very hard to trap them down. 7 is probably going to be the priority target here for the Watermelons.
Yeah, 7 finally making its way on through. Not picked nor banned in game 2, and maybe could have supplemented some extra damage for less watermelons. I'm going the other direction. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to make anybody angry. It's early here, so my brain is not, the cognitive function isn't quite there. It's already hard enough to cast a deadlock game, and now to have to do it with 6 new heroes. Now, game 2, I don't have an excuse because there was no new heroes, but learning all of the abilities and trying to get out the Rising Ram with the bash down, and it's, again, I can't be worrying about the team names. We go right back to the Ivy. Okay, so lane assignments. You had talked about Paradox Wraith and quite possibly maybe being in a side lane, and I'm wondering if you're almost just handcuffed, right? If you are going to go with the Billy Vindicta, Lady Geist Ivy, which makes sense, I think you're almost handcuffed to put the Paradox and the Wraith in the mid lane only because you want to be able to, reach out and touch one of these side lanes at any given possibility, right? You want to be able to have impact around the map with the telekinesis or that paradoxical swap as soon as possible versus being in a lane 1 and a lane 3 and really only being able to affect your own lane and that middle lane. So maybe Wraith just forced on mid lane duty early. I definitely expect to see Wraith in the side lanes. We saw objective damage. It was Groglodites playing it in the last one, and the objective damage was insane for the Wraith. So Les Watermelon's hoping to find that same success with this Wraith pickup.
For sure. And there is a world where the Geist and Paradox can go mid, so that way Geist can kind of hold down the mid, be that durability kind of character she is, and then allow the Paradox to go elsewhere. Yeah. So, Tanner, I appreciate you because you helped me think, as you're talking, I'm thinking a little bit more about everything, so you facilitate me, and I appreciate that. We'll see where Billy and the Vindicta paired up there in lane number 3. We know exactly how that one is going to try to work out. Billy going to try to be that anarchist that he is, put in that damage, flush people out of these hidey holes like this, and then allow Vindicta to shoot the shots. On the other side, though, the Viscous will be there to kind of hold them down, and the Abrams to take a brunt of the damage. Interesting combination there for those two. Curious to see. I think for me, it's really let's not lose this lane. Let's make sure we keep this Guardian alive as long as possible and just sustain throughout the damage. So a curious choice. And then in lane number 2, we're seeing the Holiday and the 7. That is going to be just the spirit damage poke, like we've been talking about all series long. Can I throw in the stasis orbs? Can I throw in the barrels, right? Just really poke them out. And then in lane number 1, we're seeing just a tried and true Moan Krill Infernus, right? Combo with the Afterburn can just do so much freaking damage, and you can keep your Infernus alive, allow him to do the hyper carry things. So liking what they're doing here for the Groglodites. On the other side, though, my friend, we're seeing that Geist and the Paradox. Once again, that spirit poke, just throwing the bombs all over the place. And then lane number 1, I'm seeing the Wraith, and I'm seeing the, who is that? A Holiday here for, no, is it the Holiday? No, the Ivy. Sorry, folks.
Yep,
hard
Ivy,
to see down there. Which is tried and true, right? Hyper carry, keep them alive, let them do the work. So let's see how this all plays out. The Abrams, though, getting caught out here for the first blood.
Wow. Yeah, big double kill there. Les Watermelon's getting the first couple on the board. We jumped over, and it was just parry sound after parry sound after parry sound. And I mean, that's what you come to expect, right? Mm-hmm. Wacko Jacko playing kind of an off role, right? Being allowed to play carry, being allowed to dance around on the Vindicta, now playing the Abrams. But when you have Abrams and you've got Billy, right? Melee is the name of the game. So I would assume maybe some early rebuttals from this lane. good stake, going to allow Fregman, was piloting the Vindicta this time around, to sneak on away. Barty put in an awkward position where didn't deny himself to the Guardian, doesn't maybe feel too comfortable going back to base to try and heal up, so is going to hang out on that Billy Goat. Maybe a healing right in the mix or in the cards for BTG to see if Barty can't stay in lane.
Yeah, and he's going to want to use his blasted passive, right? So that way he can then heal, because it does give you like max HP boost kind of thing, but you have to be up in the mix to do it. You got to get those bat hits in, etc. So still going to have to play a little bit cautious here for Billy the Goat. Right now, though, just some skirmishing happening across the maps. We're going to be looking for that 3.4 mark, folks. As you know, that's when the fireworks start getting lit here in the Cursed Apple when those ultimates come online. But how do you set yourself up for that point is important. It's not just like, I have my ultimate, I win. No, you have to have your lane pressure. You have to have the other team poked out with your uses of your abilities. So how do we get there is the question. And that's what these teams are vying for. There might be some kill potential there in lane number 3 is Barty. He's getting pretty dang low.
Oh, man, that Splatter not quite bouncing around just yet. I don't know if it would have secured the kill there, but again, Splatter deceptively strong, and Kagi has already shown some prowess on the Viscous. Hey, lane assignments aside, general lane things. Hold on, I mean, things are... I don't think we're in kill range, maybe. I thought things would get a little dicey under the turret. It's something that's so fun to me, and I wonder if this will change or how this evolves as the game goes on, but we almost never know where anybody is going. Matchups, yes, or pairs, I should say yes, but when it comes to middle lane, left lane, right lane, if you're watching the lobby, that doesn't mean anything, right? Because players hop around. We saw it at the start of the game, right? Jumping left to right and playing here and there, so kind of coin flipping. A favorable matchup is... A light melee will do it. Barty gets taken down. There's the trade, however. Okay. Little deep from both sides. Gonna buy out the parry. I think Fregman actually proc the parry there. Wacko Jacko didn't feel comfortable to go back in. So, 1-for-1 trade in what has already been a pretty bloody lane. But, yeah, I just think that's interesting that, you know, as a competitor, it's hard to read where or what your matchup is going to be.
Sure. And, you know, with no teleporters, you can't really make those rotations very quickly. As we see the Watermelons getting active early here, they're changing the script from game number 1, knowing that they have to put the pedal to the metal. They have to play aggressive because they need to win it. And look at them. They're just getting kill after kill after kill. 4K here for Fregman. He's pissed after game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is a different Vindicta. I mean, this is a different Fregman. Played 3 different heroes thus far and is finding major success. Wacko Jacko not happy with the damage that's been happening here. And again, you got to play the parry game. It's, you know, it's like learning how to dance, which I don't know how to do. I just know that if you're bad at it, you're stepping on your partner's toes. And that is what it feels like to get parried. You just keep stepping on your partner's toes and you're stuck there for a minute.
For sure. And the parry is such a crucial thing in the early game when you really are getting up close and personal. You don't have all your abilities online. Your items aren't there yet. It's sometimes these just old fisticuffs is what's going to get it done and get those final eliminations on the board. We are seeing all of the ultimates unlocked here for everybody and a ton of them being used here already. Yeah, it's very interesting, but I like the fact that Fregman is getting on this board early, getting the farm accelerated, because if this Vindicta gets that early rise, she's going to be very difficult to stop. But this 7 has been doing really well in their lane, has 5k souls to their name, and going for some heavy spirit, which we like to see. So I'm definitely, it's still anybody's game, but very close on either side. I think the next Earn fight, or the first Earn fight rather, will be a really good indication about how these teams want to play in terms of the intersection of their abilities. So I'm looking forward to that. For now, it's laning stage as usual.
And it looked like Barty trying to get a rebuttal parry on a puddle punch, but just couldn't get it. Was fishing for it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it didn't come to fruition. Eventually ends up taking a bit of damage, but this forward pressure means that Walker, right, or that Guardian, excuse me, just about 1/3 HP. Meanwhile, in the mid lane on the opposite side for the Groglodites, that's where they've started to get themselves a small lead in terms of damage on the Guardian. But we're right around, I think it was 9 or 10 minutes where we started to see Guardians fall, and this game's shaping up to be the same. Both of these teams able to draw that safe line of scrimmage, make sure nobody walks up too easily. Get some damage. However, a kill in the mid lane might open things up once more for the Groglidites.
And that's a back of a nasty lasso here from the side of Nico. Their star initiated the facilitator of the squad. They take down the Lady Geist with ease because she didn't have the life exchange up. And now the Abrams, he gets rebutted upon, and he goes down. A nice dodge of the goo ball here from Billy the Kid. But he's looking for more. Gets stunned up there. He goes down. It is bloodbath here in lane number 3.
And it's just so goofy, man. Like,
yeah.
Nobody finding complete success in the melee game, and that's how it goes. Unfortunately, Wacko Jacko, every time we've seen that POV, he has been stunned up by the parry there. So Barty obviously expecting that from the Abrams, and they've been able to make good on, if not a kill, quite a bit of damage. Now the Guardian under fire once more. Lasso not available, but Nico just doing his darndest to try and clear things out. And maybe a little too far behind enemy lines here. Barty getting deep. Will crack the bottle, look to get deep inside the bar fight. Cube gonna be used. Wacko Jacko just gets chased down. That's Bregman to pick that one up there. Now the chains are out and there's nowhere to go for Kagi. Able to sneak away for now. Assassinate will do just enough to supplement the kill there. Kagi falls once more, and this is, yeah, a completely different lane here. From lane 1 to lane 3, Fregman's really done it all, and less Watermelons. A slight lead, but finding the first Guardian.
And this is exactly how Billy wants to play. Hyper aggressive. If you think, folks out there, if you're playing Billy and you're staying back in the lane and you're not pushed up against that halfway point, you're playing Billy wrong. You have to be up in there. You have to be aggressive. You got to get blasted, and you got to just get that HP online. You have to be in the other team's face. Really excellent work there from Barty. I expect nothing less from the kill leader of season number 1. They win that lane outright. Yeah, there were some trades coming through, but this Vindicta almost at 10k souls, and Billy almost at 10k souls. That's feeling really nice. On the other side in lane number 1, though, that is where Icy Rain is trying to keep pace. They know that they're the hyper carry. They have to get some of those souls online. They're doing the best they can, but they're falling behind.
And a good stake there, catching Templar out of the sky, getting good damage on the Mo. Now, this was the Mo and Krill that we saw get a little behind. This was the Mo and Krill that really struggled to keep his feet under him, couldn't quite get those stacks going. And it seems like things might be the same. Combo available, Lasso also available, so we could be seeing that soon. Burrowed now as Templars. He backs away behind his Guardian. A few members on this side of the map to try and play defense. Ern has been picked up on the wrong side of the map, but surely it will start to find its way across. Meanwhile, 7 dies again, man. Zav just has not been able to get much going.
And that's very interesting that he rotated there to lane number 3. And then Barty said, well, hello there, friend. Here's a bat to the face. And he just immediately eliminates the convict. So interesting to see. Maybe you bring him over there to try to get some rotation and get him some farm. But that lane's not safe. It's been battle heavy the entire time. Another assassination to the dome piece there for Fragment. He's on a 6k streak.
Yeah, that's a problem. Fragment... I guess it makes sense why Les Watermelons wanted this first pick and why that Vindicta is so important to the squad. It's the first time we're seeing it, and it has been darn good. Finally, a response, however. Icy takes down Triple. Ults aplenty for Les Watermelons. Obviously a position where that swap wouldn't have done a whole lot for the Paradox, but we should start to see some extra plays made around the map. Mid-boss available. The urn has been secured. Less Watermelons, and that's the first, I believe. No, the second, I guess. They were given kind of a consolation urn in that trade late in game 2, but this is the first one that they've really earned for themselves. And I don't mean that to be a pun or like a play on words, but just based on the game state, this was an, oh man, it's so hard to say this. It was an urn that they earned, I guess. I don't know. It feels so strange to say it.
Yeah.
But.
Intend your puns, Tanner. You got this, man.
No pun intended, man.
But you're right, and that is indicative of the way that they are playing in this early game and how they're winning their lanes and creating that pressure so they could get that turn in safely. And this is on the back of Barty there in lane number 3, just putting the pressure on. You can see he's all the way at the walker already. He is just feeling emboldened in this one. And I think in the mid lane as well, they've been keeping the pressure steady, putting in the poke, keeping Nico there. That's the biggest thing. If Nico can't go around the map and facilitate, then the Grogodites fall flat just a little bit. So the fact that there's so much pressure on their Guardian from this Geist and from Triple on the Paradox, putting in all the bombs, etc., it's very difficult here. Now, Barty, he's in trouble.
In a tough spot, Gooball gonna try and help with the lockdown. Barty seemingly makes it out of dodge, and that is an unfamiliar feeling for Nico, right? Finding a catch, but not securing a kill.
Yeah, and that's the lasso. It's, it's got good range, but it doesn't have enough damage. The seismic impact smacks down.
Oh, man, this is the team fight that you expect to see from Groglodites, and it works so incredibly well. If not the lasso, it's the combo. Zav goes up top and is just shocking everybody, right? Everybody's getting a little frizzy from the static electricity that's happening. It's just, the sprinkles across the top. However, maybe response on the opposite side, looking to go a little bit deeper for kills. The troopers aren't quite here yet to supplement this walker take. They will have to back away for it now. Icy Rain can maybe stall this one out enough. Has the ultimate available. Wraith gonna be cutting away. That's Etiquette trying to take down the walker. And yeah, no, nothing there. Hold on. Fighting deep here in lane 1. Kagi on the wrong side of the map was maybe looking for a flank for these players that were pushing the walker. Barty finds a kill. Fragment finds a kill. This Billy Vindicta has been a menace on the map.
Man, I mean, as you were speaking, Tanner, I was watching, and the Moan Crow and the Viscus were just hanging down there in that side of the map. I don't know why. There's no objectives. There's no kill to be had. Your ultimates aren't on the board. What are you doing? From a macro sense, your walker's under duress. Icy Rain's like, guys, I need help. Guys, I need help. What are you doing? Mo goes. Viscus stays, and now they're both dead. And it's an 8-kill streak here for Fragment. So it's that discipline and that macro communication that's letting the Groglodites down here a little bit in game number 3. Maybe the endurance is getting to them here. Are they losing a little bit of focus? And the Watermelons, after the smackdown in game 2, feeling a little bit angry here, playing full send. Their style now working really well for them with that anger behind it. They're looking to take down this mid-walker.
Yeah, that they are. Already found their bounty in lane 1, looking to do it in lane 2. However, punished for it. Etiquette goes down. All this damage has forced Jacko back into the spawn. Kagi trying to extend this goo ball as far as possible. Meanwhile, Urn has been picked up, so not only a player dead in Etiquette, but Kitsune not going to be in the fight here on the Ivy, going to deny the Urn. And that's a scary place to be. Again, team fights, on paper, if you're not letting Fragment just tee off on you, go the way of Groglodite. So if you're basically saying, hey, we want to fight right here, that bodes well for the Sapphire Flame. Meanwhile, Billy pulls in a few, just trying to stay alive. Parry's not quite landing as Barty goes down. Zav assisting Wacko Jacko in that. And what does the Urn do, right? It's just denial now for less Watermelons. I guess they're making the smart play. They're giving up a little bit around the map just in way of kills, but they're ensuring that Groglodites don't make good on the promise that they've set for this series, which is we will go for the Urn if it is available to us.
Yeah, it's very, very interesting just because I see what Barty was trying to do. Like, hey, let me distract, let me bring numbers to this side of the map, and let's see if we can get the Urn turned in on the other side. But the other members weren't really making moves to do that. You have to move in sync. You have to be like synchronized swimmers, right? You all have to move in tandem in order to get your objective done. What I think Watermelon should do is let go of the Urn. Let go of the Urn. Let the Groglodites kind of be tempted into taking it. And then you fight them there. You have the advantage. You're up 10k souls just about. You have been playing really well in your aggressive style. Somebody's going to be out of position here. And that is when you're going to find them. That is when you're going to pick them off. The lasso is good.
And lasso good on to Triple. That right there is I don't want to say win condition, but that is the start that Watermelons need in these fights, right? You want to find a swap and get somebody off the map, but instead, it's Triple who uses the swap and still dies for it. So Groglodites finding ways back into this game, chipping away at this lead that Les Watermelons have put up for themselves.
For sure. And folks at home, if you are getting got on, do not use your ultimate. There was no reason to put the swap in there. You had no follow-up, no way to engage. The shoulder charge had already connected. You were dead. Save that. Save it for your next time to come alive. Work with your team to get a pick. If you're pissed, save your ultimate so you can use it to get revenge. Don't try to use it to save yourself when you know you're at a numbers disadvantage. So that time Triple, not as disciplined as we would like him to be, expends that crucial ultimate. Now, what are they going to do to try to engage? It's one of their main engage tool, if not off the back of Billy, which we're seeing here now. Might be tough for them. They're still holding on to this urn. This Ivy has just been dancing around here, not been able to push lanes, not be able to get souls, doing nothing. Slowly but surely creeping away up the map.
Yeah, they've really been flirting with the idea of trying to score this one. But again, right, this is the Max Holloway. This is the pointing to the mat saying, hey, let's bang it out right here, right? We're going to throw blows at this urn spot, and I don't think Les Watermelons want to do that. They already get caught on the backside. Triple once more inside the mix. Kitsune maybe the first to fall here. The urn starting to waddle its way back to its spawn. Barty trying to get into the mix, going up top. Parry, though, high in the sky. And Barty just might fall. Managed to survive for a moment longer. But we're even across the board. Make it 3 dead for the Groglodites. As Nico hits the lasso. Can't quite pull Etiquette down into his death. The urn had been secured. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, objectives being taken, pushing through his saute. Zab gonna try and hang on to the space that's been granted. No, Zab goes down as well. So that's a victory across the board for Les Watermelons.
Did they secure the urn? I was
think
focused
it
on
went to Groglodites. I didn't see.
I don't know, Cashy. Somebody tell me who secured it, chat. Let us know. I was not. I was paying attention to the fight itself because it was the perfect engage, right? You get the combo off, you find the singular member, but then the chain gang brought everybody together. Vindicta might get another one here if Nico's not careful. Oh, that's a big shot there. The second one misses. But Nico, really great tech there, taking the Wraith out of the fight, then following it up and making sure they couldn't put the pressure on not only to the objectives, but to the members of the team. So I like the way that Nico was able to split it there, but ultimately it was a 4v4 trade over that urn, but whoever got it, they get the advantage.
Yeah, the souls being as close as they are, coming off of that, makes me think that Groglodites were the ones who secured the urn. And maybe that was to their demise, right? Focusing on, let's get this urn in after we get it out of the hands of the Ivy is maybe the reason why they end up losing an extra member or two in that fight. Is airdrop used, I think, just to get out of dodge, maybe try and catch this Viscous out of place. But I mean, it is, I don't know if there's anybody harder to kill than a Viscous who still has the goo ball available, and it looks like maybe getting out of dodge. Goo ball still available. There go the stuns on through, so they buy out this ultimate. Kagi hasn't quite committed to leaving just yet, though, because the rest of the team is here. Concussive combustion gonna be used. Not finding a whole lot there, but a bit of Troopers goo ball back in the mix, but out come the chains once more. Parry comes through, but Barty's smarter to it this time around, but the health, he can't stay and fight. He's got to back away. He's looking for cover as the Flame Dash turns the floor into lava. That will draw the line that Les Watermelons cannot cross. And all said and done, the goo ball does go down. However, plays are being made. A neutral urn picked up, and Les Watermelons trying to get something extra on top.
And if this lady guy survives, I was going to say, this is just ungodly work here from Satay. Come on, lad, do it for me on the stream. He does. He protects the walker. The reason why Kagi went in is he wanted to maybe get some kills, but also get the pressure because they know they were pushing into that lane 3. But this Satay just standing tall, fights 2 members off and keeps their walker basically at full health. The Watermelons win that fight in the lane number 1 outright. They get in the urn, and now they get to mid-boss. My goodness, the Watermelon turning up here in game number 3.
Okay, but look at the pressure. Now, I didn't even notice. Philly, there is still a Guardian in lane 1. They are still chokeholded to their defaulted 8 slots. They will finally pick up something extra and can start to spread their wings and fly in terms of builds. Meanwhile, Etiquette getting aggressive. This 7 just has not been able to get a whole lot done. I mean, outside of one ultimate in a team fight, Zav has been almost completely erased from it all. And Icy Rain behind enemy lines. Buddy, there is nothing happening here for you. You got to hope that everybody leaves.
And once again, he's going for that same build he did in game number 2, which is this almost initiator build where you're diving in, you're using the ultimate to stun a couple people up and hoping there's a follow-up. But you, I think, need to be the M1. That's the damage they're missing here. I mean, not even Zav is specking into the bullets. Yeah. It's the Abrams with his Glock, basically, a revolver that is doing it. And I don't know. That to me, I guess, is unconventional or untraditional. And I think that's maybe where they're not able to clean up some of these kills. In that previous engagement in lane number 1, Billy got out there with a sliver of health. I think if they had some more of that M1 damage, he would have gone down. That afterburn just does so much work. You need to get those stacks, and your orange items will be able to do that for you. So just very interesting. The kill's very close there. About 7 separates the sides. But this soul lead, about 25k now. It's getting a little bit insurmountable, especially with everything going on. But there's still standing souls on the map. 3 walkers still available. It's just, can the Groglodites even think about taking them?
Yeah, the middle walker, the lowest of the 3, but also one of the more difficult, if not the most difficult, to try and siege down there. And this 7 build, right, building into Spirit is something that we see with 7 just because the power surge, right? You pop that 3 and you just start shredding. You get that chain damage moving on through. But like you mentioned, right, if Icy Rain isn't doing the M1 damage, Zav has to do it. And Zav has been behind. This is almost indicative of what we had seen in game 2, with Fregman, where it's like, hey, we know what the Haze is trying to do and wants to do. Eventually, you have to pull the trigger to get there, right? They need to put the 7 in the side lanes to be able to get farmed up to start to shred on through. And then when you talk about the team fight, right, we talked about 3 beefcakes for Groglodites, and they're just not beefy enough. Wacko Jacko is there. Kagi also, right, can be beefy in their own right. The Templar, that's a combo that it feels like you're hurting yourself. You're locking yourself down if you combo somebody right now because you're 16k on that Moen crew.
Yeah, and we've seen Fragment going right for him, assassinate to the head again and again and again, just shredding through the Moen Krill. Cashy, if we can go to the Moen Krill, I'd love to see the stacks on the ultimate. He's only got 100 so far at 25 minutes into the game. That means he hasn't really been able to find purchase in these fights. They haven't been able to follow up here. It's very difficult now as their base is being sieged here, my friend.
Yeah, uptown Broadway we go. Down go the base Guardians. And just not a whole lot that you can do, right? Goal line defense is almost out the window because it's a 9v6 for the next 35 seconds. Rejuice still available. Les Watermelons can afford to play a little sloppy here because they're going to lose the buffs anyways. And I mean, it's not sloppy. They take down Templar Bean, shred through the Mo like paper. And now Billy looking to get back into the mix. Wacko Jacko, another frontline member that's been taken down. That goo ball sneaks away. Out of dodge goes the goo, and inside the spawn will heal back up. Static charge gonna maybe slow things down, but it won't stop Les Watermelons from taking the shrines. Now they set their eyes on the patron as 3 will fall. Concussive combustion already used, so how much more delay do you have? Static charge onto Barty, maybe slowing down the goat. No, they might want some more. Staying inside the base. What can you find on the back end? You die here, you're putting your team in an awful spot. Tries to pop the parry. Zap fortunately able to get out of dodge. Barty needs to back away from this one, and they think they've done enough. They hop on into the pit, and look at the HP. The last stand here for the Groglodites, and it will not be enough. Les Watermelons, welcome to the grand finals.
And you saw the writing, once again, writing on the wall. They won that early game, and that's what they needed to do to then snowball themselves. And it's on the back of Fragment. He's the highlight character in this one, getting those eliminations, but also the GOAT, Billy, just doing so much work in that final fight. He hit that Moen Krill like a softball, man. It splattered against the wall, just eliminated him with the melee charge. My goodness, just doing the damage. Groglodites, the heavy favorites, the 7-0 from the regular season, they fall. They will go to our 3rd, 4th place match, which we'll show right here, and that's a best-of-1 series. So we'll see how they do in that, if they can ready themselves mentally to fight for that position. But the Watermelons, this time, game number 2 did not work in terms of how they wanted to roll their composition. They run it back kind of the same in terms of the style. They were able to get it done here. just some of the item pickups, I think, maybe did Sapphire Flame a little bit dirty. And maybe, yes, you want to draft the same composition, but if your player doesn't feel comfortable on that, then maybe that's not the right choice. Get them on something they're comfortable and then allow them to facilitate the work. Nico, he just wasn't able to facilitate as much. Did have the most assists on his team, but that lasso was locking him down. He couldn't really roam around the map as effectively as he would have liked, and the follow-up just wasn't there because there was no M1 coming through from the squad. So just some interesting takes there, kind of led them to their downfall, but can't be understated. The Watermelons played their composition to perfection, just full throttle, full send. They got the work done.
Yep, that they did. They'll find themselves in the grand finals. We can go ahead and take a look at the bracket to see what their run looked like and maybe what they're eyeing as the train continues to shout outside my window. So Les Watermelons will take a 2-0 victory over Groglodites, send them down to third, fourth place, like you said, Philly. And it looks like the B-Stream action's still going.
Well, I think it was 2-1, right? That was our third series.
That's right. You're absolutely right. It
Cashy,
was
what are you
2-1.
doing, man? 2-1. You're tripping us up here. But this is what the semifinals are all about here, Tanner. Is that even the folks on the B stream, they're going to a third game set as well. That's how closely contested all these teams are. It doesn't matter what you did in the regular season. That's just really just to build that team chemistry, find what positions your guys want to play, and then work on that. I'm seeing the Discord people are scrimming all day long, night, day, looking for everything that they can to get those reps in and work for this championship. Watermelons are looking like the strongest fruit in the bunch there. They are getting it to the finals. Curious to see how the B stream works out and who they'll be facing. I'm hoping it's the Boon enjoyers, just because they are playing some of the more interesting characters like the Drifter, like the Mina. Right now I'm hearing from Cashy in the Sky that's only 11 minutes into game number 3 there. So we've got a little bit of time to wait before that one hashes itself out.
Yeah, and Drifter and Doorman have made an appearance. True. I won't say who and where. Dynamo also being played. So please do check out the B stream as we are waiting on our competitors there. I believe that does things for us. So we'll have a bit of an extended break. But what this means, I'm going to let you guys in on a little bit of tradecraft. What's going to happen here is B stream's going to finish up. They're going to close up shop, and then things might change. The landscape might change here in the A stream, but we will be bringing you all of the action here on out. So for now, we do have to say farewell. Again, an extended break as we all tune in to Game 3 of Boon Enjoyers and Lay Goats, where nobody is playing the GOAT, sadly. Once that one concludes, we're going to bring you guys that best of 1, third, fourth place matchup, and then after that, our grand final. So with that, okay, open up another tab. Keep this one still live. Go ahead and pull up Death Slam events to catch that B stream. Make sure you have some time and you're thinking, man, I have t-shirts, but it's just not hitting quite right. You have some time to check out. If you hit ! merch in the chat, you can check out the shirts that are available to you. Plenty of colors. You can see the logo design there. Super sick. And if you want to add on a mug for your tea time or your coffee time, you can do just that. And as mentioned by Philly, please join the Discord. Is that discord.gg/deathslam, I believe, is our Discord. We'll have it right here. Of course, our producer, much smarter than I. So with that, Philly and I are going to hop away for an extended break, but we wait for things to conclude on the B stream. But we will see you guys in the chat on over there when we return the third, fourth place matchup. Right now, Groglodites, I wait to see who they play. We'll see you guys in just a bit.
ship sinking and I'm sinking fast.
What do you see? Is it an ocean of color growing exponentially? What keeps me up through the nighttime? Keeps me dreaming through the day? Is that the goddess of wisdom is only a block away? I wanna fly with the Jetsons. I wanna shoot past the stars. I wanna take you to a place you've never been before, where nothing
Welcome back, friends and fans, as we jump back into the action. You've joined us back over on the A stream. Hopefully you caught all the action on the B stream. Philly, we are joined by a special guest who will be helping us through this best of one, who was over there on the B stream and found quite a bit of success. Tempo joins us. Tempo, first and foremost, congratulations, man. How you feeling? You get to kind of hang out, join the desk, all before your game here in a few minutes.
Yeah, I mean, it's always fun to see all these other teams play. I mean, I have a pretty good connection to a lot of these teams, and this is kind of a special occasion here with this third place match being a bit of an upset, at least, that both these teams actually are not in the finals.
Yeah, I think that was exciting to hear. Philly, you also highlighted that kind of off the top, right, where we thought Groglodites were going to get it done. Obviously, the B stream thought Legoats was going to get it done. We can go ahead and take a peek back at the road to get here to this fourth and third place decider. So down at the bottom, Groglodites, Legoats making their way on through. Philly, Tempo brought this into the mix and said, although this is for placement, there is a world where this one gets out of hand, right? We might get a little silly in this one, Philly.
Yeah, and I wouldn't mind a little show match. I mean, we got 6 new characters on the board. Let's get all 6 of them out there and see what happens. What kind of fireworks can we display in the Cursed Apple? But these are competitors at the end of the day, and I know on these teams there'll probably be some people that are like, no, I want to try for it. But it is a best of one after all, and a best of one is where you can pull out some of these weirder compositions just to see if it works, right? Because if it throws the other team off because it is just that out of pocket, then you can get the win, get that third place, get that title, get your name into the history books as one of the top 3 finishers for the first ever EU season. So a lot here on the line in that regard, and I'm here for it. It's going to be an exciting match.
Well, and hopefully one of many to come, right? This is kind of just getting the ball rolling. We've had the lands, the invitationals, the leagues. It's all happening at the same time. We mentioned quite possibly a world where we see all 6 of the new heroes. Tempo, you've been, as a player myself, I've had my hands on the new heroes. I haven't quite played Drifter just yet. I'm not that edgy. Like, I'm edgy sometimes, but I'm not that edgy. But being boots on the ground for us, joining on the desk, what are your thoughts? You maybe don't go too deep into all 6 of them because we could probably talk forever about it. But with the new heroes, who you think might be viable as we go ahead and get into draft?
I mean, currently, if you're just talking meta-wise, at least for our region, I mean, Victor and Drifter especially are the key highlights. Those guys are insanely strong with numbers. Cool. Their numbers are way too strong. But if you're talking about just a competitive aspect in general, I think characters like Doorman really has a lot of place in the competitive scene in general. I mean, you see, you probably saw a lot of Doorman play. I don't know how much you saw on the A stream at least, but on the B stream, our team at least, are big fans of the Doorman and using him to our advantage.
Yeah, well, so we'll go ahead and see, because Legoats did get a little bit of Doorman in. It's actually going to be Victor picked up first here, which is surprising. I feel like across the board in a competitive aspect, right? If Vindicta's gone, Dynamo's banned, usually Yamato is kind of first to get into the mix. Instead, Legoats will scoop up the Victor, and then a quick response. Groglodites play their new hero, I think. I don't think they played a new hero yet.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely correct. Like we were talking about during the A stream, they stay with the tried and true because that's their comfort picks. That's what they know and love. But here in the, the show match, 3rd, 4th place, they can go a little bit funky. I know, Tempo, you're a big Drifter fan. You were talking about how you were kind of doing some bait, doing some little bit trickery in the draft for yourselves. We're getting the Victor. I actually like Victor as an opening pick, not because he's only strong, but you can pair him with a lot of different folks. You can build around him quite nicely. So I am expecting that. And then, Tempo, to your point about the Doorman, I know you have a specialist on your team that plays that character. He has the most first bloods of anybody here in Season 1. We'll talk about that when we get to your match, but I wouldn't be surprised to see the Doorman come out here at all. Right now, though, we're seeing the Billy. What do you make of that?
I mean, Billy's also one of the really strong characters in the meta. The fact that you have with the ultimate, you have the slowing hexes on everyone, basically being able to just stop any movement abilities across the board if you have a chain on you is absolutely insane for an ultimate. And the amount of health that this guy can generate just sitting in the front line, I mean, he's so strong. But a lot of these other picks here as well. This is a very, very interesting draft in general.
It feels like Groglodites are like, hey, we're taking as many new guys as we can. We're going to ban away the next one that might be viable in that Page. So Page actually receiving a ban, Viper on the other side. And yeah, it's pretty thick for Legoats. McGinnis, Abrams, Victor, all players, all heroes that are happy to be on the front lines. McGinnis obviously throwing a wrench in things. It's a pick that this feels like a pocket pick more than anything, right? A good McGinnis player is a scary McGinnis player. So in response to this, where we have Mo and Krill, Drifter, Billy, how do Groglodites look to round this one out? Now it looks like a haze coming on. Okay, there it is. Never mind. The draft just comes on through. Tempo, the question has been answered for you, my man. But we get a Bebop. Okay, so this is cool because Bebop plays like the Holiday / Paradox, like let's play a little bit picky, try to make playmakers. Where do you value the Bebop just kind of as a whole, Tempo?
Bebop in general in the meta is not like the most played character. There's definitely places for him if you're going for a competitive game, but looking at this draft right now, I am 100% sure that this is not a competitive game. This is a fun for fun match. There is no way you're playing Bebop and Haze with like Drifter, Billy. It's just pure fun.
There's a lot of pick potential over here, which means they're going to try to go for those 1v1, 2v2 engagements like we talk about, right? You know, hook somebody through the door, then maybe, you know, combo them or whatever it is, pop a Haze out of nowhere. It's going to be wild. On the other side, I'm thinking, is this a Gun McGinnis? I think this might be Carrie McGinnis, and I know a Soren Markarov out there, one of our caster crew. He's been doing exactly what you're doing, Metro, rubbing his hands together because he's been waiting for this moment. This is just all around exciting stuff. This is what it's all about, though, folks. Death Slam, yeah, we like to play, have competitive games, but we're all a good community here, and this is just a one way to represent it. Love it.
Well, okay, and so I'm going to go back again, Tempo, because we've seen a little bit of everything here. And again, you're our boots on the ground. As a player myself, it's like, yeah, I've had fun with the characters, but you've done it in a competitive setting. How come nobody's picking Mina?
So Mina in general is a pretty strong character, but the problem is there are so many answers to counter her, absolutely. Especially characters like a Drifter absolutely shreds a Mina. 5 auto attacks and she's dead. The amount of health that she has in general and the low health scaling that she has makes her very, very hard to play in a competitive setting. But that doesn't mean she's like unplayable. There was a buff the other day in a patch, in like a small hotfix patch, that made her a lot more viable, giving her you know, stamina loss on hitting those love bites, as well as slowing with them, and buffing the silence of the ultimate per one of these bats, which made her a little bit better. We also tested a little bit with the Mina early on yesterday, I think, but we decided it was just not worth it.
It's such a fun hero to play. The way that Mina can kind of move around the map, you know, you get a bit of stamina, and she feels a little less like she's got cement feet, which kind of feels nice, but dancing around, turning into bats yourself, and again, those love bites. I played a very low rank, so I can get the love bites off pretty easily, and it feels nice to just be like, hey man, your health's gone, all right? So this is where we're at. Okay, so things are gonna get a little different here on the A stream, though. However, Philly, once we get underway, I'm gonna do actually, I think this would be really fun. Philly, if you can keep up with chat and the game, maybe chat can highlight a play for us to say, we need Philly's big brain to break it down, because that's what Philly is going to be doing here for this best of one. Meanwhile, Tempo's just having fun with us. Tempo, you're leaning into this world of casting. What do you like more now, competing or casting?
I mean, it's a close call for me. Both are very fun, but I mean, to me, there's still nothing like playing the game in a competitive setting. I mean, the amount of adrenaline you get after winning, like we did earlier today against Legoats in a very close series. I mean, there's just nothing like it.
And we'll have to pick your brain before we let you go to see, just to get your thoughts on less watermelons, as us American folk call them. So we'll do that later. However, Philly, I'm sure that we are looking to get into game here momentarily. I know it's a little silly, it's a little for fun, but maybe predictions or kind of how you're feeling about the way that the draft played on out here.
If the Groglodites can change up their style, and especially from the Series 1, they weren't playing as aggressive, but this is a very aggressive comp. They want a full set, and they want to run everybody at them. So if they do that, they certainly can. On the other side, a lot of beef for the Lagoats, so they can kind of endure some of that aggression. If they can bend and not break, they have a really good chance in this one.
Well, we say goodbye to Philly. Tempo, it's you and I as we head on out to the Cursed Apple. Lagoats, your Amber Hand. Groglodites, your Sapphire Flame. Tempo, it's a best of one, and the action is taking place. Lane 1 here, the line of scrimmage drawn at the bridge.
Yeah, I mean, gonna be a very interesting game here in general. Both of these teams, at least when we've been playing them, very close. And with all these new heroes that they're picking, going absolutely buck wild with this draft, it's gonna be an absolute coin flip. And I'm all here for it.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and get those names sorted out for you at the top. Again, beefcakes across the board. That Victor health already low. We know exactly what Victor does. However, beautiful parry coming out. That's RGR piloting and just not stopping. Heavy melee after heavy melee. Is this the game that we're in for, Tempo? Is this what we can expect?
Yeah, I mean, I think once you take the lead, the leashes off the
Yeah.
off the players here and giving them a low pressure environment to play in, then it's just gonna be some absolute burger boxing happening.
That is so fun. Okay, so let's talk. Let's try and find maybe something to kind of dial in through the hilarity that will ensue for the next 28 to 42 minutes. You said Doorman is big in the competitive setting. You think Doorman will pause the game? Quite possibly. Sounds like one of our players maybe having some issues. Never mind, we're jumping back in. What makes it about a Doorman? Because what I've noticed from playing is a good Doorman controls space incredibly well, but I don't have the vision for what makes something good in a competitive setting. What is it about Doorman that it makes him so viable?
Doorman's kit in general is just so global. There's so many possibilities you have with that Doorman. I mean, the amount of things you can do with the shopping carts and the doors and even playing around that hotel guest, it's such a hard character to do anything about.
And is that something that there is a very high skill ceiling? So there is a world where we see some Doormen who are maybe a little behind the curve versus some that really shine above the rest?
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, there's a lot of Doorman players who need that extra practice, because he is a very, very hard hero to grasp fully. But, I mean, the more you practice it, the more you start getting a feel for how that character works. And that's something most teams at this point, I think, have realized that Doorman is that level of viability and have practiced him a lot.
Oh my God. Hey, I say we just put the guns down and just melee for the rest of the game. That's how it's felt so far, man. This mid lane is an absolute bloodbath. And I mean, it doesn't stop when we jump out to the side lane. So our lane assignments looks like Pocket Grey Talon out towards, well, lane 3. No more Grey Talon. As Icy Rain getting pressured out. Barrage comes through and Chiron can't quite make good on the kill. So trying to get something back for the GT, but finds absolutely nothing. Now, Templar Bean, having played against this, I'm sure you're familiar, but was a little bit slower on some of the front lines. Meanwhile, Nico has been an absolute menace on the Mo and Krill. So all eyes on Nikmo as we move on through this game, because that's a Mo and Krill that becomes real beefy real fast.
Yeah, Nico in general is a very aggressive player. Also, when we play him, he plays more like at the pick role for Groglodites in general. And his Mo and Krill just absolutely feels like a match made in heaven for him, being this aggressive player and also being able to tank all the damage that he's going to get his way.
Not another parry and another melee duel here in mid. This is what we've come to expect now. The Bebop obviously looking a little silly. I'm going to hold this thought as Chiron getting grabbed up. Not able to make good on the combo. Inside the satchel, he will go. And that cloak, not enough to get him out of dodge. How much more does Nikmo want here? Spirit Snare going to slow things down for a second. He wants all of the smoke going deep behind enemy lines. Kitsune, the next to fall. How happy I am that you have made it into the grand finals, Tempo, because there is a Kitsune on both Lagoats and on Less Watermelons, and that would have melted my brain as a caster having to get through 2 Kitsunes.
Yeah, truly would have. I mean, one of them does have a little affix, you know, after the name, but
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, in general, both pretty good players, and you're seeing a lot of what they can do here. Sune, though, not being able to do too much in general. I mean, CC Focus here going down as well. Templar Bean getting absolutely pummeled by that lasso and that Guardian, respectfully. I mean, so much action happening early on in this game.
So is this like the ultimate, I guess highlight, that's for lack of better term, of...
Right?
Yeah, low light. But the difference between competitive play to like solo queue play, because this is very solo queue-esque, right? This is how my games go at a very low rank.
Yeah, I don't think you've realized yet as well, but this McGinnis is running melee charge, melee lifesteal. This is a melee McGinnis.
Oh, so I mean, if McGinnis wasn't bad enough,
We're going
it's
Glock as
melee
well.
McGinnis.
We're going every single troll build at once. This is absolutely peak deadlock right here.
Oh boy. All right. Well, I mean, one semblance of map control, of team play is the guided owl making its way across the map. Maybe finding the kill onto Drifter. No, will not find the kill. Just going to be damage. Mo and Krill getting active on the opposite side. Guardian still standing across the board. However, I assume that here shortly we'll start to see some of these structures fall.
I mean, how could they? There's no time to hit the Guardians when you're permanently boxing the players. I mean, there's no time for it. Victor now getting popped here as well with that res. I mean, just gonna try to survive here, defend that tower, but I don't think it's gonna be enough with the Doorman pressuring them like this.
Yeah, unfortunately can't send him to the hotel, so no stay to be had. Doorman looking to make an escape. Thought he could clock out, but will be punished for it. How strong is that Victor ultimate? My initial thought was it feels a little strong to just have an automatic revive every time that ultimate is online. Have you had your hands on Victor, and what do you think of that ultimate, you know, just being available whenever it's off cooldown?
Now, I've not really had the chance to play Victor myself yet, but I know in general the Victor character, the ultimate's actually one of the worst parts of his kit. I mean, it's very good, of course, having that self-revive, but the really broken part about him is that too, the jump start. Being able to heal yourself for up to 600 health regen on command with a debuff remover attached. I mean, such a strong ability.
Yeah, that's really nice. And I would imagine, I've played a handful of Victor games myself, not to obviously the best of the hero's ability. I would imagine there's a fun dance between having that aura of suffering active and you know, deactivating it at specific times to make sure that you're able to keep your uptime high in terms of HP, and also that aura of suffering uptime high. Is lasso on to Wacko Jacko. Oh, he tries to pop the ultimate, and as Philly would say, you just gotta concede it, man. You're dead. Don't use the ultimate there.
Yeah, no need to use that ultimate when you have your hands. I mean, what purpose would that have, you know? Clearly, a lot of this damage that they are putting out here is of the melee variety. And we'll see how well that works out for both teams here. As the solo lead is kind of closing back in here, becoming much of an even game here. Guardian also being taken now from the Goats. I mean, pretty good for them, all things considered.
And looking to get something back. RGR goes down. Focuses on the Guardian and will walk away with that one. Well, loses his life for it, so not so much walk away. Will be sent to the heavens or the hells here on the Cursed Apple, as those structures do start to fall right around this 9-minute mark, which was pretty indicative, you know, of a competitive game. We saw this in our series here on the A stream, right around 9 minutes. Guardians started to fall. Still some standing. Finally, that third one will go down on the side of Legoat. So Groglodites, the first to earn their flex slot. And where does the blood go? Drifter. Now, how strong is Drifter? Let's talk about that, right? Can 1v1 basically anybody? I would imagine as long as you're not down 50,000 souls.
Now, I'm a little bit of a Drifter connoisseur myself. I mean,
Okay.
our entire quarterfinals match was basically decided off of the back of the Drifter, which is why Legoats ultimately decided to ban it against us every match. And Drifter, let's just say, if that guy gets to go ahead, I mean, if he has that lead, he can just absolutely snowball it into a bigger lead.
And what does that snowball look like? Does that look like putting Drifter in a side lane, trying to find 1v1 matchups, or is he just as strong, you know, when you send 2-3 players to try and deal with that Drifter, right? Is that like when he starts to snowball, how unkillable does he become? How much damage can he do?
Now, that depends a lot on what build you do, of course, but the fact that his the Rend, has all that bullet lifesteal on all the effective targets makes him so unkillable for anyone, basically, even in team fights, with that wide shotgun, high fire rate gun that he does have. But his strength is especially still in those 1v1 scenarios, especially if you have a couple pick characters with you, such as the Moan Krill, such as a Paradox. You know, being able to hate crime someone, essentially, is definitely the goal here. And yeah, that's basically his strength.
I mean, this feels criminal, right? RGR gets sent through the cart, pushed through the door underneath the walker, and then no way out for the McGinnis. I think Melee McGinnis is going just as well as you would expect, which is not well at all. Ult used here. Doorman allows Chiron to take a stay. Now, Chiron's on the run, right? Pocket on the run. He checked in with the wrong name. And unfortunately, he has been vacated from the premises. Groglodites, a very minor lead. They were very earn-heavy in their series against Les Watermelon. This time around, we'll see if they look to pick that one up. Unfortunately, there's a world where it's a comeback earn. What is it? Is it the 10% is a comeback earn? Is that the number on it? If you have...
I think it's 10% and 10k. You need to be at least 10k, and you need to have at least 10%.
So it's like 10k minimum. Okay.
Yeah, I think so. I'm not too sure on it either. It's very random. We usually just check if there's candles or not, honestly.
Yeah, it feels random for sure sometimes. I'm like, wow, I can't believe that's a comebacker. I can't believe RGR's alive. Wait a second. Parry after parry. Oh, okay. What feels criminal as well? There's not enough rebuttals. Come on, guys. We know what we're doing here. Everybody's boxing things out. Get some rebuttals in the mix.
Absolute burger box central here. I mean, it gives all the immigrants from NA a little bit of a taste of home here in general. I mean, you see a lot of that burger boxing, especially in the NA league, the times I've at least watched it. And yeah, I mean, it's always fun to see what happens when we take the brakes off of our cars here.
Man, unkillable is Croissant. Out comes the special beam cannon. And Croissant's still alive. Ultimate pop will eventually go down. Jumpstart couldn't keep him alive there. That battery is dead. Meanwhile, the response focus, trying to get something back. The doors are out, and so is Kagi on the doorman.
Yeah, door really open for him there and closed for his enemies. No way to catch him out right there.
Open and shut. In all of this chaos, however, Legoats have grabbed themselves an urn, so they'll be the beneficiaries of a couple of souls, still trailing by about 5k, and that was a neutral urn. So although there was at one point a 10% difference from, 60k to 66k or whatever, you might be right on that 10k deficit minimum to get something neutral. Nice snipe coming out from Grissons with that exploding keg, able to take down the Billy Templar Bean. I'm on a pretty rough go at things. And okay, this is it. It's not just melee McGinnis, it's movement McGinnis. That's what we're getting out of here. Who needs stamina when you got heavy melee?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the McGinnis, she has a total of 3 items right now, and all of them melee related. That crushing fist to give her that extra distance, you know, being able to move around. I mean, McGinnis is known for being a very slow character in general, and perhaps this is how he's trying to fix it with this build.
Yeah, it's what is it? McGinnis, a bucket 3 hero, right? We got bucket 1, bucket 2, bucket 3.
Yeah.
And McGinnis,
Bucket 3,
unfortunately,
2 stamina, no movement speed.
You know what the worst part about this is? We have hundreds of people watching, and this is gonna happen for the rest of the day in solo queue, right? Like, EU solo queue is gonna be plagued by these troll builds that they're watching these guys play.
Don't worry, we're used to it at this point. I mean, the amount of absolute monkey plays I see in my games are very interesting, to say the least. But let's see if they can get some level of coordination together on this. I mean, they're looking to hate crime this haze here off the Icy Rain, and Icy Rain's gonna go down to that Phantom Strike from the Abrams.
Yeah. Return comes through for the offer,
I suppose.
all Ice Rain still dead. 3 kills and Ice Rain.
I believe that there are some technical difficulties here, but no worries. I mean, Croissant here going down to this door, man. He's getting absolutely hate crime, but that extra revive that he does have manages to get him out of a little bit of a sticky situation there, being smashed in between that wall and that luggage cart. But a lot of things that could be happening here on the map. 13k lead right now for Grogdodites, proving themselves the absolute burger boxing champions right now.
Owl doesn't find a whole lot there. Out goes to the Spirit Snare. And yeah, we are full gun minus the extra charge on the Holiday. So Grison's just looking for the crack shot headshots. Meanwhile, Nico has escaped the Spirit Mo and is just going full Vitality. Is just becoming an absolute beefcake as the second urn of the game goes the way of the Groglodites, and that is kind of just a cherry on top of what is about to become a 20,000 soul lead.
I see Victor.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of strength that Victor character has in general. You can see all the level of sustain that he has. I mean, there is no way to kill him basically once he gets into a team fight.
And I mean, what does a team fight even look like? Right? How conventional of a team fight are we even gonna get? These guys, they're robbing us of fluidity in Deadlock. Just when the game, like, somebody watching this is thinking, yeah, I'm definitely not gonna play this game. I'm definitely not getting involved.
I feel like this would be pretty standard. I mean, if you if you're just starting out in Deadlock, I mean that's around the level where you would see all this punching, all this absolute burger boxing, fighting no matter what, and Drifter gonna hit that Stalker's mark, which is just absolutely chase down someone. And that's another really strong part of the Drifter kit, that instant TP if you can hit that infinite range Stalker's mark.
And that was a nice snipe. It doesn't look like it led to a kill. I believe that was Grison's on the other side of it. So the Holiday able to get out of dodge, avoid death there. Structures across the board. Guardians down on both sides. Walkers have been chipped away at. Unfortunately for the Goats, their Walkers a bit less for wear. Mid-boss available. The best thing about mid-boss is when all of the crates and all of the statues spawn and you get to go down there. I don't know if Croissant is going to get out of this one. Doesn't have the ultimate, so this is a tricky place to go down. And, I mean, is he even going to go down? Okay, this is not a Victor thing, all right? This is just an awkward chase thing.
It's also a little bit of a Victor thing because that jump start does give him 5.5 movement
true.
speed for free with 3 charges. Absolutely bonkers ability.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I forgot about the movement speed that he gains, and he's bought enough time to get that ultimate back. So he goes down, will be reinvigorated, to say the least. Eventually goes down a second time. Nico gonna make sure of that one. In control, but still not in control of the fight through down. That would be still happening. RGR's not even here.
Yeah, I do not really know what RGR is doing right now. Perhaps just trying to create some pressure on that mid walker. Perhaps deciding to go for a little bit of a punching strat on the walker in a second here. But he's gonna get caught out a little bit by this Moon Krill coming in to stop that Guinness from taking this walker.
Yeah, the reason you bring them in is to be able to control, dice things up, but also now there's a handful of them and you're like, dude, RGR, like, come on, man, you're handcuffing us.
RGR definitely handcuffing someone. I mean, that wall, being able to just absolutely being able to do a long-range melee into that wall stun. I mean, the entire game plan here, but with all the burger boxing happening, you don't even need the wall stun. You can just start meleeing, and perhaps you find someone in the random veil somewhere. You never know.
Take out pocket.
I mean, absolute chaos in general in this game. I mean, both sides here trying to do finally some objective control, since most of the goats have died going for this absolute burger box. I mean, it's like well done here so far by Grognlights to punish that with winning out all these fights for themselves. Not really like a standard punishing situation, more like just trolling maybe a little bit less. I mean, we'll see what ends up happening further on in this game.
Right, yeah, I guess the longer the quote-unquote trolling goes, the longer these guys are shackled to their computers. They've already been playing, you know, both series going 3 games, so they've already had a long day. Maybe Groglodites thinking they're ready to take a break for this one. Go have themselves a meal. Urn in the hands of Templar Beam. They have to take it behind enemy lines, and this could be one of very few final stands for Le Goats. Kagi gonna get caught out there. Focus can't quite do anything off the back end of that. Has to just concede the urn as well. Seismic slamming to go up top. Finds good stuns through the door. The doorman goes. Kagi's out of dodge, but it's Zab the first to fall. Drifter out of the mix, and now Le Goats trailing by nearly 40,000 souls might find themselves a winning fight.
Yeah, a little bit of a winning fight here. Getting Shaft down early, or Sav on that Drifter. I mean, definitely a high priority target for them to take down, but Templar Bean managing to get out alive on the Billy. Not really good for them, since Billy is a very strong team fighting hero in general. And that's kind of what Le Goat should be going for here, with the Victor and the Abrams getting picked.
Yeah, big beef. Now, is it too far gone because RGR's been trolling? Is there a world where Le Goats are like, hey, we do want to lock in and try and win this one, but our McGuinness is goofy?
I still believe both teams are just playing for fun here, honestly. Maybe Grognlight's playing a little bit less, a little bit more seriously, but it's not by a lot, to be honest. If you look at the amount of engagements that are happening here, absolutely
right.
Going in on everyone they see. It is on site.
Yeah, insane scrap fest here. Croissant look to supplement some damage onto Kagi, who I believe Kagi is 2-0 on the doorman anytime Kagi has played it, so showing some proficiency on this pick. Wacko Jacko narrowly escaping death, not successful in completing that quest. I mean, and Kagi, where even is this guy? Finally, Kagi goes down. Nobody could lock in on the doorman.
Lost a little bit track of where he put that exit door, and he soon found out it was right inside the enemy base.
Yeah, that is, you know, you overcooked, unfortunately, on the doorman, and you just got a little too silly with the way that you were manipulating the map. The Groglodites still in a pretty comfortable position, 40,000 souls ahead, and it looks like they'll slow down the goofiness by going ahead and taking the big goofy booger here in mid.
Getting the mid boss for themselves here. Crocodiles usually a team that really do like to play around these central objectives. Urn fighting almost every single time. If they can get their hands on an urn, that's almost better than a kill for them. But the mid boss here gonna get stolen. One of the credits going to Kitsune here, but it's already gonna get used on Greaseness before Kitsune can even get out. I mean, still 2 credits left for Crocodiles here as 3 members of Legoat's now down, but Abram's coming back online. Maybe there's a small chance, but it's definitely not looking good here with the 8v4.
And it's actually so scary. The McGinnis heavy meleeing her way out of dodge until eventually one of those is turned around and is right in your face. Croissant caught on the wrong side of the Baroness Hotel. That was the wrong room and will eventually go down. Groglodites looking to put an end to this one as they storm towards the base of Legoats. Now, I don't know if this will be the end. We are nearing it, but while I have you here, Tempo, in a game like this, imagine we are in a true competitive setting. What are you doing if you're the team down, say, I don't want to say 50,000 souls because that feels way too hard to come back from, but in a deficit like this, right, where does the comeback potential come from if you're struggling to get urns, right? What are you looking to do to just kind of stall out the game and get yourself back into it?
I mean, it depends on a lot of what type of composition you've drafted for yourself here. But in general, if you're looking at what happens in a game, usually when people do come back, it's generally when they get a favorable fight or get an even trade, a good trade for something. You can't just do a 6v6 fight, because then the enemy team will always win that. As you do see here, I mean, Groglodites absolutely shredding the side of the goats here, even if they are spawning. But in general, you just look for even trades that you can win out, perhaps hoping that the enemies won't see that, or you can find an opportunity somewhere.
You know, my favorite part about this as we look to come to a close, the 6v6 obviously going in favor of the winning Groglodites here. They will earn themselves third place, as this was just a best of one. Tempo, that was a lot of fun, but what gets even better here is Philly quite possibly has to try and pick something out to break down in that one. Philly, what do you got for us, man?
Yeah, I got nothing. I got nothing, coach. I was looking. I was trying to like draw and see if there's rotations or a big ultimate. No, it was just people fighting. The boxing gloves were on. The ultimates were flying everywhere. There's no analytics to be done. No, nothing to analyze there. That's just good old fashioned fun, and I think that's enough for now.
that is as solo queue as it gets, which really highlights, right, the kind of the on and off switch that the players can have. Especially in a competitive setting. We'll go ahead and take a look at the stats just for, consolation's sake here. Big damage coming out from the Drifter. Zav, happy to have that one. Templar Bean topping it in assists, healing, and objective damage. So the new heroes strong, the old heroes good. I'm trying to make something out of nothing here, right? I'm trying to polish. I don't want to say polish a turd because that was a lot of fun, but I'm doing my best to get us into a situation, especially since we have Tempo here, right? Tempo, we can pick your brain a little bit before we let you go because you've got a matchup coming up here. Again, back to the new heroes. Do we think that we start to see some of the mainstays that we have seen for a long time maybe fall by the wayside now that we do see success from the Billy, we do see success from the Doorman, success from the Drifter, right? Do we think that maybe some mainstays fall away?
I mean, there's definitely a lot of upset potential, especially in the upcoming match here. I know our team especially are very fond of a lot of these new characters, and we might look to pick it, but it depends a lot on what the composition is. In general, we only pick those characters if we actually see it being good in the draft. There's no reason to just pick it because it's good right now.
Okay, I get that, absolutely. Maybe a little bit of trade craft, but let's just go ahead and walk through the draft and the matchup for less watermelons. I'll pretend to be less watermelons. Actually, me and Philly will pretend to be less watermelons. You be Boon enjoyers.
All right.
I'm just kidding. We won't do that to you. We definitely won't do that to you.
Leaking all our strats, man.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Grand finals just around the corner. I guess we can kind of treat this like a pre-game interview going up against Les Watermelons. What are your initial thoughts on this matchup, right? You got a best of 3 ahead of you.
I mean, initial thoughts are the Watermelons are a very good team. I mean, we've had some success against them in scrims before, but that's not to say anything. I mean, this team is very strong in general, and they're really good at just pressing their advantages once they find them. A lot of good individual play from them, usually.
Okay. Billy, is there anything burning in the back of your skull that maybe you want to get out there for Tempo before we let him go to get settled for his game?
I just know they got the tricks up the sleeves. I was doing my research last night, watching some VOD reviews and screen replays. I know, and this guy's smirking. Look at him right there. He knows he's got something cooked up. He's just waiting to put his trap card up and flip it onto the enemy team. So I know I'm excited. Chat, you better get excited because this grand finals is going to be awesome.
Yep, that it is. We have a grand finals just ahead of us. I'm trying to get confirmation from our producer to make sure that we don't jump away or we don't interrupt things. Maybe we can keep Tempo for as long as possible. No, it sounds like Tempo has got to go. So what we are going to do is we're going to jump away for a short break. Tempo, best of luck to you, brother. We've got Boon Enjoyers taking on Les Watermelons. The grand finals comes to you guys just after this short break. Welcome back, friends. We're jumping back into it. The Death Slam League Europe Edition continues here. Unfortunately, we are one member down. We say goodbye to Tempo because he's playing in the grand finals, which we have just ahead of us. Philly, things got weird there for a second. We'll take a look once more back at the path. The blue carpet that had been laid out for these two teams. Les Watermelons coming off of a 2-1 victory over Groglodites. Boon Enjoyers with a 2-1 victory over Lagoat. So both of these teams having to work for this position, and now we get to see it in best-of-3 fashion.
For sure, and it was a grind between both of these best of threes, right? They went the distance every single time. It came down to the wire in a lot of those matches. It's about how do you reset yourself for the grand finals to keep that endurance for what could be another best of 3. I think that lighthearted third place match we just had kind of reset everybody. I know I'm feeling a little bit more energized. Yeah. I'm standing up. I think Tempo's going to have good energy come back to his squad after that. So I think that'll help everybody reset their mentals for this grand finals. Folks, I hope you're ready. I finally got something to eat. I got my little breakfast lunch over here. I know, Metro, you've been grinding out since 4 a.m. with us as well. So, but without further ado, my friend, let's get to the draft.
We are jumping right on into it. Les Watermelon's going to have first ban, first pick. I'm going to try and say Les Watermelons the best I can, but I think it's already just been ingrained in my head. But I'm a little awake now, so, when I made that excuse before, that was like 2 hours ago. Now I don't have that same excuse. So, just initial thoughts, right, coming into this one. Victor, right, on the table. We saw Les Watermelons playing that one, quite possibly going back over to Sauté. We know Boon Enjoyers also looking to bring in the Doorman or the Drifter, maybe a Victor themselves. Tempo put some high praise on those 3 picks as a whole. And yeah, Doorman drawing an early ban here in this.
And that makes complete sense because the player on the Boon Enjoyers, it's Stay Wreck, has the most first bloods in the league. We alluded to that previously. And they've been playing Doorman pretty much every single game throughout this tournament. So you take him off of that, you make sure Boon Enjoyers is thinking about what they need to do. On the flip side, you take off the Victor. That guy is just way too strong. You saw it in that show match there. It was so hard to take down. You have to bring 3 or 4 or 5 members just to deanimate this reincarnation. So get that off the board. First pick here is the Drifter, and that is going to go on to Tempu. Vindicta on the other side, we've seen her, tried and true, first pick.
Yeah, Vindicta, just a strong pick across the board, allows for damage high in the sky. For Boon Enjoyers, right, they're going to look to try and answer that, try and find something that can deal with that Vindicta, or maybe match that Vindicta. We saw Grey Talon earlier in the day, and that Victor ban is so fun because it was game 3, right? Talking to Tempu about what had happened. They left the Drifter up and kind of, tried to pick against us, and then they ended up taking the Drifter from us. So that's always got to be a thought in the back of Les Watermelon's mind as to when and where this Drifter goes in the draft. It will be supplemented by a Warden, which has just been a strong pickup as a whole. But Infernus Holiday, this is starting to shape up and round out a really strong backline for Les Watermelon.
Yeah, I like this, and I want to hit on a little bit more about the Drifter pick. Because you lay your cards out on the table first, you're saying, we're going with the Drifter, which means we're building around that, because Drifter wants to isolate targets so he can get his stacks online and snowball. Tempo said it, we know it. This guy, he wants to accelerate throughout the game. He wants to scale. He wants to get those snowballs online, get those items ahead of you, so he is always at the advantage, right? So how do you facilitate him to do that? It means you got to win your lanes, maybe take an early mid guardian so that he has roam space to move across the map. So what are you going to do to get that done? Warden, we know, is a very strong laner. You're going to pick that up, whatever. What do you pair with him to help him win the lane, unlock this Drifter? So that's what I'm going to be focusing on here for the Boon Enjoyers in terms of their draft. I do like this. The Infernus, we know that's going to maybe go on to Fragment if he doesn't play the Vindicta again. He was really prolific on that character in the semifinals, but he is an Infernus enjoyer, so it could go on to them. It's this Holiday. We didn't really get to see too much of them from the Watermelons. Be curious to see who pilots that.
Yeah, Wraith's going to be picked up on the opposite side, so finding some damage themselves.
That's a band, I think. A band.
Ooh, okay. Band away?
Yes.
Wraith?
Mm-hmm.
Is it? Did they go? I thought they went.
It's
one more
band,
pick
then three, and then band again. So I think the Watermelons are taking the Wraith out of this one, or it's the Boon Enjoyers. The Boon Enjoyers are taking it out. There we go. My bad.
Does that not feel strange?
It does.
That, Vindicta and Furnace locked in. I can't imagine. Dude, my mic arm is going insane today. I can't imagine Wraith would find its way through the draft. Now, I guess there's a world where they want some extra lockdown with the Holiday, use that telekinesis, but or maybe just a throwaway ban, right? Leave up something extra. It does leave up something for Les Watermelons, but it also means that Boon Enjoyers might be able to get something that they're hoping for.
That is true. Tempo did allude that they did that in their semifinal match, then unlock the Drifter for him later in the draft. So could be something. I agree. Yeah, the Wraith, there's plausibility here, right? You can use the lasso, and then when they pull back the team, you do the telekinesis, whatever. There's combos there, but you already have 2 M1s in terms of the Infernus and the Vindicta. So are you going to go for a third? Maybe not. You're going to look for maybe a support, maybe a frontline character off of that. then you also are limiting yourself for your own M1, because now that opens up the watermelons. Okay, you've taken another carry. Let's get another carry off the board into 7. You're limiting yourself a little bit more with that ban. So very interesting there. Looks like the Boon Enjoyers are picking up the Calvin, another strong laner once again to be able to unlock that Drifter.
Yeah, good support. One of the best in terms of just healing in general. Also supplements a bit of lockdown. They don't have the same swap, I guess, the same pick potential, right, that we normally see, which makes me think maybe a Moen Krill will find its way on through. Paradox still on the table for Boon Enjoyers. We'll see if they do try and round something out to maybe pull it back into the Kelvin, drop that Frozen Shelter, and that'll quickly become a Frozen Tomb. Meanwhile, Abram scooped up, right? Hey, you take away the Warden. Well, we still want to put something nice with our Vindicta. I thought maybe we could see a Billy coming on through again. I thought that was played really well for Le Watermelons. Not making its way through just yet. I guess there are still options, or there's still chances to see it, as they've got a couple more picks. It will be a Lady Geist instead, however. And I want to say etiquette, maybe, to pilot the Lady Geist again. We saw it, I think, in Game 2. Didn't look too bad. Game 2, just all around for Le Watermelons. You know, that's one that we kind of just sweep under the rug. We don't talk about that.
Yeah, they lost the tempo game there, and that's fine. That happens. That's why it's a best of 3. I was waiting for the Ivy pick. This was going to be my next point as you were talking, because it's a bait. You think, okay, this is another support. They're drafting 2 supports. Why are they doing this? No, it's Laffy, who has played carry Ivy more times than maybe somebody should in a competitive sense. So I would not be surprised to see this character being maybe position 3, like we talked about in terms of that hierarchy of farm, getting up there. So maybe, you do Warden, then you do Ivy as your second, and then the Drifter after that, because it worked and they won with the carry Ivy. So just be a heads up. As something that could be plausible. We're seeing the drafts being rounded out here with just some more girth, more beef there with the Moen Krill and the Viscous, just adding a little bit of that extra lockdown, sustain, save, things of that nature.
Yeah, and in the loss, right, in the Le Watermelons loss, it was a lack of front line, right? They picked the Ivy themselves. They also scooped up the Yamato. This time, they're making sure that they have those options, right? We can play the pick if we want to, shoulder charge, holiday lasso, all that good stuff. But we can also just play the team fight, play straight up engage, and look to take the fight right to you. When I look over to Boon Enjoyers, I got 2 questions for you, Philly. I'm going to go back to the Ivy after this next question, after this first question. Question number 1. Who's dealing with this Vindicta when she takes to the skies?
That's really tough, and I think it's got to be the Warden. If you can get the Binding Word on her. Yeah, she's flying, but she's not very fast, so you're got to escape that zone of influence. But yeah, if she does get to the skies, it's very difficult. The Moen Krill will have to jump onto them first, get them with the combo, keep them in place, and eliminate her. So that is definitely going to be their high priority target in some of these engagements. But if they are not able to get to her, which they have a big front line to chunk through, then she's going to be able to free fire in the background and get a lot of damage in. So you make a really good observation there. I think I'm more curious about how the Boon Enjoyers are going to line up their lanes, because with the Watermelons, it's very simple. Abrams and Vindicta, Viscous and Infernus, Holiday and Geist in the mid. We've seen it tried and true many times before. On this side, though, my friend, maybe Drifter, Moen Krill, maybe Pocket Ivy, and then Calvin and Warden together. There's a lot up in the air, and I think that's what they're trying to do, disguise what their lanes are going to be.
Yeah, that is a great question. Ivy a little slower in the early game in lane. Definitely can take off, like you said, that carry position. Yeah, what do you do with that, right? How do you make sure? Yeah, I mean, my dog almost, you know what? I can't say it because I said it before, but my dog, almost religiously doesn't bark. So it's very strange when he does bark. So you better go get him or stop barking, whoever it is. So I want to go back to the question about the Ivy. Because fortunately, the lanes will eventually sort themselves out as we jump on into game.
Sure.
Do you have the composition that was played around that carry Ivy? Because I'm wondering if this is going to be enough, right? If if there's enough Mouse 1 to shred through, I haven't seen enough Drifter play, especially at the highest level, to know if Drifter's Mouse 1 will also, supplement in that same field. But I would really hate for the Ivy to kind of be the only one who just has to pepper down this Viscous, this Lady Geist, and this Abram.
Yeah, and you got the Warden in there too, right? They definitely can spec into it. You go with the Last Stand, absolutely. The Drifter, though, you go melee, you do backstab, you get maybe an intensified mag and maybe one other ammo item, just because he starts out with like 13 ammo and he goes through it pretty quick because he's slashing. But you do the Stalker's Mark, get behind, you go pop, pop, rend, and then you have your good combination there. Sorry, I'm Italian. I'm very vocal with my hands. I'm like the Drifter out here, actually.
Yeah.
But yeah, you make a good point. In terms of the Ivy composition, what they ran in the game was they had a Mo and Krill, a Mina, and that was Tempu on the Mina. Ivy was Laffy, and then Stayrak was on the Doorman. We talked about how lethal he is. Ball was on the Warden, and Melam was on the Paradox. So they have a few of the pieces here, like the Mo and Krill, the Ivy, the Warden. They don't have the Paradox. Mina, I think, is okay. You can switch it out for the Drifter, which they're doing here. And then the Pocket switched out for Doorman, which I don't know if is a like-for-like trade necessarily. So we'll find out here as we finally get into the Cursed Apple for the Grand Finals.
The Grand Finals underway. Here we go. Lay Watermelons, your Amber Hand. Boon Enjoyers, your Sapphire Flame. We jump on out to our lanes, and we are finally allowed to see our assignments. I would assume these names aren't quite correct just yet, as it looks like Lifey is back on the Ivy. Tempu going to be playing that Drifter. However, they will be in a lane together. Maybe, you know what? I don't know why I'm saying that, because I'm looking at the lane assignments, and it's never that.
Well, let's talk about what we do know, my friend, and that's what the Watermelons are doing, and that's exactly as we predicted, right? The Viscous and the Infernus keep your hyper carry safe with your peel ability, allow them to farm. In the middle, you have your spirit damage folks, try to poke out, get that early Guardian, and then in lane number 3, you have your Vindicta being safe with the Abram, so a lot of kill potential over there. Now, it's about what are the Boon Enjoyers doing. The names are now updated. I'm seeing the Mo and Krill, and I believe the Ivy there in the middle, and then the Calvin and the Warden, I believe, there in lane number 1. Makes sense, right? Hyper carry, protect it with your support. And then in lane number 3, it is the Drifter and the Pocket. I feel like that is where they're going to try to lay in the kill potential. It's going to be very difficult, though, fighting into this Abrams very beefy boy. So, but if Tempo, I know this guy, he's a very aggressive player, knows this kit, he's going to be looking to put the pressure on.
And again, I always wonder what dictates whether or not you're going into lane 1 versus lane 3. Middle lane, sure, lane 2, you've got typically some heroes that can look to reach out and try and make plays in these side lanes. But what dictates whether you go left or whether you go right? Speaking of left and right, it's heavy left hooks coming out from Kitsune Joel, who played a strong Viscous in game 1 against the Groglodites in the semifinals and is shaping up to do just that as well. This was also very similar to what we saw in way of the Infernus player, right? Setting that line of scrimmage past the bridge, making sure that if they can get pressure, it's right at the stairs of the Guardian, so that way they can slowly start to chip away at said objective. Speaking of chipping away, Bert, we say sayonara salutes to Bert. 21 gun salute as that Mo and Crow goes down.
Yeah, and I was watching the health bars, and I figured he was going to be the first to go because he did step up in lane to try to secure some farm, and he immediately got poked out. He took a barrel and an essence bomb to the face, and then he backed up. The Scorn is not going to heal you enough at this moment because you don't have your spirit scaling online, etc. So then he's kind of waddling in lane. Do I go back? Do I not go back? Eventually, he takes the short way by going to the gray screen, but he's back in there. But you don't want to get either one of those characters in the mid lane off to a good start. Here, we're fighting again in lane number 1.
Yeah, and Steric not really in a position to be able to help his Warden on that Kelvin, so we saw a little bit of damage coming onto Malium. And it's just going to be Hail Marys from downtown out with the orbs. Using them for damage, not quite for the healing just yet, as that won't be available. Here in the mid lane, people maybe needed to be a little careful. Is that triple or is that Iticut on Lady Geist? I didn't quite get to see. If it is triple, then triple is really taking a page out of Iticut's book. And the holiday is in the hands of another.
And we love to see that, my friend, in terms of the flexibility, right? We can make a draft work, and if we select something that might be a little bit different, then we can still work it because we have that depth on our squad. So Bert going down again. This has been a really difficult lane for him. He's just being pressured. He's a big body, so he's easy to hit with some of those abilities. So he can't really step up in lane. And then Ivy is not really going to have the threat, of that gun carry just yet. So it's a really tough for them to manage it. We're seeing another kill go the way of the Boon Enjoyers in lane number 3. We told you there was gonna be some kill threat there. They finally find it.
The Drifter to take his leave. Nope, is just going to grab the cold front, then head on back. Maybe opens up a window for this Abrams Vindicta lane to set that line of scrimmage out towards the bridge, just like that left lane, that lane 1 is doing between Kitsune and Saute. They scoop up another kill, putting Steric behind, and Gooball is available. Saute is about to have that concussive combustion again. It would be great to pick up not only this kill on Tamalium, which they might just do, but when Steric comes back, right, keep that pressure on. Find another kill if you can in this lane before that frozen shelter comes online.
For sure. And this, you talk about, okay, why do people pick certain lanes or whatever? You want one lane you can win. And that is where you put usually people in lane 1 or whatever it is. So that is where you put your tried and true, I'm going to win this lane and I'm going to scale. So for the side of the Watermelons, it is lane number 1 with the Viscous and the Infernus. And on the other side, it is the Drifter and the Pocket for the side of Boon and Enjoyers. Those are the guys they want to accelerate their farm, get them off to a good start, and then have them kind of carry throughout the game and facilitate the rest of the squad. So that is kind of the reasoning there. Now, does it always happen because you don't know what the other team is going to do? Sure, but there's kind of like a handshake of like, I think we're going to go here, we're going to go there. The Mo and Krill dives in with a combo.
Yeah, combo there. Life swap, though. That was used beautifully. Itka was just staying in lane, waiting for Triple to land the lasso. But can they convert on the kill? 2 ultimates expended to try and get something, and unfortunately, they get nothing. It's a bit of damage. Maybe Bert goes down. He'll sneak away. Guardian now going to target Etiquette. The Lady Geist. I mean, the Lady Geist is still on the hunt in the back lines, but can't find anything. Now Tempu put in a rough spot. The healing there for the Abrams party trying to stay alive. Jadao able to make that trade an even one there in a lane as 3 out towards the right side. But, I mean, meanwhile, if you're looking left on the minimap at all, you're just seeing bloodshed. You're seeing orange on the blue side of the map or amber on the sapphire side of the map. This Viscous and Infernus are not letting up, and this is Saute Infernus. I don't think we've seen this on the day. I'm wondering, right, with 3 beefcakes on your team in Lady Geist, Abrams, Viscous, do you still build that same vitality in Furnace, or do you just go spirit damage out the wazoo?
And I think that build you're talking about was an Icy Rain special, or whoever was playing it in the semifinals. I don't think Sate will go with that. I think they will go more with the gun build. We do have Kashi as our producer, and you and me as our observer. So if you and me, if you can scroll over to the Infernus. Oh, it's ZGL Gaming Observer. Sorry. Both of them are in there doing the numbers. But if you can get over there at some point, let's see. Because I think he's going to go for the gun, knowing that the Lady Geist will kind of carry some of that spirit damage as well. Oh, maybe not. Okay, he's got the cold front and the burst. So, okay, going in for that spirit scaling as well, which I think is totally fine because you have that Vindicta going for the gun damage there.
Yeah.
But they are winning
Vindicta
that lane outright, friend. That's what they want.
Yeah, Vindicta's actually probably going to build Spirit as well, which, I mean, if you're Boon Enjoyers and you're looking at that, you're thinking, okay, Spirit Resist, right? We just need a whole bunch of that when you take a look. As Bert goes up top, airdrop trying to get that Mo and Krill out to safety. Bert does eventually go down, so they've been chasing this kill, and they finally will get it. Lasso used to try and secure that one. Perry doesn't quite find the Guardian, and dancing on the wrong side of the map is Etiquette. But he'll have some help to force this Ivy back. Dancing beautifully. Lifey really making this one a scary situation for Lay Watermelons. Healing right. Gonna right the wrongs that Triple has made. Meanwhile, we go down once more as Barty falls. Seismic Slam trying to get something done. Parry for Parry. And I don't know if that's the 1v1 you want to take. So Jadao goes down. Barty follows. Now Fregman now trying to sneak away. Ooh, I thought Tempo maybe goes on the chase, maybe hits that Stalker's mark from across the map, and Well, when the fighting stops somewhere, you know you can expect it here in lane 1. Goo ball used, but it is just going to be some space taking out from the big goo as Steric and Malium back underneath their Guardian once more.
And you would think with all these kills that the soul disparity would be larger, but it's not. It's only that 1k, and especially with how many times Bert has died, I think it might have been 3 or 4 at this point, you would feel like they would be behind, and they're not. He's a little bit behind, but the rest of the team is not, and that's okay. That is what you're looking for. Finally, they clap back in lane number 1 as they dive a little bit deeper. Can the Viscous, can the Goo Man get out? He's being tossed under there. The Flask secures the kill.
Yeah, good Flask there, Cube. Probably still on cooldown. Kitsune getting a little too aggressive, and in getting aggressive, they wasted a lot for nothing, right? Goo Ball was used, Concussive Combustion used, and now they're on the back foot and getting chased down. So good punish there from Boon Enjoyers to finally get some footing in that lane 1. And you can't say, well, maybe they overstayed their welcome, right? They're just playing the lane. But as soon as Les Watermelons get back in lane 1, they are looking to take the fight to them once more. Malium saying, hey, man, we got to slow things down over here.
And it's a timely pause because I want to talk about the state of the Guardians, because we've talked about the state of the kills, which way they're going, right? It's 5 or 7 to 5 either side, but the damage on the Guardians is through the Boon Enjoyer. So they have that little bit of an advantage from a macro perspective, because if they can unlock those further, remember, their win condition is this Drifter. Can they get him scaling? Can they get the eliminations online for him? If you unlock those Guardians, if you get that extra map space, then he can roam, be effective, use his 3 ability to track people who are low, isolate those targets, and eliminate them. So I really like the way that they are getting that pressure on. And I'm surprised in lane number 1 how much Guardian damage they actually have done through the course of this match. We are reaching that 10-minute mark, though, my friend. The Urn's coming online.
Yeah, Urn just about available. Mid-boss also buffs to be played here. Second set of buffs. Oh, that's a nice buff for your Abrams. Vitality buff on the right side of the map. It looks like Sauté was able to scoop one up for himself. He was quick to play that one. And to go back to the, the Guardian HP, for Les Watermelons, they can't afford to make another mistake in lane 1 or they will lose their structure. So that might actually slow them down in its own right. As an airdrop, it's an airdropped Drifter into this mid lane. They're trying to make some quick plays. Lifey was hoping to breathe some life into Boon Enjoyers, and they do so. Again, the scratch bullets get it done there. Etiquette falls.
And that's, we're seeing a little bit of their game plan here. The Ivy can just drop this Drifter into place. Then he can use the Stalker's Mark, get behind people, do some quick burst damage, and the drop does the damage as well. So I really like that strategy for them, and that facilitates Drifter to be across the map and find some of those isolated targets. He didn't find an isolated one there, so doesn't get any of that permanent weapon damage, but still gets an elimination, which gets you some souls, gets you an extra item. He wants to be ahead. We're seeing the Urn kind of being picked up, dropped off. Nobody feels too comfortable with running it just yet.
And too close in the game for it to be a comeback Urn either way. Guardians do fall in the mid lane, however, so they'll trade those out, and now we'll start to see both this Holiday Lady Geist, Ivy, Drifter maybe look to make plays around the map. A little bit slower for the Ivy without the airdrop. Tempu, however, Ultimate about to be back online, right? That can really turn the tides, especially when you're jumping into a lane that only has 2 members, right? Because you're blinding 2 of those targets. Shoulder charge comes through, parried, tried to be by Bert, and when you're burrowed, you can't parry, you just have to eat the damage. Fortunately, you have a bit of resistances, and that doesn't really amount to a whole lot now. Going up top is Big Blue as he comes on down. He takes the Ivy with him. That was airdrop used as Lifey gets ripped out of the sky. Stoneform gonna find the double stun. Here comes Bert with that Mo and Krill combo, and it's all blue here in the fight as everybody starts to get swarmed. Somehow, some way, Barty stays alive a bit longer. He gets one on the way out, but Boon Enjoyers walk away a 2-for-1 and maybe looking for some more. Fregman just trying to back away from it, will take flight. Good stake on low HP members. Assassinate 2 seconds away. Can he find something here?
There's no follow-up. He's the only one. Oh, That was pixel perfect. It didn't find the elimination though. The Ivy still stands. All the while, this Geist in the mid lane though has been putting pressure on the Walker. Finally, it is Triple to make the rotation. They do take down Burt, but this guy's just been dying left and right. I think he's okay with sacrificing his life after that.
Yeah, Burt knows, you know, hey, I'll land a good couple of combos. I'll be able to get some of these souls back in way of HP. Meanwhile, speaking of death, Steric is no stranger to death as the decay queued up there. No moment for Kitsune. No, he does get that one out. He might look to still take that fight. Lady Geist pressured the Walker, now pressuring Drifter here. That was the life swap, the soul exchange used, and that means Jadao is able to trade that one out, but 2 players fall as Steric eventually does get chased down. Urn's still available. The fighting won't stop, Philly.
And this, yeah, just one after another. It's like, okay, you've used all your abilities. A new person comes in. They can use all their abilities to kill you. Then the next person comes in. But still, it's what are you getting off of those eliminations? Are you getting map pressure? Are you taking the neutral objective? Are you finding jungle camps, accelerating your farm? Whatever it is. So far, it's kills for kills' sake, as you can see that the souls are 5k, 6k apart. That's really not too much. Barty getting caught out here once again. He's been getting caught out, staying alive, and then the team is like, we gotta save him, and then they get got on and they lose in the long run. So Barty has to play a little bit more carefully and choose the battles that they want to pick for some of these engagements that will open up the urn. The touchdown is going to be scored.
Yeah, stone form for Lifey, but it looks like this just might be another Guardian after they do slam home that urn. Triple just getting ripped through by the kudzu bomb. Back in the back lines.
Oof.
Burt will grab the stack. Assassination shots ringing on through, but seems like JFK gonna make his way out of this one. Airdrop. And what can you do with it? Still playing to the skies. His life in. He's gonna go ahead and keep his life, going back to play the farm game here. So yeah, Carry Ivy slowly but surely starting to come online. 5,500 souls in the back pocket there. And to go back to that urn play, right? Barty just a step behind the play, playing too aggressive on the right side of the map. And Boon Enjoyers had sent members over there to say, hey, we need to clear things out, right? This is our landing zone. We need to make sure that the urn can land. And well, Blue was there and then Blue wasn't.
And this is the one of the main tactics of MOBAs. It's not just a fight because you can. It's fighting for a reason. Now, here in Deadlock and the Cursed Apple, it's also an arena, so people are just you basically are forced to fight because there's 6 people or 12 people on a tiny map. So there are going to be those engagements, but you have to be forethought. You have to be thinking about why you're taking these engagements. So right now, they're trying to run the urn, but they didn't have any picks. So they know it's going to be a full 6v6, 5v5 skirmish over here. So what do? Do you try to just jockey for position? Do you send somebody else across the map and create a disadvantage space somewhere else? Right now, we're going to find out.
Yeah, and the Watermelons, I mean, they just walk up and try and brute force the urn. Frozen Shelter to come down to try and slow things down for a second. Finally, the shelter falls. The urn will be picked up and secured by Burt. So Les Watermelons do the job for the Boon Enjoyers as Saute goes down, and Boon Enjoyers win everything they could ask for there.
Yeah, they got some eliminations, especially onto Saute, and Burt gets the 2, that's 2 urns for him, which means 2 ability points and a lot of souls. He's now at 14k when he had a pretty rough start to begin with. They're really trying to facilitate their sport to be back in this, get some of those vitality items online so he can sustain in these fights and facilitate some of their pick-off potential. So I really like the tactful play of what they're trying to do to get Burt into this one. But that Frozen Shelter from Stayrack was monumental to keeping that fight locked in place. The last stand layered on top of it. Nobody can withstand those 2 ultimates together. Yeah. And Saute just melted under the pressure. Extinguished was the bartender. So a really good combination of ultimates. Now they have this tiny advantage. What do they do next? Do they group up for a Guardian? Do they try to go for a Walker? Time will tell.
Yeah, only time will tell. Flex slots unlocked on, well, the side of Boon Enjoyers. And the Watermelons chasing their first as Drifter maybe getting caught out. Look at the lifesteal there. Now starting to try and cut through Kitsune. Gonna slow things down. Through goes the goo ball. Burt trying to play peel, and somehow Tempu's still alive. Now Barty's here, and it feels a little desperate from Les Watermelons. Fortunately, they do get 1 for their troubles. Can they find some more? Malium trying to make sure Kitsune can't make it out with his life. Parry just a moment too soon, almost reading. Barty does it right back to him, though, second time around. Cube comes through, another parry for Malium, and he wants some more. Deked out on the heavy melee there. Here comes the crane game. Parried again. Malium nearly perfect in parries. Barty healing up. Burt is here to supplement. And Big Blue feels bulletproof. Some way, somehow, still alive. As we go parry for parry, Barty picks it up and goes absolutely nuclear.
This guy is surviving for way too long. This is the second time he has survived against the 3-man gank, and the reinforcements came to turn it around. It's 3-0 out here, friend. They went on the wrong target. Why are you trying to gank an Abrams? An Abrams is so tanky. Whether he's isolated or not, he will take you on. He doesn't care. He'll slap you. He'll shoulder charge you. And if he needs to get out, he's got the seismic impact. So Tempu, I think, got a little bit greedy there, was licking his chops just a little too much, finding an isolated target. Chose the wrong one. He's got to be more tactful in the future about who he goes on.
Yeah, and that's tough, man. These high net soul heroes dying there. 3 kills going the way of Barty. Not for free by any means, but, you know, Kitsune went down, sure, but the Viscus is okay to die. We've seen this style from Kitsune on the Viscus specifically where Viscus is always going to be a problem. Viscus is always going to have the cube. So whatever, man, whatever it takes. A huge cube to help supplement that play. And then Barty obviously doing Barty things in a world where it looked like Malium was the main character. And that was not the case, man.
Yeah, I can agree more. You'll sacrifice your support every day in the week. I'm a support player. I know what it's like to die for the vision, die for the zone control, utilize your kit, and then just, you know, expend your life force after. Here's Barty once again, the kill leader of the season. He finds another assist. Burt goes down once more.
And Burt, okay to play that game. This time it doesn't get the combo off, and would imagine because there wasn't enough damage to supplement that ultimate. As the splatter goes out, doesn't find too much. Kitsune, though. Kitsune's on the chase, man, trying to make opportunities for the team. Lifey maybe getting caught out, getting chased down towards the rooftops. The Ivy will go. Airdrop available, but just never an opportunity to get liftoff. And it's another kill the way of Lay Watermelon.
And this is what we were talking about in the draft, is the Watermelons have a better scaling comp. They work better going into the late game. So as we're reaching the 20 minutes, we're about almost like mid-late game, right? Not totally into the late game just yet, but they are scaling, and then it's going to be harder for the Boon enjoyers to do what they want to do in finding these 1v1, 2v2 engagements and trying to turn it, because now these items are come online. We see the Ricochet here as well for the side of the Infernus, and Barty on a tear. He's on a 6k kill streak. He's looking for more as well. The Drifter Tempu, he gets concussed upon, stunned up, and shoulder charge as well. Just a few more shots will do it. Reinforcements do arrive here though, Tanner.
Yeah, reinforcements here. Walker maybe going down. Not a whole lot of damage coming from Sauté to take this one. However, Frozen Shelter used, trying to stabilize. You see Tempu's HP nearly back to full. The Walker gets to hang on for a moment longer. Finally, that one goes down. That'll be a flex slot opened up for Lay Watermelons, and it looks like they got what they came for as they look to play back.
Yeah, now can they get out? Can they sacrifice anything? It might be this Kitsune who's just going to be the dangling piece of meat, or do they turn it around here, Tanner? They're looking at Tempu once again. Those boost shots, the alternate fire doing some work. The Ivy split pushing on the other side, though. That is the benefit of the gun carry Ivy. She's great split push potential because of her global ultimate. She can go around the map. Now she's picked up the urn, but the other side is picking up kills.
And it's a neutral urn as Lay Watermelons make their way back into the game. They've secured themselves a lead. As things get a little too dicey, Burt and Malium finally make good on that 2v2 and take down Barty and Sauté. That's opened things up, though, to where maybe Lay Watermelons aren't wanting to fight for this urn, right? Tempu and Steric a little closer to rejoining the squad than Barty and Sauté are.
Yeah, and then they're going to try to contest this urn as best they can, but they don't really have the ultimates to do it. They don't have the lasso. The goo ball is great, but if your focus fire doesn't get much done, so going to be difficult for them. They have to stay alive for another 15 seconds or so to wait for the rest of the team to come through. The positioning, though, being taken here by the Boon enjoyers. Yeah, they get the touchdown.
Wow, that they do. I mean, earn for free. It looks like those souls will also go their way. Nobody looking to deny. Kitsune hunting for kills now on that goo ball, but it's a little too hard to control. Bert maybe getting away. It does look like he will be successful in his endeavors. Now airdrop across the map to try and deal with Etiquette, who has been on walker duty, who has been on split push duty. I mean, I don't think you should be able to life drain, but sure, who cares? So much damage coming that way. But the answer is here. Swap available, but unfortunately, silence means he might not get it off, though. Eventually, he does. Lifey, the recipient of the swap, but just enough for Boon Enjoyers to make that one hurt.
But look at the space created. They get the walker, and so many members had to go over there that they can secure the mid-boss. The frozen shelter is expended here, but Styrac will expend their life for the concussion combustion used a little bit early. Everybody diving in.
Yeah, I mean, surely we're not going for this one, guys. There's just absolutely no way. They steal away one rejuvenator. That one's used immediately as Tenfu goes down, and I can't imagine the Drifter gets out of this one trying to stalk his way, and back into the shadows he will go in way of death. A big pickup there by Lay Watermelons. All of that off of the back end of Etiquette just having immense pressure on the map and having to call 3 or 4 members over to that lane 1 walker.
Absolutely, and which means they're late to the party and they didn't even bring any food, friend, as they make their way to the mid-boss. This is another thing I want to let folks know about. Sometimes it's okay. Let the objective go. You do not have the position. You do not have the numbers. You do not have the resources. Why are you throwing your life away? Instead, go and pick up your jungle camps. Get your sinner sacrifices. Set the lanes against the opposition so they can't do anything with this mid-boss rejuve, right? They have to then fight through a couple of waves, which buys you time. Instead, you sacrifice through your lives. Now they have all the lanes pushing into you. They're knocking on your door. Be disciplined. Make the right call if you know that the other team has got the advantage on you. So next time, maybe they won't go and just stagger in and try to do. Sometimes it's cool to get the clutch play. I stole 1 crystal, but you lose it immediately because you're dying, right? And it's not a resource that is just good to take away. I'd rather you get other resources and accelerate yourself and try to hinder the other team. So let's see if they make those adjustments in the future.
Yeah, and the inverse, right? As long as you're not overstaying your welcome, take all of that away, right? Lay Watermelons, they see, hey, Boon Enjoyers, they're not taking their camps. We're going to do that while they're on respawn, while they're back in their base dealing with these waves that we have pushed in. So they clear the opposing side of the jungle, right? Taking all the denizen camps. And now they have their own side to also scoop up.
Yeah, so you're losing the economic game as well as the map game, and that's really rough to see. And now you have earn control as well. So the Gooball man, he's just running across the map. He's going to score this one easy. Nobody there to contend. The Watermelons, they feel like they are in the advantage when it comes to this late game, which we're in now, folks. They've got it on lock.
And 2 extra lives for the next minute 45. Life drain. Again, Etiquette, this time going down, trying to defend the walker. We'll use one of those rejuvenators. Saute is here to try and force them out. And that feels pretty good for Boon Enjoyers, right? To just be able to get something without losing anything.
And Etiquette had a disciplined play, did not use the soul exchange. Just said, okay, we'll take the crystal instead because that's on a timer. Let me keep this for the next fight. Boon Enjoyers, they expended everything because that is what a Lady Geist will do. She's a resource zapper. They're like, we got nothing left. We got to back off, especially with the lanes pushing into us. We're going to have to fight close to our base now as all 6 members are gearing up to mount a defense. Ivy's called out. This could be disastrous.
Yeah, Stone Form available. Looks like it might buy some time. Here comes the Goo Ball, though, and this is not where you want to be inside the building with the Goo. Kitsune driving through everybody, and this is a runaway train inside the cube to try and slow things down. Tenfu the first to fall. Health bar still good on the side of Boon Enjoyers, and they've got a couple of ultimates to play with. Unfortunately, now those health bars starting to dwindle away. No combo used for the lockdown. Kitsune still alive. So is the rest of the squad, and everything belongs to them here on the Cursed Apple.
Kitsune surviving longer than me in the summer heat. I don't know. That guy, he should have died like 3 different times, and the cube saved him, the ball saved him. They spent everything they tried to take him down. All the while, fragmented, just getting frags in the backline. Pop, 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 pop. So many eliminations. They win that one clean. They're storming the base. I think, man, they might go for it all.
I mean, 10 seconds on the timers. Ivy's still not going to be there, right? So how much damage are you actually worried about? And I feel like this tier 2 patron is 4 heavy melees away from Barty on that Abrams from actually going down, and here they go. They storm on into the pit. Sapphire Patron getting chipped away at. Frozen Shelter not available. They'll do their darndest to try and hang on. Inside the pit we go. Taking to the skies is Fragment. Triple the first to fall. Boon Enjoyers setting up their last stand, but the Patron in the eyes of Lay Watermelons. The Frozen Shelter a second too late, and game 1 goes to the Watermelons.
And Tempu did say in our little pregame interview, they are a tough melon to crack, right?
Yeah.
And so they are showing their mettle there. They bent a little bit in the early game, but they did not yield under the pressure. They knew where their timings was. We've been talking about all day, Tanner. Where are their timings? They knew it was around that 20-minute mark where they were coming online. They had all their items and abilities scaled perfectly. Then they were able to take fight after fight after fight. Great scalability from them and taking those advantages to close out the map, and they did so efficiently, but also from a few mistakes from the Boon Enjoyers, going for maybe that mid-boss when they shouldn't. That gave up a lot of map pressure for them, and they were able to fall after that. They didn't also have a lot of good frontline in there because of the Drifter, etc. Really tough. Tempo had a really good early game, but then fell off there because he couldn't get his footing into this match. The Pocket didn't really see too much from them. Maybe had 1 or 2 afflictions, but nothing game-changing, fight-changing out of this one. So we'll see if J-Dow picks something else up in game number 2.
Yeah, and I mean, for when it comes to the Drifter, when it comes to the Kelvin and what they bring to the table in way of healing, right? You see 20,000 healing for the Kelvin, 20,700 there for Barty on the Abrams. Kitsune, I think 2 or 3 times I had seen Kitsune in their POV running around with just a decay in their hand. Like, I know what's up. I know what is going to turn this for us, right? Like, you are not going to win this skirmish because I am going to not only start chipping away at your health, but chip away and start cutting down, getting some healing reduction on you to make sure that you can't thrive, right? You can't do what you want to do, which is what that Drifter does, you know, getting all that bullet lifesteal. Same thing with the Kelvin. Hey, we go inside the dome and you're not healing as much as you thought you were. If it's not Kitsune finding the kill, it's definitely going to be somebody else. It actually felt like if it's not Kitsune supplementing a kill and maybe finding something, it was Barty, who seemed to be in the right place at the right time.
And even when he wasn't, he was surviving. Like we said, like, how was this guy? He was parrying after parrying, lifesteal after lifesteal, could not be taken down, and then would turn the fight. Even if he did eventually die, he would take 2 with him, or, you know, the team would follow up and find a couple exit kills as well. So very difficult, very elusive on this Abrams, which we all know. It's been like this for a year now. If this guy gets to an early start, Abrams very difficult to take down. So, Watermelons, they're up a game here in our grand final set. The Boon Enjoyers, they're back, are against the wall. I would imagine that draft was a little bit, not trolly, but it was like, okay, this is something unique. This is something team-specific for us. If it works, great. We're up a game. Then we can go with something tried and true, use our mechanics and our game knowledge, then win it outright. If it's not, we're on the back foot. Let's mentally reset, go for a more solid and standard strategy, see if we can get it done from there.
Yeah, and we'll see if that will be the case. Now, Lifey in an interview on the B stream, if you caught it, said game 1 for us is a little slow, that being the Boon Enjoyers. They said we kind of use that one as a feeler, and then we like to really pick it up for games 2 and game 3, and we'll see if that holds true or if Lay Watermelons can get it done in 2. We're going to hop away for a short break. We've got some replays so you can revisit that map number 1. We'll see you guys on the other side.
number 21, where energy is flowing through machines that are all knowing, and the lightning outshines the sun. I wanna fly with the Jetsons, wanna shoot past the stars, wanna take you to a place you've never been before, where nothing rhymes like purple and orange, and you can count the coldest law. I wanna fly with the Jetsons, wanna shoot past the stars with you.
One game down, two quite possibly ahead of us as we jump back into the grand finals. The Watermelons, Philly, they take map 1 against Boon Enjoyers. However, this bodes well for our enjoyers of the Boon.
Yeah, so far we've heard from Jacob, our European admin. He told us that the Boon Enjoyers have reverse swept every game so far in this tournament. So, like you mentioned in the interview from Lefe, that they like to try and do a test match first, basically, see how the other team plays, who's the characters they need to look out for, the players rather, and then how do they counter them, how do they ban against them, what have you. So, working well into their strategy though thus far, but momentum is a thing. So the Watermelons, they definitely have it. They've been rolling through the garden all day long. They're going to be looking to close this one out for sure and crown themselves the EU Season 1 champions. I will say here, Tanner, the Boon Enjoyers are definitely going to make an adjustment. I think their opener with the Drifter, as we were talking about in the green room, kind of was their shot in the foot, basically, because Drifter has a certain way that they want to play. Well, then you just draft against it, okay? You can't jump on the Geist. You can't jump on the Abrams, whatever. Okay, then he's limited in who his victims are, and then you just protect those people. There's nothing that he can do. So I think that they might try to sneak him in a little bit later, knowing that he probably won't get banned and probably won't get picked by the Watermelon. So if they really want to do it, Boon Enjoyers, probably in the second phase of the draft is when he should come out.
Yeah, absolutely. We also saw some like really early punishment. The Ivy did okay. Ivy started to come online and we started to see good damage. There was one moment specifically where I think we were getting a POV angle and maybe around the second urn where Ivy was just shooting at Kitsune and was ripping through the Viscous. However, the other Mouse one was supposed to be the Warden, and the Warden, Kelvin Lane, didn't quite go the way that I think Boon Enjoyers were hoping. So as much shred as Ivy brought to the mix, you didn't quite have that same beef in your Warden that you normally would have where, you know, you buy a couple of gun items, your gun starts to hit really hard, you also pick up some health and some spirit items, and now your ultimate's keeping you in a good spot. We didn't really feel that from Malium, unfortunately. So we'll see what the changes are as we are just around the corner from our next draft. I would imagine Doorman still probably not going to get played, unfortunately. I'm assuming probably ban 1 or ban 2 here.
100%. And it depends on who goes for who picks first pick, basically. But I think no matter what, Doorman's going to be taken off the table. Stay Rack is just way too good on that character right now. Very hard to play against. We saw in the show match his shiftiness, how he can run through a door, shut it right behind him, and he gets out with 2 HP, and he's like laughing all the way home to the base. So very difficult to capture that shifty demigod. For now, I like your points about the Ivy because their objective damage is massive. They just chunk through objectives and they have that global presence. They can fly to different spaces. But to facilitate that, you need to have threats elsewhere. You need to have that Warden online where like, this is the guy we need to focus. Or that Drifter needed to be a threat where like, we've got to focus this guy and he's really hard to take down or what have you. They didn't have that. And so the Ivy didn't have the space to fly, take down objectives, create that map pressure for the Drifter to then do the work. So little the cookery was there. I saw the spices being tossed in.
Yeah.
It just didn't. They maybe a little too long in the oven. We'll see what happens. The Boon Enjoyers first ban here, the Vindicta.
Yeah, we swapped sides, so Boon Enjoyers going to enjoy themselves a first ban onto Vindicta. Obviously, Doorman will make an exit early in this one. Hey, man, it's your day off. You're not needed. Quit coming to work. We're not paying you if you keep showing up. This does mean, however, that Victor does not get banned away. That was Boon Enjoyers to take it away in game 1, and they're going to grab that pick for themselves, much like Les Watermelons do, getting that Warden in pretty good hands.
Yeah, I like this. It's now about who's going to pilot this Victor, right? Is it going to be, and what position? Are they going to be position 2, 3? Are they going to be like a true support? Things like that. Usually Victor's probably around a position 3 or 4 because he's going to be playing more of a tank. So he wants some farm, but not all the farm. But you never know because it's deadlock because any character can play it anyway. We just saw Gun Carry Ivy. So you never know. On the flip side, though, we're seeing a tried and true opener of the Warden and the Holiday. You get your initiation, your lockdown secured, and then you get one of the just most standard, easily playable carries in the game with the Warden. Drifter, he's coming out in the first phase of the draft, but I think because the Victor is here, which is going to take a lot of that attention and pressure, that will allow the Drifter to do what he needs to do.
Yeah, I would like to see, again, what do I know? But it felt like, let's get this Drifter going, right? Let's work this Drifter up. And I know Drifter's somebody who wants to play the engage, but what we were missing from Boon Enjoyers was that pick potential. Paradox was still available, right? They grabbed the Mo and Krill, but then it's kind of like, Drifter, let's get worked into the team fight. Whereas you pair Drifter with Paradox and you're like, hey, I'm going to swap this guy and I'm leaving it. It's just you, mono, right? I'm giving you the 1v1 that you're asking for. So I'm wondering if maybe Boon Enjoyers are also picking up on that. They can, I don't want to say kind of do the same, but I think the 7 paired with the Paradox works really well on top of that. A swap and a stun, a static charge means whoever's getting swapped is really getting locked down. So we'll see if that does come to fruition. Lash now making its way back in. We caught this game 1. I believe it was Birdie to play the Lash for Les Watermelons, and it was a scary one.
Yeah, he was comboing with his teammates quite effectively in that one. What was it, a Victor Lash lane or something like that? And those two were doing work. Yeah. But I love your point about the Paradox. I think that might have been a better pick than the Pocket for the Boon Enjoyers in that game because Paradox still has some of that lane pressure, not as much as other folks, but that time bomb, right? The kinetic carbine can do some things and then facilitating from there. I'm curious about the Calvin. I would maybe have banned the Paradox here, actually, if I was the Watermelons, knowing that there's some lack of initiation on this other side, or go for an Abrams, something else, another frontliney characters, but they might pick Abrams up themselves, actually, so maybe that's why. But 2 supports taken off the board. Maybe we get to see Paige. Haven't seen Paige all day. Maybe we see an Ivy in a more supportive role this time around. So, but all the supports being taken off, it's curious to see how we go from here.
I wonder if we have any Sinclair enjoyers. I know that sometimes Sinclair kind of falls into that support-esque role, just being able to steal whatever ultimate you want and then turn everybody into rabbits whenever you want. Also adds a lot of damage. I think Sinclair is one of those heroes where you can go into the game, right, in a competitive setting and say, I'm taking a step back, right? I'm playing P4, 5, 6. Not trying to do too much. But if I do start to get ahead, maybe let's invest a little bit more into me, right? Let's do some extra damage. That assistant, the Vexing Bolt, right? A Vexing Bolt from downtown, somebody who's good at geometry, really makes Sinclair strong.
Yeah, and I've seen, I think the Shoddy Strawman sent me, one of the casters here, sent me a video of a Vexing Bolt build, and that guy was going bananas out there. But to your point, through my research, only one player was really a Sinclair enjoyer, and that's Kagi from the Groglodites. So I didn't really see anybody playing that guy, so that's probably why. Somebody else I haven't really seen is the Shiv. That's the first. What? I mean, he's so hard to balance. He's either super strong, super not great. Right now, he's okay. You really have to facilitate him. He's got to get off to an early lead. I want to see how they build around this kind of assassin player. Picking up the Lady Geist on the other side, though, that's going to be one player really hard to dive. They go with the Pocket again here for the Boon Enjoyers.
Yeah, so they are still kind of lacking front line. We'll see what they round it out with for their final pick, but if you're looking at anything, You're looking at Victor, right, to be right up front. Drifter also, but Drifter doesn't have the Kingdom Hearts 13 health bar boss style, right? That's we see that in the Abrams, we see that in the Moen crew. We haven't seen that in the Drifter just yet. So it is gonna be. Wait a second. Okay, I love Paige. Don't get me wrong. I'm all about it. I'm a fantasy nerd myself. I'm wearing I got a little Witcher locket going on here because I'm a dork. But Dynamo, okay, Dynamo is like the dream competitive pick, but it's just so solved, right? You know what Dynamo wants to do. It's no question that he wants to jump into all 6 of you and look to hit that singularity.
Absolutely. And so he's okay in the early game, right? He's going to kind of support you. He's going to keep your guys safe. Falls off pretty hard in the mid game. And then in the late game, when he's got full items, he can have a refresher. He's got the black hole. He can win you. He can win you the game. He can win you the series, win you the title, right? So I like it. The front line here for the Boon Enjoyers is going to come down that Victor, like you said, and then the Lady Geist. The Drifter is an assassin. You got to think of him like a Yamato, like a Calico, like a Shiv, right? Really wants to isolate targets, jump on them, get the people priority targets away from the herd, and take them down. So if the Victor can cause that distraction, then I think they can do it. But another thing is that the Shiv, sorry, you know me, I can talk forever about the strategy, the intertwining of how the compositions work. The Shiv, though, I think their role here in this is going to be looking for that Drifter. How are they going to have these skirmishes on the outside of the battle? And who can win that outright? Whoever does, and if they're healthy enough, will be able to sneak into the backline and then just kind of pick off members from there. So I really like the way that they're strategizing around this Drifter pick by picking up the Shiv to kind of counteract that. We're waiting on the Boon Enjoyers. The last pick, my friend, it's got to be a carry. Maybe the Infernus, maybe the Wraith.
Okay, what if Crazy, hear me out here, and I'm cooking some Alchemist level garbage here. Yamato, last pick for Boon Enjoyers, and what that will do is that will force, maybe not necessarily somebody in the front line, but that might create space and create chaos for Drifter to then go on the hunt and find somebody who might be out of position because the rest of the team is looking to play around this Yamato who is diving deep into the back line. And never mind, I'm cooking with ice here. It's a Bebop, but it is, okay, for whatever reason, it's not a paradox. Fine. Bebop will kind of do the same thing. There is a little bit more of that fear potential. Watermelons don't want to just stand in front of you now because they might get grabbed up.
Yeah, and that's exactly the same point, right? You hook somebody and bring him into the Drifter. Drifter can then, they're isolated. He gets that extra weapon damage stack, and then he can move forward from there. So I like it. But Bebop players, they're an interesting bunch because they could go gun. They could go full vitality. They could go spirit. We've seen everything in a competitive sense. So we'll see how they try to facilitate it. Now it's about, what are the lanes? Do you go with a Drifter Bebop in a lane? Maybe in lane number 3, maybe in the mid. I doubt the mid lane. Just seems like there's usually too much poke pressure there. Then maybe you go Geist and Pocket together. You can put a lot of that spirit damage, and then the Victor and the 7, because the Victor can kind of keep 7 safe as he's trying to farm up. So the interesting lane matchups is what I'm going to be looking up here. On the other side, I've seen Shiv Lash. I don't know if it's going to go here. Probably going to be Page Warden, maybe the Lash and the Holiday in the mid, and then the Shiv and the Dynamo, because Dynamo can heal up the Shiv as he's trying to jump in, but Paige also has barrier, so maybe that, I don't know, with the new characters, folks, there's like an umpteenth layer of combinations that these guys can go into. I'm so curious to find out.
So it's for sure not an M1 Page, which I'm just putting that out. I'm getting that out of my head. I'm saying it so it leaves my brain.
Good.
I have seen 100,000 damage Page games where they just build full spirit and just go absolutely insane, wreaking havoc. When I look at Watermelons, Shiv to play Assassination, Lash does a lot of burst damage. You have the ward in there for the sustained damage, but it does feel a little lacking, right? Locking into support heroes towards the end makes me think that maybe there's a world where Dynamo is going to be playing the majority of the support, which might allow Paige some breathing room to play the extra damage that they might need, right? Because what says sustained damage? Like, we've all seen what House of Dragon and Game of Thrones, like Dragonfire just melts through bodies, right? So what says sustained damage? Like just putting out the green carpet with the dragons there and kind of just allowing Page this venue to really pop off coming out of this support role. I might just be talking out of my butt here, and if they just have 2 supports, but I think there's a world where we could see some extra damage from the Page.
Yeah, I could definitely see a couple of items going into that spirit category to facilitate some of those things. And that is because I think the Watermelons, they want to win this by the 20-minute mark. If they have it by the 20-minute mark and they're in full map control, they may have the rejuve with them, that is when they're going to be looking to take this all the way home. If this goes later, it's not going to cut it, no matter how many ultimates you combine together, because they're going to be looking for the Death Slam into the black hole, then the Execute cutting through everybody. They're going to be their main win condition, and then the last stand will clean any stragglers up, right? That will fall off eventually. These guys will scale like the Victor, like the Geist, so they have to be careful. There's timings are going to have to be clean. On the other side, it's still kind of the same for the Boon enjoyers. They don't really have a large scale carry like a Wraith, Vindicta, or Infernus that's going to look into the mid game, so they're going to be looking to win it by that 20-minute mark. That means it's going to be lights out here for in the Cursed Apple for what could be the final match of the day.
Yeah, and Sterrick saying, I've got 700 games on Bebop. Please, please, please let it mean something here. Game 2 underway. Boon enjoyers, your Amber Hand. Less Watermelons, your Sapphire Flame. And I know that I said I was going to try and say lay Watermelons, but I just keep letting it slip away, guys. We're out on the Cursed Apple, and we're 1 game away. Lay Watermelons could close it out right here. And as we get the name situated up top, I see on our cheat sheet, Philly.
Yeah.
Sauté is on the Page. Now, Sauté has played a lot of things, and support is not one of them.
So then maybe they're going into that kind of hybrid spirit carry, right? There's potential there. I've seen it. It can be done. I don't know. But it's your best player, and maybe the playmaker is what you need, right? Supports, if you think about Dota, League of Legends, your support is actually your best player because they are thinking about the game from a holistic view. They have to have their timings right. Who are they saving? How are they engaging? Who are they stunning? Those sort of things. And maybe sometimes that's what you got to do. Put Page on your best player so that they can barrier the Shiv when they dive in. They can use the global ultimate when the Drifter is ganking you, whatever it might be. So I could see it here. We having the 2, displacers duking it out on the rooftop. The Lash getting poked out.
And that's Barty backed away. Lane partner in Holiday. So a lot of playmaking ability. Unfortunately, the map does not necessarily favor Lash to try and make plays in the side lanes, looking for some crazy height. There are some areas, but man, back in the day, Lash could do crazy things with some of the height around the map. We'll kind of see how that evolves. And quick to finding pulls already, right? Sterrick starting to build up that confidence in landing those hooks and also creating that worry of if we overstep just a little bit in this mid lane, we're going to be really caught out of position.
Yeah, instilling the fear is actually such an underrated thing. If you make your team play scared, then they're going to be cautious about stepping up to secure a last hit or going into their jungle to get the boxes or whatever it might be because they know a Bebop is lurking, etc. So getting a hook off early definitely instills some of that fear, which I love. Talking about the lane matchups for the Watermelons here, this is exactly kind of what we predicted, right? Paige and the Warden going together, keep your carry safe. She's got a lot of great poke to keep people away, put that barrier on. The Lash and the Holiday in the middle, so that way if they try to win this lane, if they can then go around and facilitate across the map. And then we have the Dynamo and the Shiv working together, keep the Shiv alive with the rejuvenating aura, allow him to dive in and cut and do some work. On the flip side, though, we are seeing it is a first blood for lane number 3. 2, in fact.
Yeah, that right there is tough. I mean, if there's somebody you don't want to get ahead, it's that Shiv, and he's doing it early, right? Get that ult online, start building up that rage, look for these executes either in your lane or elsewhere around the map. And Fregman has also shown us a handful of heroes just on the day as a whole, right? From Haze to Infernus, a Vindicta game, now jumping in on the Shiv. We know that there's going to be a heavy soul investment into this bare knuckle brawler that is Shiv, which means you got to be wary wherever you find this guy. And that might be enough, right? To take on Tempu on this Drifter. If your Shiv's ahead, it doesn't matter if it's a 1v1. It doesn't matter if you're getting that isolated damage, right? Fregman might be the guy to go ahead and put a stop to those solo shenanigans.
For sure, yeah. Build up that rage, get some of those vitality items online that Shivs like to do, and you're going to be a tough nut to crack. The worry here, though, in lane number 3, yeah, they got an early start, but as the game progresses, there's a lot of spirit damage coming out from this side with the static orbs and the essence bombs, etc. So I'll be curious to see if the Shiv can kind of maintain in that lane. The Drifter going through the Ren, cutting down a couple members.
Wow, yeah, I mean, just completely unexpected there. Etiquette in an awkward spot. He'll now slowly be making his way back on through, and Tempu was kind of just playing off to the side. Both players in Etiquette and Saute stack up for one another. Boon Enjoyers collect a couple of kills for themselves. Lay Watermelons get some back, and the assist does go the way of Etiquette. Tempu just trying to deny, right? Get that reset, come out of the spawn, get right back into that lane. Fortunately, the death timers are low. Fragment. Small skirmish here. Now, Tempu's coming back to lane. Hold that thought. Static charge slows things down. It's Malium just on the opposite side. Malium had given up first blood. I'm going to be hit with the serrated blade. So the bleed is on, but it's not much more than that. I was going to say Tempu coming back to lane with ultimate, but everybody's coming back to lanes basically with ultimate. They pop Bert. He'll be reincarnated. Barty able to get out of dodge, still ticking down, but will survive. Wow. Meanwhile, Bert's already been reincarnated. He's got to get out of dodge, and those ultimates that I mentioned have since been used. Fragment gonna find the assassination onto Malium. And Lay Watermelons answering back around the map. Again, Lifey goes down.
Yeah, they're winning outright there in lane number 3. The Lash still jumping around the map. The Tempu hunting him as the Drifter is known to do. But how much time are you wasting here, friend, where you should be getting farmed? Now you're caught in a lasso right under the Guardian, and you're taking a couple crack shots to the dome. Can he get out? Looks like they'll let him escape here for now, but that could have been disastrous if the Drifter was eliminated there. Doesn't have the ultimate online as well. As soon as those ultimates come online, friend, it is just crazy town in Manhattan.
Yeah, and as bloody as it's been, right? So that supplement from Tempu means early Guardian going down in the mid. I think that may be one of our earliest. I think game 1 we saw pretty early Guardian. Game 1 on the day here on the A stream. But this one coming right around 6 minutes is the first to fall. So the pace has been set. Bregman, and he needs to worry just a bit, taken to the skies. It feels like static electricity for now. That bloodletting keeping Fragment alive some way, somehow, for just a bit longer. Steric not only finds the kill, but grabs the hook to secure another. Barty dashes away through the veil. Unfortunately, death awaits him on the other side.
Missing mid. The Bebop is now making rotations. But that's exactly what they're looking to do. You want to be able to unlock one of those members. It's been the Lash here for the Watermelons, and now it is Stay Wrecked on the Bebop for the Boon Enjoyers. They have to create those advantage situations for themselves. They know they're losing this 2v2 over here. They need to bring more members to kind of stem the bleeding. The Bebop doing just that. That static storm, or the storm cloud rather, doing a lot of work there, just zapping everybody from above. They couldn't escape it. So good ultimate usage, but they're still behind here in this lane. A lot of the kills going the way of the Shiv. He's going to be power spiking shortly. The Assassins are the star players for both of these squads. They're the ones they're looking to facilitate as we peruse across the map. The Guardians, right? Look like 2 down for the Boon Enjoyers, 1 down for the Watermelons. Still a lot left in this one, friend.
Jedow. We're gonna create some space out in lane 3. Okay, play the height game. Birdie looking for something. Can't quite find the slam, and now nobody's home. Flog also gonna go wide, but an opportunity to maybe catch Jedow and Steric overextended on the wrong side of the map. Bert now will have the ultimate online here momentarily, so can play a bit more aggressive. Bit of aggressive. Fragments on the wrong side of the map himself. At Guardians down, they're looking to put some pressure here on this walk route towards lane 3. What's going to be the response? Derek's coming back on over, but it's only Malium right now to try and hang on to this.
Yeah, they got to be careful, but the Lash has been hanging around for this exact moment. He wants that big slam into the Dynamo ult. They have both of those just about ready. If they can get that done with the execute, that's exactly what we talked in draft. That is their win condition. That will win them fights outright 9 times out of 10. Still now, they are skirmishing 1 minute before the urn, like we talked about all day long, friend. Don't just fight just because. Fight for a reason to get an advantage across the map. Right now, it's that early urn is what they're looking for, but it is Burt under duress here. He does have the reanimate, though.
Yeah, I thought maybe for a second Fregman was going to hang on to that ultimate, but he'll use it just to go ult for ult with Burt. And now Fregman put in a tough spot. Bloodletting cannot keep him up. Kitsune goes down, and everything that they had been cooking falls apart in that lane 3. Malium does eventually go down in response. They do make good on finding the kill onto the Victor as things get a little awkward there from triple, quadruple, quintuple jump into the wall. But all said and done, right? The dust settles in that small skirmish, and things look pretty good there for Boon Enjoyer.
Yeah, 2v2 trade, and this is W Victor, man. Like, this is why this guy is disgustingly strong. So many resources dumped to take him down. Look how many ultimates expended. 1, 2, 3, 4 to kill a Victor. Like, brother, that is insane work. Just to live, just because you're living, just because you're alive. You know, it's not like you're shooting people or doing whatever. You just have such a health pool and 2 lives that you have to do all of that work. Now, with the advantage here in lane number 1, because of the Warden just staying here and farming, they're able to pick up this urn in a nice, safe manner. It's about how can they transport it across the map. They're looking for some more skirmishes over there. The Assassins going at it. Drifter on the hunt.
Yeah, on the hunt will turn out the lights. Fragment forced to back away. Still bleeding from that rend. And Shiv familiar to the bleed, but not used to it happening to him. He's the one that makes people bleed. We dance around the urn once more. Turned in. That's Kitsune Joel to turn that in. A lot of denial on the backside, but out go the Riders here. Saute looking to get aggressive, taken to the skies as the storm cloud forces everybody inside the buildings. Kitsune just jumping through. He's hitting the Rikishi bombs, trying to find something in the back line. Steric survives for now. Saute eventually goes down, but it took 5 players to do it. 1 on the kill, 4 on the assist. Burt now getting aggressive. Altless is the victor, but still alive, courtesy of the jump start.
Yeah, the Watermelons, they got the urn and they should have left. They didn't have the ultimates. They didn't have their wombo combo, and now they're losing. They're bleeding members out. They're losing the soul advantage that they worked so hard to get. Yeah, Barty gets one back, but it's once again on to Burt. They don't care if that guy dies because he's massive without the items. They don't even care. They lost a number of members. They have to be more patient. They have to understand where their win conditions lie, and it's off the back of the Death Slam into the black hole. So, have to be very careful here. All the while, lane number 1, folks, is where this could be the tilt of the game. Can this Warden outscale this Geist? Because these are their late game characters. This is who will carry them in those latter portions of the match. So, right now, the Warden is getting the better of the Aristocrat here for now.
And trying to sneak away. Crane game on. Shadow on the hunt. Playing the pocket once more. Supplement some damage, but can't get a whole lot more than that. And now things are getting crazy in the mid lane. That's going to be the Guardian down. The flex slot opened up for Les Watermelons. Bregman very healthy. Use the assassination there. Use the slice and dice.
And my friend, that's because they have their ultimates available, right? The Death Slam was used, and they got 2 kills off the back of it. If you do not have your engage tool to lock people down, do not fight. Don't go where you shouldn't, like, set the line of scrimmages. You've been saying all day long. Then, when you have the ball in your hand, make the run, push the line, and score the touchdown. So, they have to be careful. They have to be disciplined moving forward. Now, it's 2 more minutes before the urn. I'm expecting a little bit of a lull state here, but knowing these guys and how they've been playing, they're going to be looking to fight them. And lane number 3, they're gathering.
And Tempu on the hunt once more. Birdie, fortunately, far enough away that the Drifter does not want to follow. Singularity is available. Maybe able to find an angle. Kitsune will take Fregman up top, award him with some bucks, courtesy of the Quantum Entanglement. This mind you. Beautiful grab here. I swear I'm going to talk about the page eventually. Looking to go deep into the back lines. I thought maybe for a singularity. No, just looking for the escape all on his lonesome. Kitsune forced to just tuck his tail and will find himself a great screen. Saute is building gun page.
Oh my god, no. That's crazy. Look how fast she's shooting. What the heck? Okay, I see you cooking out here. They get the reanimation off, which is huge, but wow, they are blastering those book shots everywhere. That is crazy work.
You get... That's so insane. Is it possible to see... I can't really tell while it's on cooldown. Okay, so nearly max. That's a level 2 defend and fight. That shield is not only giving 25% weapon damage, but it's also giving 25% fire rate, right? On top of that, using the cultist ritual, going to snag a camp to earn their buffs. Page's auto attacks pierce everything, right? So the front line is also getting hit with the back line when Page starts to send things out. So you've got this split shot sending 5 different rounds, cutting through everybody. I'd seen some people talk about, playing gun Page, and it felt pretty meme. So I thought Spirit Page is the way to go. Sure. Let the dragons go crazy. But man, Saute is making a real case for what gun Page can be.
And that's something we were talking about in the draft. They were lacking some of that gun damage. You have to diversify as you make your way in the draft phase. So, okay, somebody's got to do it. Why not the Page? And here it is, triple find and a kill as they're fighting over the urn.
Yeah, fighting over the urn. Burt makes it out with it. Didn't want to hang out for too long. Does not have the reanimation online. That ultimate still on cooldown. It's a long way to go, though, to try and get this one as Fregman goes absolutely nuclear. Meanwhile, Le Watermelons are taking everything they want. They don't have the urn, sure, but they are happy to concede that with what they just got.
Oh my gosh, a triple kill there for the Shiv. He is smiling after that. Look at the split shot. Holy smokes. This is wild out here. I love it, but the Watermelons, they're firmly in the advantage. Look at the map state. All of the lanes pushed in. They got that extra walker down, unlocked another flex slot. Now they won 3 eliminations in lane 3. They're putting more pressure on this walker here. The urn, they can pick it up. You see Saute running over to it now. They're feeling really good, but this is not over yet. Elimination on Navardi could start the domino effect. They're looking for more.
Yeah, Burt making his way back into the mix. Fregman is still here, unfortunately, taking lots of damage. Has the killing blow available. Kitsune gonna help top him off, and Altless again was that victor, so Burt just getting too aggressive at the wrong time and will be punished for it. The health bar so incredibly low, so right now if you're Boon enjoyers, you have to get back to the base to try and heal up. You cannot afford to get caught out. Meanwhile, you also have to defend your last standing walker.
Absolutely, and that, because they're putting some pressure on there, they're allowed to run this urn in for free because the Warden's been winning that lane, and with that multi-shots, she is just crunching through that health bar. My goodness. The wild thing here is the Watermelons are winning fights, my friend, and the Warden's not even there. So imagine when this 21k Warden is actually in the fight with that last stand. He is going to be demolishing people as, just with that ultimate alone, especially as you have to deal with this Shiv. So I think the way the Watermelons are looking to close out this game is when the Warden finally decides to finish the fight. Fregman finally taken down.
Oh, not quite enough damage this time around either for Saute. So Fregman hangs out a little too long. Thought that maybe he could turn that fight around. Had the ult available, but will be met by Shadow. And now again, once more, lights are turned off. Barty definitely not having the same Lash performance that we saw earlier in the day. The last couple of times we've seen this POV, it's been Lash on the run.
Yeah, but we also haven't seen him when he's been doing the massive death slams because we look at other stuff across the map. So you're right, it's a little bit of ebb and flow here. He's looking to re-engage now, does have that death slam as we mentioned, but where is the follow-up? Maybe not the right time because they're waiting for their folks. Nope, the Warden is joining the fray.
Hysteric seemingly run down just as Burt is. This should be the ultimate pop at the very least. Good static charge, though. Try and slow things down for just a moment. Burt topping himself back off. Fleetfoot available. Crane game also available, but we'll see if it's just the gotcha game or etiquette, or if he actually finds a target. Meanwhile, Malium still on the chase. Barty looking to supplement a bit of damage as Steric has since eventually been cut down there, chasing that Bebop for quite some time, who's been relatively beefy. And, you know, when you're looking at things, Bebop with 18,000 souls, you don't want Bebop to be your P2.
That is very true, and I'm glad you brought that up because we also haven't seen him do a lot of things. He's gotten maybe 1 or 2 pickoffs, but when you play with Bebop, you want to play ahead. You don't want to play behind because you want to be pushing in and you want to find them when they're scared, undercover, whatever. You can play them from a defensive standpoint, right? Because you know the team is pushing into you, and because of that, they might be grouped up or whatever. You can get the hook in, but if you're so scattered because of how your front line is operating, the Geist, rather, has not been in any of these engagements either because they've been stuck in that lane number 1 against the Warden. And so it's just on the Victor. Well, if you solo Victor down, it's easy to do, and they've been managing his cooldowns really nicely and attacking when the reanimation is not available for him. So because their double frontline is non-existent, the hook is they're not comfortable with finding that pickoff and getting the eliminations that they need to then rotate around the map. So right now, banging on the door here are the Watermelons once again.
Yeah, that they are, and Barty was looking to set something up nicely. Singularity, Death Slam, all available here. What can they find? Base Guardians to fall, Static Charge onto the Dynamo might take one piece of that equation out of the mix, but fortunate to not get stunned up there. Quantum Entanglement to keep him from danger. And then also just topping off the squad there, going up top now. Huge for Saute on the back end of the slam. Singularity used as well, but they were all cut down by the page, and that's the wombo they were looking for.
Oh my word! That was gnarly work from the page, but it's the Warden that had them all running, and he finally joins the fight. Just one last stand, was zapping everybody as they grouped up, and then that multi-shot, rapid shot from the pages just sliced them all the way through. You can see the GG calls there from the Boon enjoyers. They know they don't have anything left in the tank. The rallying charge just used to provide that extra healing and sustain for this one to end.
Yeah, Boon Enjoyer seemingly to fall here. Rejuves are up. The Patron is down. Knock, knock. The Watermelons are good. They'll take it as they close out the season. Your champions here, ripe as can be, Philly.
And what a perfect time, man. Summer, Watermelons goes together like peanut butter and jelly, and you're glad to see these lads work it all the way to the end, fighting tooth and nail in every single match. But in that one, their strategy was shown expertly, like in the way that they facilitated. They did like almost like a 5 protect 1 style. The Warden was able to just grow throughout the game and then eventually join the fight, and it was automatic GGs. But to do that, your other 5 members need to be able to be in sync, utilize their ultimates to win fights without the carry. They were able to do that off the back of Barty and the Death Slam, comboing it into the Black Hole, etc. But I gotta say, Fragment on that Shiv, winning early in that lane, just getting kill after kill. Then he was really difficult to take down. And then it's like, okay, do we follow the Lash? Do we follow the Shiv? We don't know. Then when you're confused in that one instance, the other team can find that vulnerability and strike. So well done there from the Watermelons. They're the EU champs.
Yeah, and I mean, that was, like you just mentioned, right? Played out perfectly. The early game couldn't have gone better for Le Watermelons to allow that late game to really come to fruition and have that glow up that it needed to have. Because so many times we see teams just unable to get to that late game situation, or we get into the late game and it still feels like your carry is in the mid game. They're not quite where they need to be, or at the very least, everybody else is also, you know, you peaked in high school and everybody else is also peaking. Like, you know, they're peaking at the same time. It's a little too hard to keep up there. I am excited to see this here, however, because between Victor and Paige, those have been my top 2 played. I haven't yet tried this, however. Most damage, most objective damage, and Saute, outside of seeing it in the kill feed, was relatively quiet. In the mid game, there was a point where Saute soloed Drifter 1v1 in the mid lane, and then also picked up a kill onto Bert. So Saute, the quiet assassin here in this, that just proved to be way too much. But again, another situation where Paige early stinks like poop, unfortunately. So the rest of the squad really had to come up big, and they did just that to allow this Paige, this Warden, to do the damage that they dealt.
100%, and almost the full rainbow here for Satay. These matches, they are made public, folks, so you can go and see the build that Satay had. I won't say your composition has to be good. You have to have good teamwork, right? You can't just go right in your pub and be like, I'm running it, and expect to do the same thing you saw Satay here. Yeah. They were facilitated because of the other members. The Shiv causing that distraction. The Lash jumping from above, right? When they're looking up, you're shooting them with the book words. So not every build works for every game, but hell yeah, go try it. Go into the sandbox mode, test it out, see how fast you can shoot, the split shot, all that jazz. But that is what I love about Deadlock the most, is that nobody is really locked in to anything. You can play a character how you want to play, but your teammates have to also be able to back you up. You got to make it work in that regard. But love to see it. Well done from the Watermelons once again.
Yeah, and it is interesting. I believe we will have a winner's interview, so I want to be able to ask, right? Like, we knew that Boon enjoyers were going to come into this one and have, their own tricks of the trade when it comes to the draft, especially regarding the new heroes. I'm wondering if that page was always kind of in the back pocket for Satay, as something that, could, push this team over the edge in a situation where it might be close, right? Not that it was necessarily needed. This isn't a game 3. This isn't like dire straits. Hey, let's go for this. It's going to work. It's not the Caps vein mid lane. But I'm wondering if that's something they had in their back pocket, or if they were like, hey, I've tried this. We need some extra oomph in our composition here. Like, let's just give it a go. We have a game to play with, right? We lose this one. We just go to game 3. We go back to normality.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that kind of build and composition is something you test out in scrims, right? Yeah. You know that if you played Boon Enjoyers in scrims, they're going to try the Drifter. Okay, we tried this composition didn't really work, or this part did. How do we combo it with this part? It's a numbers game. They're strategizing. They're figuring out how it works. So yeah, and it was also kind of hidden in the draft. It was the last pick. It could have been a double support lineup with the Dynamo. You didn't know what they were going to run. And it ends up being a gun carry Satay page. So we love to see it. On the other side, though, Boon Enjoyers, they did a great job, too. They tried to play their game. Yeah. I'm still not convinced on the Drifter. Sorry, Tempu. I think that guy needs to be facilitated a lot. And early on, he can get kills. But I don't know. It's very difficult. So that's all I'm going to say for now. Players will play him more. They'll figure out the right builds. It could be a build issue. Could be the way you're stacking your abilities, whatever it is. The Victor was trying their hardest to be the front line, but like we were talking about, the Geist was never able to join them. They couldn't pair up like this and move forward as a front wall to allow the rest of the team to do what they needed to do, because she was stuck over there in the off lane. And the Warden is going to scale better than the Geist because she's a 1v1 specialist, not a team fight ulting specialist like the Warden is. And you saw there at the final moments that last stand doing so much work. So really difficult in their composition, but we thank them for playing. We thank them for showing what the Victor 100%. And the Drifter can do just as much as the Page. So great work all around. Would have loved to see the Doorman, though.
Yeah, well, definitely. Like, Watermelons, they stole that from us. They took that from us. So as much as we applaud you, we also curse you for taking that from us. We'll have to keep our ears close to the ground to see what this Boon Enjoyer squad is getting into. See if we can get some more Doorman. But it sounds like we've got an interview ready. It will be one of the carries that finds their way on through. Fregman can hopefully correct us on the way that we have been saying this name, but Fregman from Les Watermelons.
Yo.
Fregman, my man, first and foremost, congratulations. A tournament run where a lot of people were surprised by the upset that you were able to put up against Groglodites. You guys managed to get that done. How did that feel just as a whole, right? Making it to the grand finals just before this grand final finish.
I mean, it felt great, but we knew from the start that we're gonna win. Honestly, we just were so sure. There never was a contest like, oh guys, what we gonna do? What if we're gonna lose? No, we just go, okay guys, we can win. Like, come on, buckle up, bro. And we just did it.
I love it. Hey, just lock in. All right, everybody, just lock in.
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and get it done. Well, we have 2 series. That we got to see from the squad. You played a handful of heroes, a handful of carries, and you played, I think, a very pivotal role in, you pick up the Shiv, which is unlike what we have seen earlier on the day where you're playing something ranged, something heavy, mouse 1. what is the mindset change when you're playing a Shiv and you're doing it in a grand final where you've got to get ahead early, and you did just that?
Because I'm just great at playing Shiv, honestly. I mean, Saturday called the thing like, I want to play gun page, and we go like, okay, go do it. We need the front line then, because we want Barty, we want Dynamo. Everyone like, I want to play that, and we just, okay, sure. And we need the front line. I'm saying, I'm gonna play Shiv that is super fast, and I'm just gonna ult everyone. That's gonna be my whole goal of the game. I'm just gonna stack Trophy Collector, I'm gonna have 4,000 HP, I'm not gonna die, and I'm gonna ult people. Ult bot, essentially. There's no other goal for me as Shiv in this game. Just tap damage and ult everyone. That's it.
That's the equivalent of you just get good, but the other side of it, you're like, yeah, we just do it. We just win. That's just what we do. I do want Philly's definitely got a bigger brain than me, so I want to give him some time to ask away.
For sure, and I do want to talk about that depth of hero pool, because you did play 4 different heroes across every game, or 5 different heroes. But I want to talk about the Haze. You played the Haze. They focused you early, right? You weren't able to find your way into the match there, but then you came back in the Vindicta and you just absolutely stomped them in that third game for the semifinals. Tell me about that mentality shift that you had for first getting beat down and then rising back up.
I mean, I didn't really feel like I got beat down, and we lost most of the lines and just came to my line. And if you don't win a line on Haze, it's kind of hard to snowball back.
Yeah.
And especially in a draft like this, it's just I had to buy a lot of green items to just stay alive, and I didn't have enough damage for a lot of the game, and that was the main problem. Just not enough damage. They were killing me longer, but I didn't kill them either.
Right. Okay, and then you came back with the Vindicta in game number 3 with that, and just was running over them and just sniping them. I gotta ask, you're the champions now. What's next? What's next for you guys?
It's hard to say. There's some in the team controversies in the team, argues. Some people, maybe we stay together, maybe we just split up. I don't know. It's all maybe, honestly. We don't know for sure now. We'll see, but we are strong. We showed that all of players are worth something. Maybe we get to something.
Absolutely. That's why I was curious. It's a good team. It is all fun and games here at Death Slam League and Death Slam events, but you never know. I mean, we are trying to create that ecosystem of the next generation, or the generation of Deadlock players, and it starts with players like yourself, my friend. So we thank you for playing. I'm going to toss it back to Tanner for some more questions or to close out, whatever you feel.
I've got a couple of easy ones for you. I got a couple of easy ones. First and foremost, how do you pronounce your name, so we can make sure that if we catch you on the big screen again... Fragment. Okay. So we were pretty close. We were just saying it like Americans. We were just saying fragment.
Yeah.
Okay. We were putting our American spin on it. Okay, very cool. And then for somebody coming into the competitive scene, what was the landscape for you finding this team in Les Watermelons and then being able to compete in this, right? Because there might be other players who are looking for ways to get involved and even better themselves to compete at a high level like this.
Just play the game. There's not a lot of people right now playing the game at the high ranks, so if you're gonna get someone you get to know them, you talk to them, you play a party with them, maybe they can invite you then. Because I got invited by a friend that we played for Steam's release, and he's like, yo bro, we need a person in the team. I started playing Skybound, I got meet with everyone here, and Sata just yo, we need a player in Los Watermelons, can you go? I said, yes, fuck it.
Okay, there it is.
I just go and play.
This is the best interview I've ever had. Frank was just like, hey, you just gotta do it, man. I don't know what to tell you. You just gotta do it. I mean,
just get connections. Just play the game. You're gonna get connected with someone eventually.
You find yourself in the high lobbies. Exactly. You find yourself in the high lobbies. You'll find yourself in a good spot. Now, again, huge congratulations. If not with Les Watermelons, we do hope to see you again as the leagues continue to grow and to continue to play on through. Again, we are building an ecosystem that is hopefully strong. So we do hope to see more from you. Before we do let you go as the grand champion here, do you have any shout outs, any final words as we say our farewells?
Thank you for the interview. Thank you for the event. Thank you for the great hosters that I speak with now. Thank you for everything, because I really appreciate my team, and I hope we don't split up, because all the people are good, and even though we have argues, it's okay. It's what happens with everyone and with every team. But we'll see, and you're gonna also see me in the next champion. I'm gonna be also a champion. I'm just saying, just I foreseen everything, okay? Because I'm gonna get better.
That is
That's it.
a scary prospect because you showed up today. Fredman, thank you so much for joining us, man. Congratulations. And again, we hope to see you on these grand stages once more. Thank you, brother.
Thank you very much.
Billy, man, what a guy. Like, that was like the most humble way to not be humble, but to be humble, to just be like, listen, man, you just got to do the dang thing. You just got to do the dang thing. You got to believe in yourself, as my mic keeps doing this, and I'm like,
I know.
you just got to do the dang thing, man, and you got to surround yourself by strong players. So if you are looking to get involved, play the ladder, right? Jump into matchmaking, grind yourself, spend the time, look up Deathy's builds in the build finder, so that way you can do great things like Deathy. Just do the darn thing. Go ahead and get involved. We had a long day here. Yesterday, I think we closed out at 9 a.m. We're doing it at just about 11 a.m., so 2 hours later. Yes, that is where you can go. If you want to get involved as a fan, as a viewer, as a supporter, whatever it may be, all of this here is a passion project that not only Deathy has kind of taken the lead and spearheaded, but he has grabbed a phenomenal crew who put so much love and so much passion into Deadlock and into these events. So whether it be just showing up and watching, telling a friend, joining the Discord, right? All of these numbers matter. We can take these numbers somewhere and we can take this to a higher level. So please, please, please get involved. Discord.gg/DeathSlam. And if you want to support elsewhere and you want to look as cool as possible, if you want to be walking around town, you can hit !merch. Even if you're just sitting at home drinking your mug. Unfortunately, I have a red Solo cup of water. I need to get myself a mug. But please check out the merch. All of this merch is getting thrown, all of the funds, right? The proceeds from the merch gets thrown right back into this. So this isn't like, hey, buy this merch and the casters can get paid. No, this is how can we get better graphics, right? How can we get prize pools going? Maybe we can get paid, you know what I'm saying? But we all do it out of, the love for the game, the love for the concept. So please, please, please do get involved any way possible. Now, Philly, unfortunately, with all the reads done, the interviews, the games, they've all fallen by the wayside. We do have to close out the day, but I want to give you a moment. Final thoughts on the day, maybe some love. Where can people find Philly B? Where are we at?
Hell yeah. I mean, it's been an absolute pleasure casting with you, my friend. This is the first time we've been linked up together, and it's been a stellar performance. And we thank every single member of our production team. That's Kashi, that's you and me, that's JLZ Gaming, that's Not a Llama, that's Tempu, that's all Jacob and Blazy Bard, all the casters that have worked tirelessly over the weekend to bring you this show. But most importantly, we thank you, the viewer, because without you, we're standing here talking to nobody, and these players are playing for nothing than your accolades. So we appreciate you. We hope to see you more. 100%. Our NA Season 2 is actually underway. I believe we're in week 2 coming up. So follow us in that Discord so you can get those notifications. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe button here on this channel as well, so you do not miss a single match. NA, they play a different style of game, man. It is full send from minute one.
Yep, that it is. So that unfortunately will do things for us today, but more action around the corner. If you're not following right here at Deathy DL, you should be. And if you're not following at Death Slam events, you absolutely should be. Follow the A stream, follow the B stream. Make sure you can catch all of the action as it will be casted as we can. And now with that, we want to thank the watchers for watching, the chatters for chatting, the players for playing, and on behalf of myself and the entire production crew, thank you for being awesome. And we'll see you guys in the next one.